Are we live?
Yes, sir.
Hey guys, welcome to our first ever live virtual oddities flea market. I'm sorry that we can't be out in person doing this, but we're super excited to do it this way. This is obviously the wave of the future until we can congregate into a large group in the future. I just wanted to go over a few things before we start with our first vendor. We're following strict guidelines for COVID. We're wiping down all of the tables. When two people are next to each other, we'll be wearing masks. And yeah, we have, 8 vendors today, including myself. I'll be at the end with my friend DEADSKULL. The first vendor that we have here is Retro to Revolution. He's a vendor who I met last year because he did our Brooklyn Oddities Flea Market, and I was just enamored by his taste and ability to find super rare items. He's got a good mix of different things. He actually lugged out all of these antique medical cabinets, apothecary. I'm really excited to hear about what this piece is here, and also what some of these early, what look like specimen jars are. So without any further ado, we have Jeff Keegan from Retro to Revolution. Hello, Jeff.
Hey, Brian. Hey, everyone. Thanks for, Ryan, thank you for doing this, putting us on the internet. It's a great opportunity for everyone to especially see my medical cabinets, because this is not the kind of thing that I can bring generally to the events because there's just not enough time, there's not enough space. But when we can do it virtually like this here in Connecticut, I can actually bring out some of the really heavy things. And, you know, without further ado, I guess I wanted to talk about some of the furniture first, and then some of the bottles that I brought. And, you know, I restored these medical cabinets. They do not look like this when I get them. I do work hard on them. And yeah, they're great. It's a fun job. I like my job. So we have here. This is an old dental chair. It does have a maker behind the seat. I'm not going to bend over to find out who made it. But
What is the age on that piece?
this piece, Ryan, is it would be early 1900s, probably 1910, 1915. It's a cast iron chair. With nickel plate, brass headrest, and a nickel plate steel seat. It looks like the seat is adjustable. It zooms, spins up, spins down. They're great little work chairs. The one that I'm on here, I'm calling the Asylum chair. Also an adjustable seat, and I think it would make a great piano stool. It would make for a great vanity seat.
It really does look like a throne.
Really? You think it's a little royal there?
The one that you're sitting on is like a mental institution throne. And I have a funny story, not to interject, but I once went into an abandoned mental institution, and there, one of the few things that still remained in the facility was a chair just like this one.
No kidding.
But it was, covered in enameled paint.
Yeah, this one was definitely in rough shape. I know if you take a look at my Instagram, I do have a couple of before shots of this chair on there, so you can see a little bit of the restoration process. So then, well, Ryan mentioned that he was a little bit excited to meet my angel friend here. This is one of the original pieces that I created. I build these mounts from parts that I find out in the world. This is a lamp base, and they're very difficult to find, this particular type. One of the really great things about this mount is that it stands on the desk or your table. It can also be mounted up on the wall. There's a little hook there, and it's just a really versatile piece, super cool, totally custom. This is only the second one that I've ever done. And basically the reason is because these stands are so difficult to find. It's a brass stand with a locking wing nut here. And the wings are human scapula. It's obviously a real human medical skull, retired.
It sort of resembles the pieces that you see in Italy. And in fact, we went to a catacomb in Rome, and along the walls and the ceiling and pretty much the whole interior were concoctions that look very similar to this.
You know, I was fortunate enough to visit that same catacomb only a couple of years ago, so I
think it was the Capuchin catacombs in Rome.
Yes, exactly, yeah. What a cool place.
I wept when I went in there.
It was really, really neat. So anyway, you can see the cabinets and the lighting and the furniture, and I'm sure everyone is wondering about this beautiful beast, I like to call it. And this is an early autoclave device, which is used for sterilizing medical instruments before surgeries. This one runs on natural gas, and basically what you would do, it's kind of like a jacketed kettle setup where the base is filled with water, and then there's a hollow space maybe about an inch around, and that area fills up with high pressure steam, which gets incredibly hot. I don't believe that the term is exponential, but it's a ski slope of a graph, the temperature according to the pressure. So that was how this works, and basically inside we have, this would be where you would put all the instruments. It would remain dry inside of there. And this is a French creation from about 1880 or 1890. Very rare piece. I've never seen another one.
And there is, just so folks at home can see, there is a really nice maker's mark. And I know that's one of those things that you always look for when you're buying
the
anything,
tag
really.
is on this side, and I'll just give it a little turn so you all can see it. What do we have here?
Couldn't quite make it out, though it is quite clear.
Mr. Sorrell's sterilizer.
Don't you wonder what Mr. Sorrell looked like?
Yeah, you know, the Victorian style in France was markedly different than the Victorian style in the States here. Perhaps a little bit more ornate, I would say. Maybe a little more facial hair.
I wouldn't doubt, though, if he wore very similar glasses to what you're wearing right now, Jim.
Oh yeah, thank you. They are very old glasses. I believe these ones are 18th century, actually.
They seem to fit your whole aesthetic, though.
Oh,
One thing that I also wanted
much.
to note about this beautiful piece, because what's cool about this is just as an architectural element, this would look fantastic in like a living room, just kind of in the corner.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking that dentists could be interested. You know, doctors to an extent. Anyone that's going to tattoo artists, people who, you know, demand sterility in the safety of their business. So
But there are some really fine details. Like if you look at these little pieces up here, they're all knurled, you know, and that's a really fine aspect. That would have cost more money to make back in the 19th century.
Absolutely,
than
yeah.
just, like, something more
To have the nice detail, because they're nuts for a wrench. This would need to be cranked very tight in order to maintain the pressure that's required in order to properly sterilize the equipment.
And then the feet are very interesting because they kind of resemble hearts. Just one of those weird little quirks that when they were making this piece, they just, hey, let's make this.
They really were artists, Ryan. They really were highly skilled artisans, and yeah, that's what you get when it's the little details, I always say.
I mean, the little details are really what makes something different from something else.
Yeah, and you know, to talk about the little details for another moment, you might notice these gray cabinets. These I would call partially restored, and I would say that because basically all I've done to them is find keys so that the locks can operate. They need some new glass. You know, the guy that I got these from told me that he called them restored, and I was a little confused because the windows are in backwards.
Yeah.
The paint is uneven and splotchy. There's bumps all over it. It was not properly sanded before paint.
So you do a lot of restoration.
Yes, it's one of the biggest things in my business. I have a little barn that I work in, and yeah, it's a messy job. It's a loud job. I use high-speed grinders on these with wire brushes to clean off all the crud and, you know, multiple layers of amateur paint, things like that. But they all get stripped down to their bare metal. They get recoated in a high-quality enamel with, you know, basically any color you want. And actually, that's one of the features I'm offering with these two cabinets on my website, is that you get to choose the colors. So
Very cool.
because they're not done, you can see my style. I have a few other examples that I can show you if that's something that you're interested in, but it's a great way to really personalize the cabinets to your living space.
Amazing. And just to reiterate, and I know you probably already said it, but all of the items that you see in Jeff's booth here are available on his website, which should be flashing across the screen. And it's really cool that you do all that stuff. I think when you can restore an antique, it makes it just totally unique. I mean, every single piece has its own story. It makes it one of a kind, and what you do is even more so.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of people ask me, well, I thought you weren't supposed to restore antiques. I thought it devalues them, and that's definitely true. Knife collectors don't want their knives being shined and ground on with steel wool or sandpaper to clean rust off the blade, because it's part of the history of the knife.
Patina.
Patina.
Our
Yes.
favorite word at the
One of
Oddities Flea
Ryan's
Market.
favorite words.
Or
Yes.
maybe it's just mine. I know it's one of yours as
I
well.
say it a lot. I'm guilty. I'm an antiques dealer. Patina exists, and it's important.
Yeah.
In my philosophy is that these medical cabinets, they look like, you know, they look like hell. They're chipped, they're rusted, they're missing hinges, they're missing they never come with the latch. The latch is never included somehow. I don't know how, but they're always missing. The glass is broken. It's just, you know, a lot of the little things. And you know, this one, you can probably see the broken glass here. And that's, you know, how I get them. People are just so careless, and you know, accidents also happen, but you know, when they call something like this restored, it's for me anyway, it's a little different.
But how amazing would this piece, like when I look at a piece, I'm like, how would one use this? This is such a multifunctional piece. This would be great in like a bathroom.
Yeah.
Or if you're an artisan, this would be amazing, you know, to put your paintbrushes or your markers or whatever, you know.
Right. It's really more of a storage table. You really can't work at it. It doesn't have the overhang that you'd want in it on a you know, with a desk. But you know, as far as aesthetics and versatility and holding a lot of little items like paints or, you know, art supplies or nuts and bolts or, you know, whatever kind of.
It just goes really well with that like vintage industrial look.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Yeah.
As does this beautiful piece back here.
Oh yeah, many
That's
thanks.
a stunner, Jeff.
This is a highly collectible medical lamp by the maker O.C. White. It's an early 20th century piece, and the draw, I think, to these lamps is the knobs, that look like with the little balls all around them, and this is the way that they're shaped, the way that
They're knurled, just so that
just
the hand
so beautiful.
The hand could actually like cradle them and turn them properly.
No, they're facing the wrong way. It is an adjustable lamp. I'm not going to turn it around. But you know, you get the idea with it's the little things. It's a beautiful piece. We have it as a display piece here, and I would call it. Well, I mean, we might as well get right to the virus here. One of my earliest lockdown activities back in April was, you know, the picture of the virus was everywhere, and I didn't really know much about viruses at all, let alone what they looked like. I'm not a scientist. I've never seen one before. But they reminded me of all the phalanges that I have in my possession, and you know, one of this is the the spikes on this virus are human fingertips. The body of the virus are human phalanges. This is one of, well, I said 6, I only ever made 3. So,
We actually had 2 of them at our oddities auctions, correct?
yes, was it 2 or 1? I thought it was 1.
It might have been 1, but it was, people were so obsessed with it.
Yeah, they really were enamored.
Because even if you didn't know what the thought process was behind this piece, just aesthetically, it's just beautiful. And I absolutely love that you put it in a white alt Tatum jar.
Yeah,
which you should explain as well, because these are also quite sought after.
Yeah, the white old Tatum jars, these are, well, I want to say, what is it? The dates are on the top, aren't they, Ryan? The copyright or the patent date?
The patent date
guess
is
not on this
typically
one.
right on the lid.
I'm not seeing it on this one, so this one could be an earlier lid.
Usually you can tell because I believe the clamp that you have on that one is the earlier version. There was a slightly different jar clamp that was moved to in, I think, the late 19th century. Which I probably have in this room. I could show you.
Yeah, I'm sure there is one. I didn't see a number of these great Tatum jars. You know, this virus, it's very safely contained inside of this jar. It actually only goes in one way. It took me about 20 minutes to get it inside and get it lined up at the correct height. And it turns out that it has to be turned upside down in order to come back out, just because of the way that I managed to tie the knot. It was difficult to tie off and get in there.
Yeah, the same thing with specimens. Sometimes you can you can get them in the jar, but then when you have to go in to clean, they're rather hard to get out. But I think something to just even, I mean, the artistry of your piece is absolutely stunning.
Well,
but again, with those jars, there's something really sinister about them, I always found. But the clamp on the top was actually used to just keep everything airtight.
Right.
And sometimes you would see, a rubber gasket kind of in between?
There would have to have been a rubber gasket. The glass cannot make the airtight seal in this situation.
And all of us collectors know that, because what happens? The
Evaporation.
liquid starts to evaporate.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, why did this happen? Because you have no buffer between the two pieces of glass.
You know, it's so. Why don't we let that lead into this amazing collection of Harvard specimens?
Yeah, I've been avoiding asking you about them because I want to buy them all.
I'm glad to hear it. I had an opportunity to buy an estate collection of these jars. These jars are referred to as the Agassiz jars, and Mr. Agassiz was the curator of the Harvard Museum of Comparative Zoology.
Wow. So these were all actually used at some point for specimens.
They sat in the Harvard Museum for over 100 years.
Wow.
They were made around 1880. Is, I believe, what I calculated. What we have here, they all come with a certificate of authenticity. They were sold. What happened is the museum needed money in the 1970s. They just didn't have, their budgets were cut or something, and what they decided to do was to sell a number of these jars. They could change the specimens over to modern jars and offer these for sale.
That is very typical of museums, because and they also don't have space a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and so that was how they got out of the museum in the 1970s. But they were made in the 1880s by a company called the New England Glass Works.
So they are American.
They are American, yes. And the New England Glass Works became Libby Glass, which I'm sure many people have heard of. They're still responsible for some of the finest glassware still made in America, I believe. And anyway, these jars are what we refer to as flint glass. And flint glass is a glass that has had powdered lead added to it, and that's you've heard of the term lead crystal. Basically the same thing. And what the lead does is it really makes the glass crystal clear and perfect for viewing these specimens. And that is what Mr. Agassiz insisted upon, that the jars be of the highest quality glass available, at the time, which is this flint glass. And I'm sure you can see this one. These are not blown in molds. They're free blown glass, and you can see the way the ripples where the maker rolled it against the table to form it. And
that's one thing to really, when you're buying antique glass in general, look for the minor imperfections.
Yeah,
important.
You're gonna see bubbles. You're gonna see striations. You're gonna see wavy. It's all just absolutely stunning glassware. These are rough pontled, which means that they handled the piece with a rod off the end, and it gets broken off, and that leaves this pontle scar. And these jars are all hand ground. They're stone ground lids, and what the stone grinding does is affords a airtight seal, so that you don't have the problem of the alcohol that preserves your beautiful specimen.
Another thing that you can do is you can actually add a little bit of Vaseline, and that can help add a bit of a seal. Because I've gotten specimen jars in the past too, and I'm like, what is on this?
Yeah.
And instead of putting a rubber gasket, for instance, they would use Vaseline. But even on stone ground, I'll sometimes
yeah,
see
and
Vaseline.
and any little bit can help, because these are all handmade, and they do a very good job sealing. But everybody has tolerances, and the Vaseline often helps, and it would also, I imagine, help from the lid becoming frozen onto the piece.
Sure, and that does happen.
Which is such a pain to deal with, because you have to try and heat the outside glass in order to expand it just a little bit, so you can. I've broken a few of them. It's tragic trying to get the tops off.
Just to reiterate, these are all available for sale. Actually, everything that you see back here on Retro to Revolution website.
My website is retrotorevolution.com. It's brand new, unveiled today for this event.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I have a large collection of these jars. They're available in all sizes. This one is about 13 inches tall, and it's one of the larger ones that I have, and it's a very wide mouth. A lot of different larger specimens can actually be fit in here. One of the common complaints I hear about specimen jars is finding the right size jar for the right size item. Like one for a fish that will only have 1.5 inches mouth is not going to be good for very much at all.
Well, that's one of the ways that you can tell if something's a specimen jar or something else.
Absolutely, that's totally correct. But a lot of times they would use big wide jars, like for snakes, perhaps.
We know that when you have the perfect specimen, what's the hardest thing to find?
The jar.
A jar?
The jar.
And you can never find them. So this is a really good resource, because they're definitely period friendly, and that's something you want to look for. Say you have an amazing specimen that needs a jar. You want to find a 19th century jar or even earlier.
They're absolutely gorgeous. We do have all sizes. This is the very large one, which I believe is 16 inches on the inside, by 6.5 inch diameter.
What's this piece in here? It looks like a little casket.
Oh, this is one that this is actually the only item that is not for sale.
Oh, it's not for sale
on my website. I'm still actually trying to figure out exactly what it is, how it came to be in America.
Is it Egyptian?
It is actually ancient Roman.
Interesting.
And it is a miniature sarcophagus.
Wow, that's so neat.
And this, it's made of travertine. It's approximately 2,000 years old, is what I've come to so far. There's a scene with horses. It looks like a hunt scene. We know that it's for humans because of the human figure on the top.
So it'd be an urn.
It's an urn for cremation. It's a very small cavity, so I was kind of thinking that it could have been for a child. Honestly, I've never been to a crematorium. I don't know what kind of volume humans, full-grown adults produce.
Quite a lot. You'd be surprised.
Right. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking that this was probably for a child or an infant
or a canary.
But it's just, this is real. I can't call it an antique. It's more of an artifact.
Sure. The oldest thing in this room, as far as I know, because I've not seen some of the other things.
Definitely could be. But yeah, this is just one of the kinds of pieces that I come across in my business every day, and this one, it's such a rare piece that we're having trouble finding people who actually know a little bit about it.
Yeah, you got to talk to the old timers.
Yeah, and you know, archaeology is what it is, and I did show it to several folks in Rome when I was over there, who, you know, basically authenticated what I mean, I didn't bring it with me. I only had pictures.
Right. Beautiful piece. What is the what's the dome up there that looks like a pretty rare oddity?
Yeah, well, this is what I'm calling the toddler's eyes, and this
For
is
good reason.
This is a very young specimen, probably I would say 2-3 years old. On this, it's a partial skull, but the way that it's separated is, you know, very carefully done along the
metopic suture.
Thank you. And under the eyes, it's just a very creepy form. And this came out of a doctor's estate in Massachusetts a few years ago.
What would you put as an age for this piece? Do you think it's 19th century?
I believe that this is 19th century. I would say that most of the retired medical specimens that I come across are late 19th century.
I think that's a good thing to actually talk about real quick. Well, one thing I should mention is that no bones can be shipped to Tennessee, Louisiana, or Georgia. Those are specifically state rules. You don't ship out of states.
I can ship out of the country. You're gonna have to contact me about it.
Okay. But what some people don't really realize is that during the 19th century into the 20th century, you could basically go through a medical catalog and you could order a full skeleton or a skull.
You could, and yeah, you still can to this day, if you have the money to be able to afford those brand new specimens. They're very expensive, as you would expect for a medical teaching device would be.
Typically what you're looking at, for instance, this beautiful skull back here, these were medical grade bones that were probably, you know, from a medical catalog originally, and they exist from probably like an old doctor's estate.
Yeah, you know, and medical schools tend to retire their stock once in a while, and sometimes they get out. I mean, they try and get them cremated, which is, you know, what's supposed to happen. I believe is, and it's not law. It's a college, you know, it's the rule of the school. But they get out once in a while, you know, and like the Oddfellows lodges are a very good source. Almost all of the lodges had a
skeleton in back of you is actually from an Oddfellows
an
lodge.
Oddfellows one. Yeah.
But really, what it is a medically articulated skeleton.
Yeah, and they're created for teaching, and yeah, they're medical specimens, and we treat them as such with respect. And you know, and Ryan mentioned that you could buy just about anything by catalog, and you know, the same. I wanted to talk about a little bit about you know, patent medicine, and one of the things about patent medicine was that you didn't need any prescriptions. You could just, if you could afford it, you could go to the pharmacy or the apothecary, and you could buy, you know, all kinds of concoctions. And you know, a lot of these, I first became interested in patent medicine years ago when I was studying advertising. And a lot of these medicines, I brought a bunch of little advertising cards. A lot of these medicines were marketed to women, you know, as cures for anything that's wrong with your baby. You know, they would encourage them to give the, you know, they could cure everything that the baby had. There was no problem. They also promised relief from menstrual issues that women had, and basically, you know, they were. This is, you know, I need my cards, I guess.
Basically, it seems like most medicine was cocaine and alcohol.
Yeah.
A little bit of cocaine, a little bit of alcohol, and you're good to go.
Right, and you know, I have a card that illustrates that. Where the heck did it go? Oh, here it is. This beautiful French-looking clown. The name of the medicine is Ryan Rock, and
that's my pseudonym.
Get a little closer. Okay, yeah, sure.
There you go.
So yeah, this is Ryan Rock. Basically, it says has proved an immense success in the case of lung, throat, malaria, and vocal diseases. Consumptives without hope have proclaimed Van Beel's Ryan Rock the new life preserver. So basically, what the conclusion that I come to is that, you know, it's basically what Ryan said: whiskey and cocaine, Ryan Rock.
Well, whiskey, cocaine, and also chloroform and
Yeah, and
Strychnine.
all sorts of other crazy chemicals, you know, and poisons. And you know, one of the Victorians, the wealthy people, they were the ones who had the money to buy the medicines, and they drank them all the time. And then basically they were poisoning themselves
Slowly,
and
for sure.
slowly. And basically what happened was it turned their blood to blue, and they would remain, their faces would be blue. And that was, you know, just the side effect of drinking these medicines all the time. You know, and one of the coolest apothecary bottles I ever saw was in a museum. It was in the museum in New Orleans, the Apothecary Museum, and it was a large label under glass jar, very big one, and it had it was filled with the blue butterfly wings.
Yes.
And the iridescent winged butterflies.
morpho.
Yes, from I believe South America or this
I think so.
southern United States. A lot of times you see them in mid-century trays and you know, flattened out under glass because
we've had them in our auction.
just there's such a beautiful color. And I couldn't figure out why they would be in the drugstore for, you know, I figured it was you would buy medicine at the drugstore. Well, it turned out that the people who couldn't afford the fancy medicines, they would buy these butterfly wings and they would rub them against their skin to turn their skin blue, and that gave the illusion that they had money, because the people that were taking the bad medicine, their skin was blue, and the people wanted to mimic that because they wanted people to think that they had money. And that's actually where the term blue blood originated, to describe people that are wealthy.
Fascinating.
So that was just a little story that I wanted to talk about. You know, but just really crazy stuff that these people would market to people, the snake oil salesmen. So the reason that it's called patent medicine, you know, that originated in Europe, in England, and it was basically under patent of the Queen. They would grant protections of the formulas, that exclusivity, and it was the royal family that would, you know, would be one of the customers.
Mm-hmm.
You know, basically. But you know, in America, all these medicines were basically family remedies. And this is an interesting little card here: Bates consumption pills, it's called. But then on the back of the card, and these cards would be mailed to the house. They would be given away at, you know, on the street corners, basically early advertising. But on the back of this card, you have advertising for all of Mr. Bates's brothers. We have Joseph Bates and Sons, stoves, furnaces, and ranges. House furnishing goods. Joseph I. Bates and Company. Bates incubators, artificial mothers for your chicken eggs on the farm. Joseph L. Bates, auctioneer, commission merchant. They would auction off your estate when you were finished with, you know, after you died.
But I like that how they kind of bait you with these cute little whimsical pictures on the front.
Yeah, really great graphics. And actually, that one is pretty interesting, because one of the things that I like to do when I go out and about in the world, looking for the items that I acquire here, is, you know, I have a small collection of cards like this, but I always like to try. It's always really neat when you can find the box that your card goes with. And this particular example is Garfield tea. It's a laxative tea, and the box is basically loose tea in there. And then you can read about the benefits of Garfield tea as well as their fig syrup. Really interesting little hobby for people maybe to think about. I brought one more example, and this is Valentine's Meat Juice, International Exhibition 1876. Just really interesting little things. And
Now,
so-
are these sold together?
Yes, a few of them are listed on the website, and more will be on the way. I did run out of time. I'm not particularly handy with websites, but I can hold my own, and I did a pretty good job, I think, but I did not get everything up there, so.
And it's retrotorevolution.com.
That's correct, yes, retrotorevolution.com. And, you know, if you don't see something that you like today, check back in 3 days, because there will be more items going up.
Excellent.
But I
We'll
do-
also be promoting this on our social media pages as well. What are you drinking at it, buddy?
I'm sorry, Brian,
What are
this
you
is,
getting things done on your
yeah,
own
this is,
tincture?
it's just a bit of the female regulator. And, you know,
Oh, man.
this is another example, marketing for women in pain every month, and desperate for any kind of relief. Dr. Bradfield's female regulator, just absolutely delicious stuff.
Well, at a different time, maybe I'd ask to try some. Maybe not today.
Yeah, with the COVID, we're not going to do that.
Obviously, you have an array of various apothecary jars behind us.
Yeah,
Do you want
and-
to talk about
and I wanted to,
some
yeah,
of
I
those?
wanted to talk about those just a little bit. The earlier patent medicines that were marketed for all sorts of cures and everything, they did not require that they be labeled as to what is in them. So I brought two examples here. This one here, you know, I can't even use this one. That's not the right one. My mistake. So what we have here is Dr. True's Elixir. I just grabbed the wrong bottle there for a moment. This is the Family Laxative and Worm Expeller. Okay.
A family that uses laxatives together stays together.
Indeed, and you know, one of the things about these is that they didn't tell you what was in them, and most of the time it was opium or morphine or, you know, some other derivative, cocaine, whatever. And it's very unfortunate because they were marketed to women for use with their babies. Countless infants perished from being fed medicine like this. And basically, I believe it was 1906 is Upton Sinclair published his book The Jungle, which basically exposed unsanitary practices in the meat handling industry. But America was outraged and basically started demanding that they know what is in the things that they're eating. And the Food and Drug the Food and Drug Act was passed in 1906, and that required that all these medicine makers start labeling what is in their medicines. And basically what that did is put a lot of these companies out of business because they realized that the ingredients is belladonna and strychnine and opium and morphine and alcohol. So basically the companies that were making medicines like that, they went out of business pretty quick. And so some of the most rare patent medicine bottles that are around are the ones that actually do show what is inside them, especially when they're bad. You know, the ones that weren't so bad for you, they managed to stay around. I have several Eli Lilly bottles here. There's probably a couple of Merck bottles. All the big drug companies that are still around today were around back then. And they survived because they were actually doing real science and not just snake oil, basically the rock and rye, the whiskey and cocaine. So anyway, I have this bottle here. It's by a company called Battle & Company Chemists Corporation, St. Louis, Missouri. And this medicine is called Papine. And the ingredients are alcohol, 11% by volume, morphine hydrochloride, 1 gram per fluid ounce, chloral hydrate, 3.35 gram per fluid ounce. And this bottle is a very, very rare bottle because people realized, oh, that's what I'm drinking in this. And no wonder, of course I feel so good, but it's terrible for you. You can't feed it to your family. It is not a family medicine. And these companies went out of business real fast, which is what makes these labels like this some of the most desirable out there. So I wanted to talk about those. And let's see, what else do I have on my card here?
You do have a really interesting domed piece behind you as well.
Well, thank you, Ryan. We can definitely get to that. It's just,
You're going to be talking about bones. I got to come back over here.
yeah, we're certainly welcome anytime, my friend.
Am I welcome?
Yes.
I
yes,
feel
sir.
welcome. No, this is super exciting. It's like people bringing things to my house. I'm
Right,
going to buy everything.
your own museum, like traveling museum, I guess you could say.
Except everything is for sale, unlike a museum.
Right, right. So what we have here,
Wow.
this is one of the best specimens that I've ever come across. This was found in a estate in Vermont, I believe, southern Vermont, and it is actually an infant skull, less than a year in age. This mount is just, it's such a special mount with the, I don't know, I'm sure you could see the vertebrates.
Maybe take the dome
Take
off.
the dome
just
off for the glare, that's a good
see
idea.
Just how beautiful this piece is.
Yeah, really great, great piece with there's no hardware on this piece. It is held together naturally, and just the best part about it is the trephination hole, which was done pre-mortem before the child died. They drilled holes in your head like this in order to relieve pressure and
Neurospinal fluid.
yeah, you know, they thought that it was the way to do it, and honestly, I don't know a ton about trephination.
Well, it's surprising how long one can live with a gaping hole in your head.
Yeah, that's right, and if they don't affect your brain, yeah, you can live a normal life.
Well, that's one of the main reasons that trephination was done, was to prevent bone shards from penetrating your brain, which would cause death. So you see a lot of examples of trephination during the Civil War. You would have these field kits or surgical sets, amputation sets that came with trephination. And we've seen a lot of evidence of skulls that have numerous holes that were bored into the skull.
Really?
You can see how they kind of turned into a crater at the end.
No kidding.
Because the bone starts to fuse back together.
Super interesting, very interesting. So anyway, this is just an incredibly rare specimen. This one, we believe, is also early 20th century or late 19th century.
Looks very much like a 19th century
on the other
skull.
pieces that there were a number of specimens in this gentleman's collection, and this is the last of them. And I wanted to save it for here because it's just such a special piece. Really, really a rare item.
Beautiful.
Comes with the glass dome, and he does it. The mount is very simple. It's just a custom shaped spike.
And you make all your own custom stance, do you not?
Yes, I do, Ryan. It's, yeah, with the winged fellow, this one, I have a few other specimens on my website with equally, you know, the quality it's one of my most important issues is good quality craftsmanship. And
Amazing.
I
Beautifully rendered.
strive for it.
This is impressive, Jeff.
Thank you, thank you. Really
I don't say that about a lot of stand makers, but I have to say this is very impressive work. What are these two pieces? And I think are we on our 15-minute or 10-minute?
15.
We have about 15 minutes
Okay,
left.
great.
So, what are these? Like they look vaguely familiar, but
Yeah, a lot of a lot of people are familiar with the tribes of Papua New Guinea. These are made by the Sepik tribe, which is the northern Sepik river basin, I believe, is the geography behind it. And these are revenge daggers, is what they're called. Basically, what would happen is the likeness would be formed in the likeness of the person that you wanted to take revenge on, and then you would kill them with the dagger. which is
Grizzly.
it is downright savage. Right?
Yeah.
It's downright savage. You can't even, barely even imagine it.
Well, it's a harsh reminder, but
It
what
really
a beautiful
is.
Christmas
It
present.
really is. And these ones are actually particularly rare in that they're made from human femur bones.
Oh, interesting.
Most of the ones that you find on the internet, the clay at the top looks, about the same quality, but they're done with cassowary bones, which is a large flightless bird native to Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, you see cassowary bones being used in a lot of South American
Yep.
tribal art.
Yep.
These are really interesting because they vaguely resemble over-modeled skulls.
Yeah, I
You've
would,
seen those
I would
before.
agree with that, absolutely, yeah. And they're just, this is unfired clay that's just been dried and hardened, decorated with shells and
Is that cassowary feather on the top
it
of this?
certainly could be. That I'm not sure of. I certainly can find out and I'll add that information to my.
And those
to
are
my- to
also
my site.
available for sale
They
on your
are,
website?
they are, no sales to Georgia, Tennessee, and Louisiana.
Yes, because these
Because
are,
of their-
I know you
they
just
are
said it, but
human,
human femur bones.
They are human femur bones, incredibly hard to find. We do have some provenance papers with these two as well.
Amazing.
Just really great. I was lucky to have the opportunity to, bring them in. And
Got to check this out, man.
yeah, we have the.
People ask about these constantly. People ask me about them, but I don't get them very frequently, and they're incredibly hard to find.
Yeah, they really are. And this, Ryan's referring to the postmortem photography, which was one of the popular things that during the Victorian era, because people didn't get photographed back then. So when they died, it was basically that was when you got photographed. A lot
Well, it's
of the
easy for
times.
someone to sit very still.
Yeah, absolutely, but
To take a
certain-
picture if
but
you're
really, I
not
think it's
alive.
more of a money issue. Not it was an expensive new thing. Anyway, this photograph is a postmortem of a young girl, and it's an ambrotype, which is a print on an exposure on glass, created between 1850 and about 1865.
Can you give our viewers a little distinction between tintype, ambrotype,
Yeah,
and daguerreotype?
absolutely.
Because those are the three common types of early photography that you tend to see.
I'm thinking about the daguerreotype. The tintypes basically are the silver emulsion was painted onto a piece of tin, and then they were placed in the back of the camera. Well, that would make the negative. They were glass negatives, and they were printed on tin. The ambrotypes are the ones that where the exposure was made in the camera, and it's a weird. The emulsion is on the back of the glass,
The back of the glass.
which gives it this kind of hard to look at, very reflective look. And
Can we get a detailed shot of this piece? I can hold it up to the camera.
yeah, if you can, well, there's the first form is daguerreotype, and honestly, I can't.
Sorry, man, didn't mean to put you on
No,
the
it's
spot.
all right. I should know this. I studied photography for many years.
But this is, once again, a post-mortem. Is it daguerreotype or ambrotype?
That's an ambrotype.
This is an ambrotype.
Yeah,
In its
18
original case, which is typically very hard to find. You can see it's very beautifully embossed on leather. And it's a very sad scene.
Yeah, it is. It's tragic, but this was the way that they celebrated the person's life by getting a photograph so that they could always remember what they looked like.
Very rare and very sought after.
Yeah,
And they look good if you kind of prop them up like this in a cabinet.
And especially the ambrotype ones are particularly rare because it's such a very early form of photography. The daguerreotype postmortems are even more rare. The most common ones you'll see are tintypes and then 20th century cabinet cards, things like that.
I think everyone that sees like a child in a photograph, they're like, oh, it's postmortem.
Right, and it's the real way to tell is the eyes, as far as I'm concerned. Though I don't normally deal in cabinet cards just because they're much more common. They're more 20th century pieces. I prefer to deal in the earlier antiques. But I did buy one, and it was just exceptional because it's a photo of a woman sitting on a sofa holding an infant, and everybody thinks that it's the infant that is the postmortem. And in actuality, in this particular one, it's the woman who is the postmortem. And really the only way to tell on that particular one is because her ankle is turned like 90 degrees in the photograph, because, you know, because she's placed all the weight on her ankle and it basically turned right over.
Wow.
You know, really remarkable piece, and I don't believe that one got up on my website, but I can certainly work to get it there very soon. It's a really unique post-mortem.
Isn't it fascinating to just be able to look at a photo and sort of come up with this elaborate picture of what was actually happening?
A picture
'Cause
says
there's a lot of times on antiques there really is no provenance. So you have to come up with your own history and story with these.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of times there is no provenance. Like for example, this Roman Roman urn, sarcophagus.
Yeah, there you go.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Sarcophagus.
Yes. But yeah, you can show it to experts, and you can research the heck out of it, and you still can't tell, how did that get out of Rome?
But that is part of the fun of collecting one-of-a-kind antiques.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, coming up with the history or even sometimes the provenance on something.
Yeah, and
how many times have you found something super rare, and then you find out that's even rarer, or you purchase something for a lot of money and then you find out that it's not worth anything?
Yeah, that happened with me once, pretty recently actually, at one of the auctions on Instagram there. And it's one of the things about the business that you just, you're going to buy a fake once in a while, and it does happen. And it was my own fault. It was kind of itching to, get out and buy during the initial COVID situation when
well, that brings up a good
leave,
way for everyone out there to purchase things.
Yeah, exactly. And it just turned out that you can't hold it in your hand, you can't look at it, and then you get it, and I'm like, what? This is not what I bought.
That's why you need a reliable source when you're purchasing things.
But it is part of the business, and we try and get over it fast and not lose too much money.
So I think we're at our 6-7 minute mark or so. Is there anything up here that you want to kind of end with, or just talk about?
I was thinking, somebody mentioned questions. I don't know if viewers have any questions, or
were there any questions?
We don't have to do that. I'm not sure if it's even going on, but I'm happy to if somebody has something.
How much the revenge daggers
You can find out that I honestly don't remember. You can find out on retrorevolution.com. All the stuff is available for sale, and honestly, I just don't remember what kind of a price I put on it, because I did so many of these in just the last 2 weeks. This was a very last minute kind of throw together, well, for me anyway, in the fact that I built this website in order to be able to.
Well, thank you for doing that.
No,
it makes it easier for the viewers to purchase things.
It was the kick in the ass that I needed. I've been meaning to
I
do
love
it
to
for
kick you in
many
the ass,
years.
Jeff.
So yeah, thanks, Ryan. A lot of people do, but it's.
Oh, did we? I think we breezed over these, but I do think you spoke a little bit about these chairs. But I was just I was noticing the beautiful detail on this particular one.
Yeah, these. I spent some time with these. This chair got a complete restoration with a nice pinstriping design. The leather is new. All the nickel got shined up. I don't have the capability, unfortunately, to replate steel, which is why the stool is looking like it is. But it you don't see it much. And
I love the device on this to
it's
move
a
the
really
chair up
it's
and
a
down.
really great device, and it actually goes all the way back. If because it is a dentist chair, they would.
There you go. If you want to get a tooth pulled out of here.
So and it is very sturdy that way. You're not going to tip over backwards. It doesn't work that way. It locks into any position, basically. Really great for a desk chair. They're actually pretty comfortable to sit in.
When you're not getting your teeth pulled out.
When you're not
pretty
getting
comfortable.
when you're using it as a desk chair, yeah, it's.
Beautiful, beautiful piece. And I've seen these before, but not like this.
Yeah,
this pristine.
They never look that way. They're always damaged. And this one was actually painted in a fall wood style. It had custom paint when it was made in the factory, and it is just the ugliest paint style that I think I've almost ever seen. It just looks terrible, in my opinion. So I prefer the earlier classic black and gold, black and silver look. The pinstripe details are, just the icing on the cake.
And how lovely does the built glass mix with all these things?
Yeah,
It's perfection.
and you know, we have these practically matched. There's a nice dental glass tray.
So guys, if you're
beautiful
looking
piece.
for the perfect holiday gift,
Absolutely.
look at this. You have
Yeah.
two dental chairs,
Beautiful chair.
asylum chair, I guess I should say.
I'm calling this one an asylum. chair.
Asylum chair, dental chair, and then a medical light with milk
Yeah,
glass
there's some-
tray.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful stuff.
I mean, your living room
Hard-
has endless possibilities.
hard to find. You know, I don't buy the common stuff that you see everywhere. You know, with the OC white lamp as an example. You know, they're highly collectible, beautiful lamps, and I try for the best, and you know, I stand by that, and the quality is there, and you know, I just make them look nice again, new again, and.
So, is there an item that maybe you haven't shown that you would like to end on?
Well,
So we talked about this beautiful piece here. We spoke about these items. You obviously have a ton of apothecary. Is there one that is just so
yeah, you know,
different than the others?
One of the cool things about some of these bottles that you know, a lot of people say, oh, the colorless glass bottles, they're very, very common. You know, people don't want them, and ordinarily I wouldn't buy something like this because of that. What they're saying is somewhat true. But these ones are special. They are uranium glass.
Wow.
They glow green under ultraviolet light.
Beautiful.
I know it's difficult to see in the
Yeah, if you
daylight
hold it up to
here.
the camera, people can get a better sense.
And this is just a little ultraviolet flashlight. One of the just super interesting things about glass that I really love. Colorless glass, you don't even realize it. You'd never know without the black light. But man, that is cool stuff. I just love uranium
Is it okay
glass.
to drink from those, Jeff?
Yeah, it is, absolutely.
Just
Yeah,
make
but-
sure when you're drinking from poison containers that you give it a good clean brush.
Absolutely, yeah. And this is another interesting one. Dr. Hartshorn and then the uranium glass bottle. And this one, you know, has a hint that it will glow like that in the green, that's tinted
Yeah, it already has like a light
a
green
little
hue
bit to it. So you could, but these colorless ones, they're so hard to find. You don't know, you know, and not all of them did this. You know, you could have a bottle looks exactly the same, and it doesn't react like that. So that's another one of the little things that I try and look for.
That's a good thing to know because I actually didn't know this either. And it's true. A lot of people see clear glass, they're like, oh, that's not rare. That's not like a
Yeah.
green or an amber or a
Right.
blue.
And it's, you know, it's not as nice to look at maybe for some people, but you put it in a case like this with a little black light and a whole collection of uranium glass, and you really got something to talk about when we finally get to, you know, go back to each other's homes and get back to whatever we used to call normal was.
Well,
for everyone.
at some point we'll get back to normalcy.
Oh,
We'll
yeah,
be able to do these in
absolutely.
person.
We will, and
Um,
it's certainly.
Even if we have to wear a mask, I'll
Yeah,
take it.
yeah, I mean, the masks are, yeah, they're uncomfortable, but I think it beats the coronavirus and COVID-19. I really do.
I will endorse
Yeah,
that.
that's just my opinion, but, you know, I just want to, and I'm just wanted to say thanks for doing this, because it really does give me an opportunity to, I wouldn't have had this opportunity otherwise.
You are also just
Yeah.
an endless resource of information for me.
Oh, well, thank you.
Sometimes when we're conducting
I
our
do appreciate
oddities
that.
auctions on Instagram, Jeff will just pop in and be like, that's not what it is.
Yeah, I mean, once or twice that's happened, and.
Yeah, man, you can't
And-
know
yeah,
everything.
you
So
can't.
it's always really good to have friends
can't, and-
that can provide you with useful
Right,
information.
yeah, I just have a ton of it, and, you know, everyone's a little bit different, and I don't know why I retain some of the things that I know, but, you know, I'm definitely an interesting person, and,
You are
you
definitely
know,
that,
it's
my friend.
one of the, yeah, it's one of my little things. I'm always in search of knowledge, and, you know, if I can help bring it to some other people, that's great, and, you know, I try and chime in when I can, you know.
All right, cool, man.
So,
So thank you. This was, we were looking at Retro to Revolution, Jeff Keegan. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
stopping
thank
by.
you.
And
I'm-
all of his items
it's a
can be
pleasure to be here.
purchased at retrotorevolution.com. All the prices. And can you just talk a little bit about shipping?
Yeah, most of the items shipping is going to be included. I don't have the capacity. I know what it costs to ship those items, and I'm not going to, nickel and dime you to death over, $12 versus $16 or $18. It's, that's not. I just don't have time for that.
So just to note, all the cabinets can be shipped.
The cabinets can be shipped.
Small
and
items can be shipped.
We are going to be charged. I have to charge for the cabinets. They have to go on a pallet and on a truck. Most of these, even the pair of big ones, should be able to get to California for around $750, which is the absolute extreme distance from me. The items, there are some instructions on the website where you can go to get a basic general estimate of what it might cost to get it to you. And let me work with you people, and we'll get you what you need for what it costs. I don't need to. I make my money restoring these things, not jumping people on shipping. So
Yeah, and then obviously you want things to go to a good home.
Yeah, and this is a great. People that are tuning in, I'm sure, all would provide great homes for all this stuff. So.
All right. Well, thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to hang out with
everyone
you.
out there on the internet. Thank you very much. And without further ado, we have Lily from Alex Street, New York City.
Alex Streeter Jewelry.
Alex Streeter. My mistake.
You almost got it.
I was very close. Anyway, take it away, Lily.
Hi guys. My name is Lily. I'm not Alex. I'm Alex's daughter. I work for the company. I've been working here for about 5 years. I help run it out of New York City. We do all the casting still in the Diamond District on 47th Street. My dad started the company back in 1971. He was actually one of the first stores in Soho, and he's kind of an oddity himself. It was, like an industrial wasteland at the time, and there was basically him, the mafia, and a couple factories. So he started out making kind of magical talismans, life masks, tarot card necklaces, that kind of thing. He slowly transitioned into doing jewelry and had that store for about 30 years on West Broadway and Prince. Now we've moved the store to mostly online, and we do a lot of retail in Japan. Yeah, so why don't I kick it off with the classics. We've got here the Angel Heart Ring selection. This is the first one. This was the original amber Angel Heart Ring that was made for the movie Angel Heart in 1987. It's kind of this neo-noir thriller starring Mickey Rourke, a crazy cast. Mickey Rourke, Robert De Niro, Charlotte Rampling, I love her, and Lisa Bonet. It's actually the movie that got Lisa Bonet almost kicked off the Cosby Show because it was so sexually explicit. But so basically it stars De Niro as Louis Cypher, Lucifer. He's wearing this ring, and it became kind of such a pop hit that we started having rock stars like Marilyn Manson, Hyde from L'Arc-en-Ciel, people like that coming to the store and asking for it, so he made it for the larger public. We have the classic colors here, which are black, red, and then of course the brand new color, which is our limited edition for this year. It's called the Sacred Scarab. I don't know if you can see, but it's incredibly beautiful. It's iridescent beetle wings. We wanted to do something really special. Oops, that one's not set because it's a sample, and we don't have that many.
Oh, can I show? I don't mean to interject, but I have this really, really amazing version, and I don't know that. Did you do these for anyone else but me?
The Jupiter, or is no? That's the black.
Is this the Angel Heart?
That's the baby Angel Heart.
But it's like a little tiny one for my small body.
Yes. We have that. That's on the website too. That's like kind of the companion piece. That's the, sister piece. And then we have an even smaller version, which is the baby devil heart. So that's kind of the smallest. This is actually a great piece. This is a one-off that's inscribed with 666.
Whoa.
This is a size 11. That's on the website. One of a kind.
I don't think I ever saw that one before.
Then we have another little one of a kind here. This is another little baby devil. I love this one. I don't want anyone to buy it, but it's got ruby in the eyes. And we can actually custom set any of these rings with stones in the eyes. You just shoot us an email, or there should be an option on the site to select. It's like an extra $100, $200. And then this is brand new. We just released this yesterday. It's called the Guardian Pentacle Ring. It's kind of inspired by hardware. You see a lot of hardware, like riveting, that kind of stuff on a lot of like my dad's work, like here, on these little guys. And the pentacle is, you know, kind of known as like the ultimate symbol of like protection. So we thought this would be a great way to have, you know, pentacles shooting out from every angle. And that comes in every size from 5 to 13, probably a great gift if you're looking for something for holidays. Then we have, oh yeah, every angel heart comes in this box. It's kind of awesome. We have the ram's head pendant. Come on. So yeah, I'll just go down the line. The sacred scarab is kind of inspired by like Egyptian mythology, and you see that in a lot of my dad's work. Like you have the scarab ring here. This is from like the 1970s, which is always a hit at Oddities. We always sell out of these. Also like the Sphinx, that's also like very Egyptian. This is one of my dad's first pieces. It was done with acid etching actually, which is like a process where you draw the image in acid and it eats away the metal. It's super dangerous. This piece is actually not for sale, but we can remake it. It's from my mom's collection. My dad made it for her in 1982. There's an inscription that says, "For Sabina, whom I love, upon your departure from NYC." So I think they had just met, and she had to go back to Germany, but the rest is history. So over here you have the horsefly necklace, which I'm actually wearing, and I know Regina has one too. It's a great piece. It's definitely a statement piece. If there were any holiday parties, it'd be a good thing to wear. I don't think there will be, but so over here, yeah, so this is actually a great piece. We haven't brought these to Oddities before. I don't know why, but they're pretty cool. It's called the Lizard King. And he's set with black onyx. That's a pretty big hunk of silver. I have him here with hematite eyes as well. And then the Superfly, which is a classic. I think Steven Tyler has one of these. It's kind of glam rock. The shield ring, this kind of goes with what I'm wearing here. I have a smaller version. More shield rings set with chrysoprase, amethyst. We have more chrysoprase, moonstone, which I love. That's my favorite stone.
Let's get a nice close-up of that one.
Yeah,
So
moonstone is known as
beautiful.
the traveler's stone. It's, you know, it was supposed to protect people traveling at night, like under moonlight.
I know you already said it, but all of this jewelry can be purchased at alexstreeter.com.
Yeah, and I made a special link with all of these pieces that you guys will be able to just shop, and we're doing free shipping worldwide. And if you
Amazing.
use the code Oddities, you'll get 20% off. Yeah.
Oh my God, what a perfect holiday gift. I know you already talked about this piece, but can you give like a little bit more insight? Because I know you actually made a custom one for us at the last
okay.
Los Angeles
So
market.
this piece is actually based on a piece that my dad saw growing up at the Metropolitan Museum. Queen, not Nefertiti, but Queen someone, she had
One of the great
a
queens.
fly necklace that was just like this. I mean, not quite like this, but flies all around. So he made his own version, which is called the Queen of the Flies necklace, and we have it in silver and gold plate. We also have the earrings, if you just want to go. The earrings are a really like awesome little gift for the holidays. They're $45, but with the discount, I think they're like $36. So, you know, if you're looking for like a gift for a friend or something like that.
They really do have a regal quality, or they almost kind of remind you of like Napoleon or something.
Oh, thank you.
Or maybe Napoleon's sister.
Or Josephine.
Yeah.
So I guess back on down the line, what's over here? Yeah, so on that note, we have the bee necklaces, which are like in a similar vein. They're called like the Queen of the Bee necklaces. You have gold plate, silver plate. These are basically just shrunken down versions of this original. These were carved in the 80s. And then we also have, these are solid gold studs, which I'm actually wearing a shrunken version of. And so yeah, okay, so this is the Ouroboros ring, which is always a big hit at oddities. You guys all probably know the Ouroboros, but this is kind of a skeletal, macabre version. It's a skeletal snake biting its tail, which symbolizes like the circle of life. That is kind of the theme we were going for, I forgot to mention, with the sacred scarab. The sacred scarab, like the scarab in ancient Egypt, was a symbol of rebirth and resurrection. So that was kind of a theme we were trying to invoke for this year, because 2020 has been obviously a hard year for so many people. And you know, I think a lot of people have had to try to like reinvent themselves. And yeah, we really wanted to have like a positive message behind this year's limited edition. Let's see. This piece, I love this piece. This is kind of, I'm wearing one. It's like a steer skull, kind of goth cowboy look. This is a Black Widow signet ring. We have actually both of these as bolo ties. They're on the website. The dragon claw ring. It's kind of an awesome mega piece. That's from the medieval collection. That's all in the medieval section of our website. Oh my god, the little skull ring. I carved this. It's my first skull. I'm gonna, you know, it's okay. Let's see. These guys, these are amazing. These are the stackable dragon claw rings. So you can get two. This one's rose gold. They're adjustable, they stack. They're beautiful. And then matching, we have the dragon tooth necklaces, which match the little rings. That's black onyx, chrysoprase, but again, we have those in moonstone, amethyst, as well. Let's see, I'll come around. So down the line, oh, these are great. This is called the Morbid Debutante necklace. We've never had this at Oddities before. I don't know why, because it's perfect. It's a pearl necklace with a skull. We have it with lava rocks too, lava beads, with like an all black version. And down here, this is the bead necklace, just alternated with black onyx beads. So something a little more demure than the larger necklace. Down here we have studs, which I think are like a really great present for the holidays. You know, you don't need to know someone's size. I carved these. These are the North Star and Moon. I like to wear these alternated, so you have a star on one side and a moon on the other. And the Ankh dagger is another Egyptian thing that, like, I carved these. I also love Egyptian mythology. And then we have the classics pentagrams here. These are the thorn stars, which we have as a larger necklace. And we also have angel heart rings with thorn stars inside. The classic pentagrams, pentacles, that kind of thing. Then we have the sword-pierced heart. We have that as a necklace as well down here in a larger size. The little goat head, these are little, you know, little horn gods, the goat. We've got scorpions. Yeah, and then we've got these. We only had a couple of these last time at Oddities, so I didn't get to show them off as much as I wanted to, but these are new. They're called the Pagan Priestess Rings. We have them in a bunch of different colors and sizes. We've got garnet, citrine, pink coral, black onyx, amethyst, jade, what else? Peridot, I think, as well. You know, so just if you head to our website, you'll see all of them listed. We're doing them in gold as well. And you can buy these with or without the chain. They make a great charm that you can just hang on your charm necklace. These are tiny. This is the dragon star. So I'll keep going.
Is there a piece that like you're obsessed with that you wear every day?
The piece I'm most obsessed with is probably the first piece I ever was obsessed with was this piece, which is part of this whole scale collection. It's like based on medieval armor.
Does it actually articulate?
No, it doesn't. That would be very cool. Maybe we should make one.
That'd be interesting. And all this stuff is handmade, one of a kind work, right? Or not one of a kind, but
Well, yeah, we
everything is
cast,
made
so it's
to
not.
order.
It's made to order exactly. It usually takes us a couple of weeks to get your orders out, but the stuff I'm showing here today is stuff we have stock on. You know, we have plenty of stock, so we can. If you guys order within, the code expires in 48 hours. So if you order within the next 48 hours, we can like rush for Christmas for sure.
What is
yeah.
the typical lead time on something
The
that someone
typical
would
lead
purchase
time, I
today?
mean, with COVID, it used to be 2-3 weeks. Now with COVID, it's more like 4 weeks. But that's for like our general website. For this stuff, we have stock, so we should be okay. You know, if you're placing an order for Christmas, like just let us know. Shoot us an email or put it in the comments of your order, and we'll definitely like do our best. We'll rush ship it if we have to. We're spending so much money on shipping, but it's good for you guys.
Did you talk about these, the little crossbones?
The little crossbones, yeah, we made those with you guys a while back.
Yeah, that was a collaboration because obviously, you know, a lot of people think about the Oddities Flea Market, and of course bones come up, and what better way to celebrate than the crossbone necklace? What was the name of this? Was it called the crossbone necklace?
Crossbone necklace, yeah.
Accurately named.
It's definitely the hunk of silver. It's a cool piece. We sold a lot of those in LA. For some reason, super popular in LA.
People just have great taste out there.
Yeah, and oh no. So over here we have some. These are also some of my favorites. These are probably one of the biggest hits. This is the Scorpion Garnet Marquise stone ring. Garnet is actually definitely my favorite stone. It's the word for garnet comes from the Latin pomegranate, which is you know, of course, for its red color. In ancient Greece, I think they used to gift pomegranates as like tokens of love. So garnet is definitely known as like a lover's stone.
It's a sexy color.
It's a sexy.
If you don't
color.
mind me saying.
And then we have the bees and honey ring. I would say that's probably the second most popular. That is a little citrine. The citrine is the honey.
Is that a new piece?
That's like a year or two old. Yeah, it's been around for a little while.
It also has like a very regal
Citrine is
quality to it.
also like from the word comes from citron in French, which is French for lemon. So that kind of represents the lemon color. We also have these in black onyx, little bee band rings, just different sizes. And of course the flying hearts. This is actually my dad's, I think, very first piece, which was...
Wait, which piece is your dad's first piece?
Well, technically the first piece is a Sphinx, because that was like acid etching, like 1971, but that was before he started doing carving. This was maybe one of his first carvings, which is the flying heart ring. It's a really classic motif, you know, like weightlessness of the soul kind of thing.
You see that a lot in tattoo culture.
Yeah, yeah.
That image tends to be used
He
pretty
was
frequently.
definitely, my dad has an old Lyle Tuttle from like
Of course
1968,
he has.
yeah. Mother, you know, like, you can't even read it now.
Your dad's one of the OGs, that's why.
And
I'm
so-
glad that you can carry on the legacy.
I don't have any tattoos, I can't get those.
Oh, I just mean his amazing jewelry.
Oh, yeah.
I wish I could have been cool enough to live in New York City back in the day. Our next vendor, Linda Pastorino, actually told me earlier that she knew your father quite well and
Oh,
used to
really?
go to the shop. So it's kind of an
great.
interesting thing to
On
hear.
West Broadway?
Yes, and
Yeah.
Alex also, I was friends with Alex.
That's so funny, I'll have to call him
Yeah,
and
yeah.
ask. That's so sweet. Yeah, you never know who was down there at the time. Like, he also had so many crazy people walk into that store and buy things that, you know, half the time he didn't even recognize, like, the celebrities. You know, like, David Bowie bought boot tips from him, and he didn't know it was David Bowie until he saw him later at a club, and everybody was freaking out that it was David Bowie, and he saw the boot tips and was like, oh my god.
New York City.
You know.
That's what makes it unique.
And then down the line, oh, here are some pieces that I made. Oh, actually, speaking of like the early days, this is kind of one of the first pieces he ever made. I think late 70s. That was, you know, featuring the pentagram ring before Angel Heart, any of that. It's the Goat Man. And
Good old
he's-
Goat Man.
He's holding a little pentagram as a torch, kind of lighting the way, and that's on the website. These are kind of the classic necklaces. This is the baby devil heart that goes with the little rings, just a classic pentagram, and then this big angel heart shield necklace. And like, here are some of the pieces I made this year. I kind of made them during quarantine.
Amazing. I love the heart with the dagger through it. It's a classic image.
That's over here. Yeah. Oh, this one I didn't make. This is an Alex, but I put it in the sword family, so I figured. Yeah, this is a super classic image. Like I said, we have this stud version, a tiny necklace version. We also have a black onyx version where the heart is black onyx, like this, with a sword through it, which is a necklace. Also, like a great gift.
Now, do you guys do any kind of customized pieces? If someone wanted to, for instance, put a stone on a ring or maybe a necklace, do you guys offer that service?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I just got a request for a turquoise angel heart ring, that kind of thing. We totally do that. You know, I can't promise like the turnaround times, definitely not not for Christmas, but it should be about, you know, a month or two to get that going. Depends what it is. This is yeah, the Lilith Eternal necklace that I just put out a couple weeks back. This is a pentagram held by like a moon, held up by like a North Star, and if you know the sigil of Lilith, it's a moon with a cross underneath. So this is kind of my version of that. I have it in a miniature form here too. That's like a very, you know, wearable little necklace. The little Athame dagger. This was one of my early pieces. I made this a couple years back, but I haven't really. I think I just started putting my work on the website because I was too shy. And
Do you do a lot of the finishing and refinishing yourself?
yeah, I do a lot. Well, I wish I did more. I do a lot of like the website, product, photography, that kind of thing. And I'll do, you know, a lot of polishing and stuff like that. But
So if you didn't have nail polish, your fingers would look
oh,
like mine.
My nails are jacked. This nail was about to come off like halfway, so I got a manicure.
Oh, you can always tell.
She super glued it for me. So
There'll always be a little bit of polishing compound under your nails, no
I don't
matter
know how
much
all
you
these
clean them.
jewelers have super nice nails. Like I'm like so jealous.
Oh,
don't know
I
what they're
always look at jewelers' hands. I'm like,
They should
one
be
of
bad.
us.
They should be rough. Here back to the earrings. Oh, this piece. This is a great piece. Jimmy Page has this piece. He did a shoot for Guitar Aficionado in like the 90s or 2000s. And we loaned them some jewelry. We didn't even know who was going to be in the shoot, you know, that kind of thing. And then my coworker Rebecca got a call a couple weeks later, like very polite Englishman, you know, hello, I was just wondering if I could purchase that piece off of you. So of course we let him have, you know, he wanted to pay. It was very sweet. And this is two snakes holding a black onyx shield. Again, you see that riveting that's in so much of this work. And that we actually have a matching ring to as well. I don't have it here today, but it's on the website. The Magician's Mirror. And this is actually based off, if you know, a scrying mirror, like the black mirror, essentially. Supposedly you can look into the future or teleport locations. And that kind of matches the Sphinx necklace, which has that similar shield.
Can I try a ring on?
Sure, sure.
It's always really hard to
That's
find
it.
like the right skull ring. Do you know what I mean?
That's a chunky one. I might give it another go, but
Look at this one. I feel like everybody has their own version of the skull ring,
it's
and everyone is unique, but I love how subtle this one. I think the key to a good skull ring is to not make it look too happy. And I think that's where some people mess up.
it has to look a little mean.
It has to look like a little mean and just like a little old-fashioned, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Check that out. It goes with my other. I was showing this off earlier. This is my Alex Streeter ring. What is this one called again?
Baby angel heart.
The Baby Angel Heart.
And that's bone black, just a classic black color.
You can see there's the what looks like a little goat head on the side. I wear this ring all the time. It's just such a perfect ring for like my size hand.
What size are you, Ryan? Just for future
I
reference.
don't know actually. I thought you would know.
I should, I guess. I've become really good at guessing people's sizes from,
What are we thinking here?
what are we thinking? Like a 9?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Oops.
From Oddities, which is, always a good skill to have.
Yeah, I've always been enamored by these particular ones. This is a unique one.
So that's actually a great option. I know like the angel heart ring itself is a little pricey, but that's an silver version. It's called the pagan ring. And
Can we
it
show a
has the
close up
same-
of that one? Because that's an interesting one as well.
Has the same, this one's definitely got some patina. Has that same, ram's head motif with a domed pentagram. And that is about $200 in the site, but with the 20% off, it'll be, $160? And then back to the earrings over here, we have the Man in the Moon earrings. And like I said, these are a great gift for the holidays. They're super light, super wearable. They're only $36 with the discount. They're plated, but the ear wire itself is gold fill. We have the larger man, the long one. This is a necklace too, but the smaller man is my favorite. They're both, you can see he's smiling on one side and frowning on the other. Maybe it's easier to see on the silver. So yeah, we have a ton of those pre-made, ready to go. So if we can ship them super quickly, definitely in time for Christmas. They're a perfect gift because you don't need to know a size. Here's the horse flies. Those kind of go with the necklace.
Have you ever done like a single horsefly necklace?
I'm sure we have at some point, but I've never seen one. It's not a bad idea, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I love these. It's such a cool piece. Such a classic design.
Yeah, it's kind of a little bit like Joan of Arc, definitely medieval feeling.
Definitely.
Medieval or classic tattoo
Just show a
dots.
couple more close-ups of some of these pieces just so we can get a better sense. Little scorpions. Showing them my jeweler's nails. These pieces are beautiful too. The little rope twist design is a nice touch. And it has that angel heart look on the
Yeah,
inside.
it's like a stylized version of the horns.
Oh yeah.
It's not as overt, like,
Sort of looks like a snake's mouth.
we've been thinking about doing a snake, like, version.
Good old snake never hurt anyone. Oh wait. Yes they do.
These are, again, the sword pierced hearts and little goat heads. These are little silver studs. Also a great gift. Don't need to know size. And we have a lot of those ready to go in stock. Oh, here we go. I haven't talked. Did I talk about these? I can't remember. The Morbid Debutante pieces. These are lava rocks with black onyx. Or these are black onyx bee necklaces, and these are pearl with. Oh, I did talk about these. Okay, doesn't matter. Yeah, the Morbid Debutante. It's supposed to be sort of like a. A high, like a glamour look, but still a little bit macabre. I feel like I kind of covered everything, but
We're actually at our 5-minute mark.
we are, okay.
So
That's good.
let's see.
Yeah,
Let's see if there's any questions. If not, maybe I can ask these on loose.
and yeah, just to reiterate, we have free shipping anywhere in the world right now. Use code oddities for 20% off. And 20% off works on the whole website, not just these pieces. But the link you'll get has like all these pieces specifically in the collection, so it's easier for you to find. But you can use that code on the website. The only thing you can't use the code on is solid gold pieces, because gold prices are really crazy right now. But yeah, anything silver, bronze, go for it.
So Tana Snyder was asking how much are the revenge daggers. If you go to alexstreeter.com, all the prices are going to be there. And I know that you mentioned that there is a code, but can we just talk about that again? There's a discount code.
Yeah, the discount is 20% off. It expires in 48 hours, so that's going to be Tuesday, Tuesday the 8th. You can order, send us an email. You can do it online. If you have any questions, feel free to DM me on Instagram.
You can also, like, if there's any issues with any of that, you can also reach out to Oddities Flea Market, either through DM or email us at odditiesflea@gmail.com, and we will relay the message.
So yeah, and like I said, a lot of these options have different stones that you don't see here. If you're looking for something with a different color, different setting, especially these, we have these in, I think, 8 different options. So these are a really amazing little gift, especially in gold. I love them in gold. And
Did you talk about this little goat head necklace?
did I? I might not have. It's this is a ram's head pendant. It's also kind of like medieval meets, macabre. It's a shield, the ram's head shield set over bronze, so it's like a mixed metal situation. Really cool, really solid, heavy pendant. Great for men, I think. Well, great for anyone, but it's definitely a big piece. It's a showpiece. And if you're looking for something a little more subtle with the goat heads, you also have the tiny goat heads over here.
You can never really have enough goat heads,
If you search
Lily.
goat head on our website, you'll see a bunch of weird stuff pop up. So if that's your thing, definitely. We have it as a little tiny necklace as well. And yeah, these, I want to reiterate, these little one-of-a-kinds are up for grabs. The 666 baby devil heart ring.
So those are just single pieces?
They're single one-offs. Like, we can do custom engraving for an additional fee. I think it's about $10 a letter or something like that. And just let us know. This one's got 666. This one's got the rubies in the eyes, which is also just a custom feature we offer on any of the angel heart rings. That makes for like a really beautiful gift.
I love this one.
I've got this one in a size 11 ready to go.
So can these be sized, or are these just like a one-off?
We would make-
Once they're done, they're done?
No, those are kind of done once they're done.
Okay.
I mean, they can be sized. We can like laser resize, but that would be like another fee, and it might delay your order.
Just look at that piece. These are my favorite ones.
Yeah, we have that. This is the matching necklace for it.
Sick, eh? I love that.
This is kind of the necklace version.
Pair up. Beautifully done. Beautiful and tasteful.
Thank you, Ryan.
Okay, looks like we are actually at our last minute. See, time flies when you're having
All right.
fun, Lily.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry,
thank you
Lily.
so much for being part of the virtual market.
Thanks so much for having me.
I've been a huge fan of your work and your dad's work since I first found out about it, and it's really like a pleasure, but also an honor to have you guys be part of our events, in person or virtual.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I think moving on, we have a little message from one of our vendors who's actually not here today, but she wanted to just kind of talk about her products and say hello from Los Angeles. Do we have?
Hi everyone, Lacey from SEANCE Perfumes here, and I'm very excited to be a part of this virtual market. I am always thrilled to be a part of the Oddities family. I have made a signature scent for Ryan and Regina that you can find on the Oddities Flea Market website, or you can find it on my website at seanceperfumes.com. I am a perfume maker, candle maker, jewelry maker, pin maker, anything I can get my hands on. I love to be creative, and I love anything that is vintage inspired, especially the Victorian era, older, and onward. I love extravagant, beautiful French perfume bottles that you can find often at the Oddities Flea Market auctions or on my website. And I'm just really excited to be here to talk to you a little bit about a couple pieces in my line that I want to highlight. The first one is my new candles. They're what I like to call boudoir candles. These are the Mon Cherie candles. This is my Lavender de Providence candle. This is a candle that is lavender and sage, hand-rolled herbs inside of it. It's natural soy wax and it burns for 20 to 25 hours and it's just really beautiful. I feel like having one of these next to your bedroom in your boudoir is always lovely and gives you a calming and sexy vibe. Who doesn't love that? I also have a couple other scents in the Mon Cherie candles, so you can check those out on my website. I'm also really excited to talk about my newest perfume, Morning Bloom. This perfume, I like to say, is a combination of a funeral home meets an Indian temple. What does that mean? It means that it's very floral with a little hint of an Indian oil. I was in India and I searched high and low for the right kind of oil to use, and I found this scent and I knew that someday it needed to be used in a very special way. So I blended it with a bunch of wonderful flowers to create the funeral home scent meets the beautiful spirituality of the Indian temple. So it's kind of my ode to the morning tradition, which I have a lot of in my line. I'm really interested in vanity, vintage vanity, anything old and beautiful. So I fit right in with Oddities Flea Market, of course, and I do sell a lot of pieces for them for their auctions. If you're ever interested in old perfume bottles, or if you're interested in smells in general, please check out my website. I have an array for men, women, and everybody in between. And I'm just really thrilled to be a part of this. And I hope that everybody out there is doing well and you're happy and you're healthy. And that's that. Thank you so much, you guys. I'll see you soon.
Thank you, Lacey. It's so heartbreaking not to have you in the actual room with us, but thank you for at least making a little video and just talking about what you do. We appreciate what you do and we miss you. I wanted to note that we have done some collaboration work with Seance Perfumes. There's an Oddities embalming lotion it's an oil, it's for your body and your hair. There's an Oddities perfume that's actually only available on our website. It's white amber, jasmine, and musk. It smells delectable, if you don't mind me saying so myself. And then what I'm super excited about and have here in my possession is this Oddities cloche candle. This is another collaboration that we did. This is available on the Seance website. It's a special order piece. However, we have this one in person. We're actually going to be giving away this candle for one of the buyers of one of my pieces that's going to be at the end of the Virtual Oddities Flea Market. But let me just show this off real quick. It's got this nice little cloche. And it has this this really lovely musk. I think when we were talking to Lacey about creating the candle, we kept saying oh, we kind of want it to smell like a mummy. We want some kind of Egyptian, remnant in here, and I have a vague hint of it. But it also just looks beautiful on a coffee table or in your bedroom. So, really cool piece. And once again, special order. Contact Lacey at seance.com. Shall we announce our next vendor? Okay, so I'm super excited, not only about the next vendor, but just to have her in my presence, because one, Linda Pastorino is by far one of the coolest looking people I've ever seen in my entire life. And that's actually how we became friends, because I think she came to one of our Oddities Flea Markets in Brooklyn, and I said, I need to be friends with you. You look awesome, and you look like someone that I would be interested in speaking with. And it turns out she is awesome. So let me introduce you to Linda Pastorino. And can you just refresh my memory? How do you pronounce your business name?
Sinkyang.
Sinkyang. So let's have a look at her table.
So basically, I have an arranged table with a lot of different kinds of items. I have a lot of inventory of, ancient through early 20th century, and my business really spans a whole huge range. I specialize in ethnographic art and always have sold ethnographic jewelry, but I've also bought early works of art, European stuff, oddities, taxidermy. I like everything. And so as a collector, I've been collecting a long time. I've basically always purchased things that I like for myself, and I, as a collector, have been going around with, you know, a long time when I was a young person with my parents, and I've always been traveling, and this is sort of like a global table with things from all over the world. So these things over here are mostly, I would say that these are really ethnographic items, in that this is, you know, a Nupe headdress. It's actually a skull with a bird beak and worn for fertility. And there's actually, I put together a website very quickly in the last 3 days.
Thank you, Linda.
On Shopify, and there's a picture of a Nupe wearing one of these bird bill headdresses. And then this is a Naga head-taking basket. This is like one of the best ones I've ever had.
So basically, if you need a place to keep your hacked off heads, this is a basket that was created for just that. And I love these monkey skulls.
Monkey skulls, and this is a carved Naga effigy and a bison horn. And this is a really, really nice one, a very old one. This is a late 19th century one, and also of a quality that you really don't find very often.
This would be worn across your chest.
The chest, right.
That's a really beautiful one. I have a very small version of this.
This is another one that's a smaller version, and also really nice, and a really nice old one as well.
What are these? Is this some kind
This
of
is like
rattan?
a rattan jute. Sometimes they used goat hair on a lot of these. They dyed goat or sometimes monkey hair also. Now these are very interesting. These are something that were made, this is a very later version of what the Naga people started doing in the 1980s. I was over in India doing a fashion line then, and I used to buy antiques while I was in India, and the Naga people were really still doing a lot of their traditional crafts at that time, and they were working in the traditional materials. But then because a lot of designers like myself were coming to town, they started doing these very fantastical things, and they started creating these fantasy items. This is all bone, animal bone.
Is it yak bone?
Yeah,
I
well,
think that's
some of
something
it
that was
is,
used
some
a
of
lot.
it is, and some of it is sheep bone or cow bone as well. But then they started doing these incredible girdles and belts and all these big pendants. And I have some of those things here, as well as this necklace. And they were done probably in the 80s, I would say. And this necklace is a really cool piece, which has got large skulls on it. And then, of course, there's the traditional items, which are the antique pieces, which are, things are falling, okay. Like this is a traditional piece, and this is worn by headhunters. This actually is brass with teeth, and this one has 4 teeth, which usually means that they've taken the amount of animals also that the amount of teeth are representing. Then there's also this, which is an interesting necklace, which is Indian, and this is 3 rows of rat's teeth. This is a necklace that is African, and this is snake vertebrae. These are on the website, and this is these are also vintage.
Are those snake vertebrae necklaces?
Yeah, these are snake vertebrae necklaces, and they're African.
You can still wear those. They're very clean.
Oh yeah. These are very good. I mean, these are definitely wearable. They're really nice ones.
They also just look really nice draped up on a wall. I've seen people sometimes take things like this and
These
put
have
it
good
around
patina.
taxidermy.
I mean, they're really good patina on those.
Really beautiful. The patina on these are quite lovely as well. All delicate snake vertebrae. This would make a nice pocket chain, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would actually. That's a good idea. Some of these are strung on the metal, and you could drape them a lot easier when they're done like that. This is a really cool piece. This is a head-taking piece. This is like a skull of a monkey, but it's not really a skull, it's a wooden carved skull. And that's even rarer. These are rarer than the actual skull ones.
It's almost like the what was referred to as replacement shrunken heads.
Yeah, that's right.
When they didn't have a shrunken
Yeah.
head, they would take a gourd or another type of item, and they would make it resemble a shrunken head and put human hair on it and other such things.
This is also typical of a kind of torque that's worn, and these are very cool and very modern looking, actually. These torques that are worn.
And is that made out of brass?
This is all brass, but this is a real heirloom piece. It's very worn. It's got really good age. Some of these things are several hundred years old, in fact, because they didn't really change the designs much. So, you know, they've been wearing these kinds of things for, like, you know, sometimes even several hundred years. Even like some of them could go back Dongsong period, and the Dongsong metalwork, they've sort of carried those types of designs through to the present time. So this is an interesting piece. This is Tibetan, and this is a shaman's rattle. So if you need, you know, if you need something done, you just shake this around.
Love it.
And this is something that could be very useful.
I'm sorry, what was
This
this
is a
piece?
shaman's rattle, Tibetan shaman's rattle.
Wow. Does it actually rattle?
It doesn't really, but it's sort of like what they do with it is like they it's a shamanistic piece, and so they actually it's like a divination piece.
Crazy looking. What is this made of? Is it all carved wood?
No, that's a
in
horn.
the horn?
That's a horn and wood, yeah.
It's a really neat looking piece. That has its own little stand, custom stand.
Okay, now we are moving on into the ethnographic jewelry area here, and this is quite a nice piece, which is a headdress.
Wow.
This is from Morocco, and it's all enamel. Dates from about 1930, all sterling silver. And there's a really good picture on the website of wearing this. It's like, you know.
Oh, is it meant to be worn
Oh,
above?
yeah, just like this, and then yeah, isn't this cool? But you can also like wear it as a necklace too. It's very cool like that.
Okay, the piece that's next to it,
Whoops.
flipping out about.
Oh, the mourning necklace.
Oh yes.
Yeah, now
And it's
this
a
is
little different than any that I've ever actually seen.
because I put it together. I
Well, there
designed
you
it.
go.
And so this is a collection of mourning jewelry, and then I took you know, antique and vintage pieces of jewelry, and I kind of fashioned this together with eye agates.
So those were all originally brooches?
All brooches.
Wow.
And I put it together as a necklace.
And everything that you see here, is it available on your website?
Well, everything that I brought is available. In fact, I just did the website for this amount of stuff because that's what I was able to get done.
That seems to be a common theme
Yes.
here.
Yeah, but there's going to be a lot more. I'm going to keep, you know, it's going to be like a platform. I'll keep like building it.
Great. I'm glad we influenced you
Yes,
to
well,
do so.
it's like a long time coming, you know. And then there's some silver jewelry. This is a really heavy piece. Now this can do a lot of damage.
It looks like it.
Feel the weight of that. That's like pounds of silver.
Wow.
And that's from India, and it's late 19th century.
Look at the detailing in this.
Now, I used to wear, you know, like, I always wear jewelry like that. And when I was living in the city in the 70s, it was a pretty dangerous place on the subways. And, you know, guys would see me, and they'd be like gang members, and they'd say, we're not fooling around with you. And so it is actually very protective.
It's a multi-purpose,
Yes.
Decorative,
It's-
yet used as a weapon if need be.
Yeah, that's right.
And it actually, it's funny. It actually has a little bit of a delicate quality to it.
It does, but it's also,
Until you look at these
a lot of
sharp
those pieces
sides.
with the projectiles were made to repel animals in the field. That's why women wore them. And in fact, this was actually an anklet, believe it or not.
Wow. You wouldn't want to hit your other ankle with it,
No,
would you?
absolutely not. Then I put together some pieces recently, which are these 18th and 19th century buckles, which some of them are jet and some of them are pyrite. And these are, you know, I made into bracelets.
Oh, beautiful.
So those
What
are,
was the buckle for? Was it a brooch originally?
no, it's a shoe buckle.
Actually for a shoe.
Yeah, and they used to have these from the 18th century, all those decorated shoes. And they'd have very fancy buckles.
Can we show a detail of this one as well? It's really quite delicate.
And this is pyrite, this one, which is really cool. I have a whole collection of those that are on the website. Here.
These are also on the website. This one looks to be fully beaded. Really beautiful. Look at the buckle on this, or the clasp rather.
Yeah, I try to really find components that are, you know, in keeping with what I'm trying to do with the design. It's really hard to put new components with old components, and that's the real trick, trying to find things that look good together.
Stuff just ain't made like it used to.
Yeah. And then this ring is very interesting. This is a Georgian ring from the 18th century, and that's sapphires and pearls with also metals, cut steel.
Try to put a detail on that as well.
I never hung up these earrings. These are very interesting. These are Salamancan earrings, 18th century. And I don't know if your viewers, I think on the website I put a photo. In Salamanca, there's a festival where the women dress up and they wear tons and tons of jewelry, especially religious jewelry. And actually, when I met you, Ryan, I was wearing one of those really huge necklaces that are reliquary necklaces. And these are worn during these ceremonies, religious ceremonies. And these are actually, you open it up and they can go right into your hole of your ear. See, like they pull out.
Oh, so you don't need to have a stretch.
No, see, this is like, you just put it in your earlobe.
Beautiful. So detailed.
Yeah, it's all granulation. And let's see, what else? Okay, now we're coming into, I'll keep talking about the jewelry.
Yeah, let's stay on jewelry because
Yeah.
some of the other religious artifacts I'd
Yeah.
definitely like to go more in depth on.
See, these are actually quite beautiful, the work on these. These are from Central Asia, Bukhara, and it's micro mosaic. And these would have been worn 2 at a time. And, you know, you could do one in the back, one in the front. I used to wear them like that, one in the back and one in the front. And these are to hold the Quran. These open up, and there's a compartment to put the Quran in them. And these are from Khiva in Bukhara.
Oh, can you actually show the interior when you take off the cap? Just so people can see. Basically, like,
It's a box.
it's a little box
You
that you
can
could
put anything in here.
You could put a book, you could put your
Yeah.
diary.
Right, or you
Or
could
the
put other
Quran.
stuff.
Yeah. Whatever you please.
Other stuff. Okay.
Sorry about that. We have a vendor loading out right now.
And then there's really cool belts. I mean, look at these belts. Look, this isn't, you know, I mean, look at the work that they used to put on the belts years ago. This is Central
Show a
Asian
close-up of that.
and Turkmen. Those are carnelian, gilt silver. They look really good with jeans too.
This clasp is actually pretty unique. Really nice old leather. It's still in very good condition. You don't have to worry about it breaking.
Yeah, no, it's really wearable. All this stuff is really wearable. I've used, you know, a lot of it I use.
I'll put these here.
This is a really gorgeous one too. This is from Central Asia, Bukhara. And it's all Nilo work with silver and gilt silver. This is actually, used to be a man's belt, this one.
That one keeps falling.
Yeah, it seems like it doesn't want to stay up. All right, anyway.
I wonder if we could prop it up with something.
Let's move over here. Okay, then these are on the, all of this stuff is on the website. These are Moroccan, and I fashioned these from earrings. So really not to waste anything, I'm really into recycling. Basically, these are earrings, but you can wear them as bracelets.
And so, where do you find? I mean, I know
Well,
you used to
I bought
travel
these
a lot.
in Morocco. I got these in Morocco. I traveled since I was about 13, going overseas and buying. But these I bought maybe a couple of years ago, and you know, it's harder and harder to find. I mean, a lot of the problem is now the older stuff is getting really hard to find.
Yeah, now people aren't traveling as
Right,
much, and
exactly.
I think it seems as though you have a treasure trove of items. Though.
I have more though, a lot more.
I'm sure you
It's
do.
just- yeah, it's.
Now, is stuff being regularly put onto your website, or will it in the
No,
future?
I mean, it will be. Actually, now that there is a website, yes.
Yeah, get it while you can, because this is all beautiful, one of a kind.
See, this also, these are pendants from Morocco, but then because I bought the pendants alone, I put it on a ribbon, but all of these would have been on one necklace originally. So this also, you know, those are all silver, gilt silver. These are 19th century.
Beautiful.
What's really fantastic is this necklace. This is Turcoman. See, like big necklaces. This is like really where it's at. But you can't. You hear this? It's hard to wear this when you're trying to be quiet. You can't sneak up on anyone. So
You'd like blame the cat, like, hey, stop playing with that, but it's actually Linda Pastorino coming around the
everybody knows
corner.
that you're coming when you have this on. But this is, you know, gilt silver, all carnelian. This is from the Turkoman tribe in Central Asia. So that's another, I have a lot of specialty in this area, region, Central Asia, buying a lot of jewelry. These are really cool. These are Chinese. Beautiful mesh bracelets with dragons and coral heads, coral set eyes.
Oh, there's the dragon's face. I always love this mesh stuff. Early mesh.
Yeah, the Victorians used it as well. That's all filigree work on those.
Now, is this enameled?
That's enamel with, yes.
I think you might have already said that.
Yeah, filigree.
So delicate, so detailed. There's the clasp in there.
Then we have, let's see, this necklace is an interesting piece. I can't quite figure this out. It is Indian in style, and it looks like an anklet, but then actually the manufacturer of it is not Indian. So this is something that was probably made in the early the 1900s, Edwardian, copying an Indian style piece. And it's like during the Oriental phase when, you know, they were doing all the Orientalist paintings, wearing Orientalist clothing, they'd copy things like this. And this was used on Boardwalk Empire as a prop.
That actual piece?
Yeah, this piece, yeah.
Wow. Sometimes I think people don't even know what to do with some of the stuff. They feel like it's too delicate to wear. It looks fantastic.
No.
Framed in a shadow box as well on a
Yeah.
wall, just as an
That's
artifact.
Right, that's right.
or
A lot
focal
of this
piece.
jewelry, like when I have it in my house, I display it. It's very showy. So while you're not using it, it looks like really fabulous in big bowls or on the wall. This piece we should talk about. Now this sustained a little bit of damage getting it in the car. And
Oh, no.
There's like a bird that goes on the top, which I will put back. This is a soul boat, and this is to bring the souls of the dead to the afterlife. This is a very rare piece, and it's from Borneo. It's Dayak. And I know that this piece is haunted. I know this because...
Okay, so guys,
Yes.
if you purchase this piece, you will
Yes.
become haunted.
This is like, has the weebie-jeebies in it, this one. There's not too many pieces I've had that I actually can say that, you know, this is kind of like...
We actually have a good friend that deals with haunted items, haunted homes, and just hauntings in general. It'd be a great piece to show him.
Yeah, no, see if he got the vibe, because other people I know have gotten the vibe from this.
Well, hopefully my house doesn't become haunted.
No, I think it'll come back with me. I think so.
Well, as some may or may not know, the Dayak tribe was a headhunting tribe.
That's right, absolutely, and they have incredible carved skulls, which I don't have at the moment, and they're very hard to find, but they're very beautiful when you can find them.
Yeah, many are intricately carved. Some of them just look sinister, to say the least.
Then I brought a sort of assortment of a very large collection of costumes and clothing. Part of my business is selling costumes, ethnographic costumes, and I have pieces of different ages from around the world. This is actually from Syria, and you know, these clothes, I wear them instead of like, you know, new clothes. I mean, most of the people that buy these, they either collect them as costumes, but most of the people wear them. So they're...
Are they modern or old?
Well, no, these are all vintage, every single one of them. This is not super old, this is probably from the 50s, but this, and also this, I don't know if you recognize, but this is definitely like 70s, late 60s, 70s, Kuiper Pass, you know, hippie.
Yeah, like San Francisco era.
Absolutely, Haight-Ashbury.
Absolutely.
So this is a really nice one of that type.
You could wear a flower in your hair with that piece and feel good about it.
And this is, you know, from the 60s, all gold embroidery. But then we have an early example of Ottoman type of embroidery, which this is.
Wow. I want that to be a curtain so bad.
Yeah.
But
Okay, I know. Right. This is the kind. Right?
yeah, it's like a metal embroidery that's used on a lot of 18th and 19th century
a lot
items.
of what people were doing is taking these and making them into pillows or upholstery. A lot of these jackets are being like cut up to do that with.
That's often done with 17th, 18th, and 19th century tapestries.
That's right, exactly. I've done it myself sometimes too.
Well, a lot of the time they're in poor condition,
Yeah,
and
so-
that's kind of what we do oftentimes with memento mori jewelry or hair wreaths.
Absolutely.
If it's in disrepair,
Yes.
well, you can take it and you utilize it for something
Yeah,
else.
I do the same thing. So it is a way of actually making the piece survive.
Positive recycling.
This is a really interesting one also. This is in very good condition, really beautiful embroidery. This is from Afghanistan and also an earlier piece from the 1930s. And
Beautiful color scheme.
This is a really beautiful piece and it fits a lot of sizes, which is unusual because a lot of these are really small. So this is a nice one. Then I have some of these, which I'm sure everybody's familiar with, which is the Masonic kind of costumes. And I've always worn these as clothing, and like I know that people collect them, but like I like to wear them and use them. And then I also did two necklaces. There's another one on the chasuble. These are like made with vertebrae, and then this one is black onyx. So I did these for this show, and I do different kinds of designs that are contemporary.
Using a lot of antique elements.
Like parts, old components.
What do you think the Oddfellows outfit was used for?
You know, it's like, I think there's different characters.
Yeah.
And each character, they take on a different kind of like costume. Some of them look to me very Chinese, like some of the ones I've had, almost like they're like Chinese guardian warriors. And some of them look very medieval. So I think depending the characters, I mean, I don't know too much about the society and what.
Well, you have to be an odd fellow to know
I
about
think
the
so.
society.
but you know, there's even women that have, there's women's costumes and there's all the hats that they wear. I love them. I think they're fantastic.
We actually have an early catalog, which you would be able to order these costumes through. So
Really?
probably give you a little bit of insight. And I'm sure that if
Oh.
you went onto Google, you could probably find a printout of these things.
See, this is another one. And you know why I like this one is it reminds me of a lot of the work in the Central Asian clothing. So that's why this one for me is very interesting, you know. And then we have over here, this is a handbag that I created from an antique piece talking about upcycling. This piece is Ottoman, really beautiful detail. And then I added all of the coral, the fringe, and also the handle. This is and then inside, the work on the inside is really fantastic too. This is probably about 150 years old, the bag. And then what I just added recently to it. Then we have a bunch of religious items, which I've always been buying and collecting. We have this piece, which is all original.
Oh
and
man.
has, you know, the very unusual feature of the metal boots and the metal crown.
So, where's this one from?
This is Philippines.
Wow. What is? Can I get a look at it?
Sure.
Let's have a look at this piece. God, that's beautiful. And this is she's articulated, so you can move
Yeah.
her arms.
It's actually probably the Christ child.
Yeah, so if you moved, here, I'm just gonna put this here for a sec. Do her arms move, or
Yeah, they
are
do
they
move,
fairly
yeah.
delicate? She'd probably be going like this. We won't do that thing. A nice little velvet plinth. Is this made out of wood or paper mache?
That's wood. Gesso, wooden gesso.
Really, really fine piece.
I have on the website, I was going to bring it and then it was like too arduous a task. I have a large Madonna, which is on the website, which is also from the Philippines. And in a incredible, I bought a platform that is actually a bolster holder from the Philippines, and it was a perfect structure to put her in. And it's like this whole huge, you know, the presentation is incredible, but she's like, you know, 5 feet high, and it was like a huge thing to, you know, get down.
Well, it'd be a good thing to have when you're driving down the highway.
Yes, it would be. Exactly. This is another really beautiful 18th century piece, and this is probably Spanish.
I was flipping out about this
Yeah.
piece.
This
The
is a-
painting on it is just
it's
beautiful.
really nice original all gold leaf paint. And then also the corpus, which is a very bloody one.
He's particularly
Yes,
bloody, isn't he?
Yes, very particular, yes. And, you know, they have a lot of the blood and gore in South America and Mexico, so I'm thinking that might be where it could be from.
That's true. We actually recently came across an 8-foot version of Jesus on a cross, and I believe it's Spanish. And on the side, you can see his ribs exposed, and he's
Yeah,
really just
I
like
love those.
mangled
Yeah,
and bleeding.
Yeah,
and
yeah. And the more blood and guts, they tend to be South American.
I wonder why that is.
I don't know why. It's really interesting, though. That would be a good thing to kind of.
If
look
any of
into
you out there
research.
know, please leave some comments on the board.
And then I have some flat pieces. These are like the embroidery, which is a 19th century embroidery. These were done, you know, as mourning pictures. Sometimes you see them. This one is God the Father, and in the nice old gold frame. Then there
Sort of
is-
resembles a tapestry.
yeah, it's a type of work that was done during that period. This is more like a tapestry work. This one is quite interesting.
show that
All
one up close
all
up.
All embroidered. That's 18th century. With the Madonna,
Linda,
floating Madonna.
you got some good Christmas presents here. There's some imagery back here, some really fine detail.
Then we have, this was an interesting piece also, early 19th century,
Here, I'll pass
which
you
is
this
a scientific painting.
one. Oh, I love these. These are like
Wait.
oops, anatomical studies, often done either by an anatomist or a student studying anatomy.
That one is probably French.
Looks like watercolor, and just the foxing on the paper is just so beautiful. Hopefully you're not getting too much of a glare. But what's interesting about this, it looks like they've pinned the specimen to the table to maybe splay out the
Yes.
muscles and the tendons.
That's right. Whoops. Things are not staying up.
Beautiful piece. And this is on the website as well?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try to buy it.
As well as this, which is a really great monstrance, which would have had a reliquary in it at one point.
Linda, why do you do this to us?
This is a really nice piece. This one.
I was admiring this piece when Linda put it down on the table. Can I pick it up?
Yeah, sure.
It really does have some nice weight to it.
It's probably Vatican. It has stamps on it, and it's probably Vatican Workshop. And the
And
back.
the age?
The age of it about 1825.
So this would open, you would have the fragment of a saint. And you can just see how this is beautifully done, hand done. There's a stamp back here, you can sort of make it out. Just stunning.
Yeah, it's a nice piece.
Some really nice etching on the side. See, a lot of these were made in the 20th century, and they're just too detailed.
I
the
have
wrong
one
way.
actually from the 20th century. I didn't bring it, but this one is so much, I mean, the work on this is just so beautiful. But then there's a big difference in price because the one of the 20th century is completely different, you know, value than something like this.
Well, because those ones were machine made, as these were handmade.
That's right. And also all stamped, and this is, you know, fine metal. So now this, the last thing is this,
Oh, you actually have a piece down here too.
oh, okay, yeah.
I don't know if you remember.
Yep, I didn't. That's a New Mexican piece from about 1930s. And that would be symbolizing the resurrection. That's like a folky piece, but it's also very, you know, it's a very interesting piece because the frame is all carved and it's all one piece.
It looks like that bird's he's been having a day there.
Yeah,
I can't tell if he has like barbed wire wrapped around him.
yeah,
He's sort of a grisly image.
yeah. And this is a nice, really nice Trozabal, arts and crafts with a lot of beautiful embroidery detail. Also, these can be worn. Now, I know that sounds strange, but they look really, you know, if you wear them the right way, they're very good, you know. They
If
look
it has
good
your
on.
vote of approval, it
does-
doesn't
does-
sound strange.
No, it's good. They look good on, actually. And then there's another rosary that I created with the vertebrae, with the gemstones. This one. So I think let's see, did we get everything?
Yeah, I think so. And
Just to reiterate, Linda's website is down on the left-hand bottom screen. I think all these items, or most of these items,
All
are.
of them, yeah, all of them are there. Oh, you know, those rayos are very interesting. Yeah, those are really.
okay, now we get a discount, right?
Yep,
These are neat.
those actually can be
Here,
worn too.
I can pick them up.
I mean, believe it or not, those could be worn. I mean, they're fabulous for sculpture. For
So
people.
what are they?
Well, those go behind the religious sculptures.
Oh, it's like the little rayo.
Yes, but yeah, it's a rayos. But then you can also, I would like to actually start that fashion of using those.
Oh, these are so cool. You know what would look really interesting if you had a skull, or maybe like a polychrome
Yeah, and
bust.
use it as a
Just
framing
put it as
thing.
like a framing
That
behind.
would be fabulous. Yeah.
Really stunning. What are these made out of?
There's,
Aluminum?
no, those are silver.
Are they silver?
Yep.
There's 3 of them. Here's the third. How unique. If I saw these, I wouldn't really know what they were.
Jean-Paul Gaultier used them, I think, in a fashion show years ago.
Amazing. Do we see this piece? I think we saw some things like it, but let's get some detailed shots of.
Yeah, that's a nice one. It's got a lot of granulation. Those are Bulgarian buttons, and then a Moroccan pendant that I put on a ribbon. And, you know, it's an easy way to use some of the components, and also not as weighty as some of the original pieces. So it's, you know, if somebody has a little bit of trepidation about wearing the heavier stuff, then
A little bit of trepidation.
trepidation, yes.
Sorry, just a little oddities joke there. Hey, let's show the
Yeah, this is
Memento
really
Mori
beautiful. Yeah.
piece. Look at all these. You have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Memento Mori brooches on this stunning necklace. Look at the detail in these. All finely woven. I really like
Look
this
at the
one.
ribbon too, it looks like hair. I chose a ribbon that looks like the woven hair.
You see it okay? Beautiful work, Linda.
Thank you.
And I would bet that some of these have some nice stampings on the back of them
Yeah.
as well.
They're also gold, some of them are low gold. So they're not all I mean, some of them are silver gilt, but most of them are low gold.
Just beautiful work. Here's this piece. Let's see, what's some other pieces that we could show the detail of? These look like little teeth.
Yeah, those are rat's teeth.
Of course they are. Guys, if you ever were trying to figure out what to buy, maybe grandma or mom, well, here's a finely woven rat's tooth necklace. Maybe an anniversary present. Honey, I love you. I bought you these stunning rat's teeth. Oh, they're so cool.
It's also as a vintage necklace. That's a really cool thing that somebody did that. You know, it's Indian.
Yeah, even the necklace just has a level of detail that you just don't see any.
Oh, and I should mention there's also this. This is very early. Your friend was talking about his sarcophagi. This is also from the Han Dynasty, which is also quite old. 200 BC to about 200 AD. And that's it's a very primitive one of the type, but I mean, for a very low amount of money, somebody could come in and, purchase something that's several thousand years old. I have a lot of other ancient pieces. I didn't bring them, but that's something I also specialized in.
That's a beautiful piece.
And I'm trying to think what else. Very cool.
Did we show off this piece?
No, not really. No, that's a really cool thing.
And this
That's
appears to
not
be made out of bone as well.
Yeah, it's all bone. Yeah. I have a whole collection of those. Many.
I feel like
many
Dead
different
Skull
ones.
would look fabulous in this piece. What do we think?
Yeah.
I need that.
Yes, isn't that cool?
I need it. Wow.
Look at the fine, what do you call that? What is this technique referred to as?
Well, it's like an engraving, but it's like done like almost like tattoo work. You know, where they
Yeah, stipling.
Yeah, it's the same.
Here, Lynn, I'm going to hand you back your rat's tooth necklace.
These are also really cool. These are bizu bands, but they look really good as. See, look at the difference. See, isn't that cool? Like thinking of different ways to use things, and just like it takes it up a whole different notch to do that. And this is like, look at the work. I mean, it's really. I mean, for somebody that does jewelry, I mean, look at the work on that. It's really. It's very contemporary looking, and yet it's an antique piece.
I feel like a lot of these could be inspiration for modern day designers, which I
are.
I know that this
Oh, of
stuff probably
course.
was.
Of course.
Look how cool that is. Oops.
There you go.
Can you see that?
Wow. Is that sterling?
Yeah, it's all. Yeah.
Weak.
And then the way that this is woven is quite interesting as well.
That's a
See, there's-
bizu band. It would have been worn on the upper arm.
That's good.
So I think what might be a good idea is to get some really detailed shots of the table. Because a lot of what we're looking at here is like
Super fine
so
detail.
fine and detailed.
See, these also. These were earplugs, and I turned those into earrings. Those are-
So if anyone has any questions, this is a perfect table to ask them because everything on here is just so incredibly one of a kind and unique.
Actually, I also create a lot of things as well, but I didn't bring them because there was no time to. It's like too much.
You said some of these were from the Caucasus region.
Let me see. Caucasus? No, I don't have any Caucasus. Central Asian.
Central Asia.
This is Central Asian. This is a man's belt from Central Asia. Look at the work on that as a jeweler's. Look at the
Wow.
work. Isn't that incredible? It's all Nilo work.
That's incredible.
It's a really fine one.
You said you had did you say you had some Byzantine stuff?
I do, but not here.
Killer. Wow. This is really beautiful. This is nuts.
Isn't that cool? That look how. I mean, that would look so good on you.
I know, I
You
need
it's
it.
like really, but also as a choker, it looks really
Yeah.
cool as a choker too.
Wow. What?
That
That is a
That is
powerful
really
piece.
cool. That is so cool. It looks good when you have a lot of stuff on your arm too. It's really, like that's what you need.
Yeah. This would make a great choker.
I have a lot of rings too, but I didn't bring them and I didn't get time to put them on the website. A lot of big rings. I like big rings. So people who like big rings,
That's me.
yep.
That is me.
Incredible.
Maybe just show some, like some of the really fine detail.
This was a
I'm
cool.
gonna go around. And what about this choker?
That is Naga, and it's an original piece.
Naga?
And Naga from Nagaland.
Wow.
And that is also very contemporary looking, but that's, quite an old one.
Is it brass?
It's brass, but it's like a mixture. The Naga were interesting. They mixed different metals together, and it's like a pactin type brass in some cases as well. They use an heirloom kind of mixture, and it's not quite the kind of brass that we know of. It's a better actually mixture. Sometimes it has gold in it as well.
I would wear this.
Yeah, that's a very contemporary piece. That's a very cool thing. And that's
Wow.
probably about 100 years old.
That's awesome. So lovely.
This is a dart. I didn't talk about this. It keeps falling over. But this is a dart container.
Oh, cool.
And this is from the Philippines.
Very cool.
Now, there's no darts, unfortunately. But this could be a home for darts if people have darts.
Maybe some poison darts,
It
right?
is poison darts. That's
Cool.
what it is. And this is Infogao people.
Oh, cool. Ufuga.
Infogao.
Yeah, we actually had some bottles of the poison that they use to tip those. Stramonium, I believe, is
so
the
much stuff falling
plant.
over at one time. It's like really, it's like a booby trap. This table's booby trap.
Yeah.
Look at these ones.
Oh my god. So powerful. These are such powerful pieces because they were made with the intention of power, you know?
Well, they're amuletic also.
Incredible. Incredible.
And look at the work. See, there's Nilo work on that as well.
Wow. Wow.
Those are Moroccan.
Wow. This detail is insane. What an absolute stunning piece. Here you go, buddy.
So I'll be adding things to the website. I have tons of inventory, and I just didn't get it done in 3 days. It was too much. And I will be updating as I get new things, and people will just have to keep going back there.
Yeah, there's just truly unique pieces. This is the kind of stuff that
Oh.
I collect too, so it's I'm like enamored with every single piece.
These are good too. Look at these. Slinkies. Slinky armbands.
Are they armbands?
Yeah, these are to wear.
I have to ask you this. I've been admiring your jacket the whole time we've been here. Where's that from?
This is contemporary.
It's so cool.
It's just, yeah.
It's kind of like your signature jacket. I think you've
Yeah,
had it
I
on
like,
the last
I
few
like,
times I saw
I
you.
like it. I like it. It's actually was my daughter's jacket, and I stole it from her.
I'm sorry your daughter couldn't be here today.
Yeah, I am too.
Can we talk about this piece again? Because I know we mentioned it at the very beginning, but it's just so weird and unique and beautiful. And
This is a Nupe headdress from Nigeria, and they would wear it like this.
so it would have attached to
It
some
would
kind of
have been
headband.
like a
sort of.
strap, and then just right here, and it's for hunting the birds. It's a bird hunting, and then also they've said that sometimes for fertility of the fields.
Beautiful. Let's get a nice detail of this piece. You can see how it's sort of primitively stitched.
Very primitively, yeah.
I wonder is this leather?
It's the skin, yeah. It's
Skin of some
Yeah,
of something.
and then it's also a bird beak.
Bird beak. Yeah, it almost looks like a Okay, your stuff is haunted,
Yes,
Linda.
it is.
Linda's things keep moving across the table, and now I'm starting to think that there's some legitimate what you said prior.
Yes.
Because Linda was saying that this piece is almost
Haunted.
certainly haunted.
Yes.
Not possibly haunted. Certainly haunted. Let's have a look at this piece because I think we kind of breezed over it. But you can tell it's all completely handmade. Is this piece up top made of wood?
Yeah, the whole thing is all wood, yeah.
It's so haunted that it comes complete with these custom spider webs. But there's some really nice detailing just even on the boat's top here.
Props are us.
There you go. This guy's falling down. There's something very sinister about
Yeah,
these characters
well,
to me.
it was very difficult getting him into the car. It was not easy.
Are you a super packer?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, see, I'm like one of those people that even if I have like the finest objects, I'm like, just put them in a box.
No, I'm packing for most of my life, And this was easy by comparison. When you do
Sure.
like trucking across the country, and you know things have to be crated, that's a big
Show
that's a
this
big
one.
job.
These are just so fine.
Those are very beautiful and very rare pieces. Salmancan things are very hard to find. In fact, I had a customer send for a pair for his daughter to wear in that religious, you know, the attire that they wear, which is a really big deal. I have a picture of it on the website.
Wouldn't these look fantastic inside of a glass dome? Just as,
That's-
you know, if you had like a
yes.
little T-bar
Absolutely.
stand.
Yep, that's beautiful.
They're just so
one of your
precious.
one of your great mounts that you make.
Well, maybe we could work out a
Yes,
trade.
that's right.
Is that the price on this?
Yes.
I'll take that one.
Okay.
See, she just made a sale, folks. I can't resist. I mean, you just have such fine taste.
Thank you.
And a lot of these items, you can't find them.
No, that's right. Well, you can.
Well, you can if you want to spend like $12,000
Yeah,
on an item.
yeah, no, it's true. But I mean, it's taken a long time to collect these types of items.
So it looks like someone just asked if we could maybe look at the headhunters baskets up front a little bit more.
This
Yeah,
one.
let's start with this one
This
because
one, yeah,
this
is
is
a-
the largest
let's see.
one.
Let me see.
Let me turn. I'm just gonna put my mic down for a moment.
This one, yeah. This is the be-all, end-all basket for the collectors that can buy such a thing. That's a really fine example. One
And
of
you
the-
can just see, like, if you look at the rattan that was used on this piece,
They
it's just so
also
perfectly woven.
Yeah, but also, you know, the patina is done over a period of time because they actually have like buildings which they would have almost like longhouses, and then they live with the burning fires, and the things get the smoky patina on them for a long period of time.
Yeah, a lot of
This is-
Filipino antiques
this
were
is all
done that way
built
as
up
well.
of patina for, you know, a long period of time. And the carving is what is so rare and such a fine example. Because the Naga wood carving is very, very valuable and very hard to find. Good, real examples. There's a lot of fakes on the market.
Yeah, there was a lot
Lots
of
of
pieces that
fakes,
they,
lots
you
of
know, they call
fakes.
like tourist trade
Yeah.
pieces, or
Yep.
you know, pieces that were basically made for the Europeans that came in and just wanted something for their travels. This is a legitimate one. So, and there's only one in existence. You got to think about things that way.
And this one also is a very, very nice one. It's also a nice old one.
Really beautifully done. I love that it still has the strap, because those are often broken off.
And there were a lot of fakes of these as well on the market when I was going during the time. You know, in the 1980s, a lot of this stuff was coming out, and you just can't find it anymore. The really good old stuff.
Yeah, they look really good if you just put it up on a wall, or
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
can find a
it
stand.
really, I mean, they really are fantastic.
Let's also look at this piece again, because it's just so...
Yeah, I have
I've
a,
never seen anything quite
yeah,
like
no,
it.
and I have a whole collection of those, which are kind of like art to wear.
Can I come over?
Sure. Yeah.
I
have a lot
just,
of-
I've
I have
seen
a lot of
pictures of
stuff.
your home, and a couple like rare pictures, and it's inspiration for sure. This almost resembles the gravestones that you see from the 18th
Yes,
century.
absolutely. That's right. Absolutely. There's a good picture of this being modeled on the website.
So this one is on the website.
Yes. Yeah. And I'll put more of them up.
Can you demonstrate how this would be worn? You don't have to necessarily put it on, but this
And
piece
then
would
this
go
would go
over
over
your
the
head.
head, right? It's like suspenders, but you know, it's like. In the old days when we used to go out dancing, remember those days? These
Oh
are the
yeah,
kind-
remember
these-
dancing?
Yes. Yeah.
Now it's like footloose in this place. Can't do anything. Oh, so cool. Let's see. Any other items that we kind of breezed over? Are there any other questions?
Whoops. Uh-oh, things are moving.
Uh-oh.
Things are going.
What fell? Your
One of the
slinky.
slinky fell.
Your slinky.
Oh, here's
slinky.
another. This is an interesting piece, the head
Oh, how
dress.
did we breeze over that one?
Yeah, that's a really cool piece.
Now, is that also on the website?
Yes, and this is all made out of skull, actually. This is skull and bone.
Wow.
And this is also naga.
What part is skull? The top?
This is,
I wonder what kind of skull.
I don't know, it's some kind of
I think it's an animal skull.
animal skull, definitely. Yeah, not human, the animal.
Now that is a
That's a
sinister
very
looking
rare
face.
piece, though. That is a really rare piece. Also being modeled on the website. And that is a wearable item. As far as I'm concerned, everything's wearable.
Guys, if you want to go to the grocery store and just kind of like make people stay more away from you than they already are now, put this on, and it's a surefire way to do
That's
so.
true, yeah.
I love the little beads on this.
Yeah, those are all heirloom beads, Naga beads. The Naga work is known for really great beadwork, and I have tons of really great necklaces too with the beadwork.
These are very, very fine pieces. And I actually really enjoy how they're displayed in many cases too. Are these Balinese stands here?
Those are actually wood stands. They're block printing stands. They're
Oh,
block prints.
for fabric.
Yeah, for fabric. And I've used a lot of these kind of stands in my setups at the shows for a long time.
We have a question from Diana Meheeks. How old are the Bizou bands?
How old are they? They're probably from the 1920s and 30s.
Can we show those again? Because they're
Sure.
just so
This
stunning.
one is the smaller of the two, and that one is a little bit thinner, and this one is a little bit wider and has the cord. This can be converted into a neck. If this is opened, then you can wear it as a neckband.
Wow. So you have one bracelet and then
This is the same, but only wider, and they're slightly different prices.
look at the beads on this one. That almost looks like Vaseline glass.
That's what it is, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Mhm.
well.
Yep.
I guess I know something. Now look at the intricate carvings over here. I think they're birds.
Those are repoussé, where they hit into the metal.
Yeah, you can sometimes see below, but they actually put a covering over this one so you can't see where they stamped it. They're hiding their secret trade. Beautiful, beautiful piece. Once again, a piece that would look amazing,
Yeah,
just kind of
mounted.
and maybe put into a glass dome. Or you could wear it.
Take the dome off, and then you're out. Just put it on, and you're good to go.
I like the idea of like having these things as decorative relics in your
Oh,
home.
definitely.
But then, hey, I want to go out for dinner. I'm going to throw on this priceless antique.
Many people that buy ethnographic jewelry, they do that because it's so bulky and so large that you can't put it in a regular jewelry box. So
Right.
it's really good for display.
Let's see if there's any other questions.
This is actually a really cool piece too. Oh, you know what? This is a hair stick. This is this is a Naga hair stick.
This is from the Naga tribe. You can see the marks in which they ground down the bone to create this. I wonder what this is. This horsehair that's dyed?
Yes.
You can tell because horsehair is very stiff. But I like that it's the color red. So maybe some pigment was used to dye it. Unless it was a red-tailed horse. Is there such a thing?
No, I don't think so. They did dye monkey hair and goat hair and horse hair.
And then horsehair was used in many cases to actually stuff furniture in the 19th century.
Don't tell me this
Okay.
is going again.
Linda, you're just straight up haunted now.
No, I'm straight up clumsy.
Vaseline glass. Someone is asking what that is. Do you happen to know?
Vaseline glass. Now, you see, I used to know that.
Well, it's a type of glass that is typically green in
Green
color.
or yellowy green
We can
color,
show
like
that.
celery color.
It's a stunning color that I've never seen replicated.
And it was done mostly, I think, in the 30s, you know, like 1920s and 30s. Vaseline
Yeah,
glass.
I think there was actually like plates and
Yeah,
other
and
glassware
it's
that were
almost
made.
like carnival glass period, the same time period. Trying to think, these are kind of interesting too. These earrings are really
Kind of interesting.
This,
They're fascinating.
these are all enamel, Russian enamel with Uzbekistani drops. I put together the earrings because it's really hard for most people to wear the authentic earrings. So I take antique components, and I've been putting together earrings for probably 30 years. And that's another thing that's getting really hard to find good components because everybody is putting together stuff now. When I started doing this, nobody cared about parts and putting stuff together.
Oh, I see. This one's just turned around. That does hang beautifully. See?
So now it's hard to find the parts, and the parts are really expensive. So, you know, finding good parts, it's, you know, it's difficult now. Traveling also, I used to get them when I traveled, and it's hard to travel now.
Remember traveling?
Yes, remember that time when we were travelers?
Remember like less than a year ago, traveling?
Let's see, this is nice, this one. These are nice. This is from Mauritania. Those are beautiful.
All hand stamped,
This is
soldered.
Yeah, this is Egyptian. That's all sterling, and this is too. That's Egyptian. That looks good with chain jewelry, that one.
I don't think it quite fits me.
You can open it.
But you could probably unbend it. I
Yeah.
always do it very,
Yeah.
very slowly,
Yeah.
but you can
But
bend
there's
silver.
a place on your wrist that's smaller, that's you put it in.
Yeah, like
and,
right here.
Yeah, and that's the spot.
I feel like so many people have taken influence for pieces just like this, sort of a chain design.
Yeah, it is. It's like a motorcycle design. But this is very traditional Egyptian design. And then I recycled an antique button, and that is something that,
What is that? Is that pearl?
it's mother of pearl, carved mother of pearl, Edwardian period, and then I put it on a silver ring.
Wow. Just fascinating. What an array of different things.
These buckles are cool too. These actually could be like these could be men's buckles. These are in leather, the silver and leather. Ryan, see these? These are very cool with the silver and leather.
So this is all silver beaded. Or is this repose as well?
No, this is all, you know, it's probably, it could be like a stamped, it's not repoussé and it's not granulation, but the way this is done is it's probably, you know, it's quite old, but it's stamped into, you know, it could be repoussé. It looks like it could be, yeah, you're right. It's
That almost looks like a Masonic button as
yeah,
well.
isn't it incredible?
It's very pretty and detailed.
I almost didn't want to sell these. These are good ones. These are
Don't you?
Yeah.
It happens to me all the time, like every auction.
I don't want to sell this and forget it.
There's a pair of them.
It's
So
hard to
wear one on
find
each
good
side.
black stuff though, you know, like Victorian, like that kind of thing. It's like,
Well, yeah, and then onyx stuff is
Yeah.
always the first
Yeah.
to go, or jet,
yeah,
and we rarely find it these days. So it's where are we? Okay, so we're actually on our last minute.
oh, well,
So you actually filled your hour quite nicely, Linda.
Absolute pleasure to have you
it was a pleasure
in
to
our
be
presence.
here. I'm really
and
happy to have been invited to do this.
yeah, just fascinated with your table of things, and I kind of wish I could buy everything, but my wife will kill me. So can't buy everything, but at least I got one little thing.
There's always presents for the wife.
Yeah, just stunning stuff. And you know, when we get back to it, we'd love to have you at one of our live
Yeah,
markets.
I would love to do it, and then there'll be even bigger and more things.
All right, guys. So just make sure you go to Linda's site. It's www.singkiang.myshopify.com. It's down in the left-hand corner, and we'll also post some of this stuff
And
later
I'll be
in case you
putting
forgot
more
it.
things up.
And there will be some more stuff.
More things going continually.
All right, Linda.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Hi there, I'm Steve, and I'm gonna show you some of the cool, weird stuff that I got from Ryan and Regina. Come on. Okay, so let's see. Over here, let's start with this thing. Right, okay. So this guy right here, I don't know if you can see that. I don't have a whole lot of light here in my cabin, but there you go. So that is basically a human head slice. It's not a real human head slice. It is a plaster, or like plaster Paris human head slice. And I've always found that I've always enjoyed anatomy. I thought it was really, really beautiful, and I thought this piece was super cool. And I also get bad allergies in the spring. And this was neat because it allows me to like say, oh, I get it. The pollen went into my nose and then directly into my eyeball like that. And that's why that hurts like hell. Let's see what else we got here. There's this guy over here. Hang on. I don't know if you can see that. This is not easy to do. Okay, well, you can't see that because there's no light, but this is like a really beautiful, almost chiaroscuro painting of a beautiful white steed being totally brutally savaged by a horrible beast. And I like that because sometimes it be like that, you know? Oh, and here's the other thing that I have. I think if you know Regina and Ryan, you have to have a skull. And I have that guy. Alas, poor Yorick. I knew him, Horatio, a fellow of infinite jest, most excellent fancy. It's not a real skull, and it doesn't have a real name. And I'm not going to do Hamlet. It's a plaster skull. I've always thought skulls were super cool, but I was talking to Ryan about it, and I was like, I just can't make that step. I can't really own someone else's skull. I just feel weird about it. And so when he got a plaster skull in, he told me all about it. And I thought, hell yeah. So that's how I got that guy. And that's all I have up here in my cabin from Regina and Ryan and the Oddities Flea Market. But I'm sure I'll get more over the years, and I hope you do too. And thank you for supporting small businesses, and thank you for supporting Oddities Flea Market.
Hey guys, we're here with OUREAS Oddities, and I'm really excited to have her here because she's a new vendor. We've actually been featuring her work in some of our Oddities auctions, and people just really, really like it, and the work is very, very well done. And what's even cooler is that she lives in Connecticut, like myself now.
Yes.
And I think you just moved here as well, correct?
I did, yes, just recently. It was kind of a spur of the moment. Pack your bags, we're moving across the country. So, excitement, yes, for sure.
Cool. And just to give like a brief history, because I would like to find out myself, how did you get into this stuff, and like what's your thought process behind creating some of these pieces as well?
So I've actually been collecting since I was a child. I used to find the best bugs and specimens you could find at age of 5, and just started collecting from there. And kind of as I got older, I realized there's other people that also enjoy the same. So
I know it's really fun, and that's what we always strive to do with the Oddities Flea Market, is just bring people together, create a community. And I'm glad that we can still do this, even though it's virtual. It's still like it's the same as it ever was. In fact, I think it applies even to more people at this point.
Right.
So why don't we just kind of let's start with an item and just kind of tell us more about it.
Sure. So we'll start with the big guy. This is an articulated pit viper. I guess one of the main things I really like to do is repurpose antiques, so antique displays, repurpose with usually taxidermy, just kind of giving new life to what is now dead or forgotten. But this piece here, he's a really nice one. Nice antique 19th century frame.
Really, really nice frame. Hold on, I'm gonna get some detail. Oh, okay.
Are you guys live?
Just get some nice detail of the frame.
This would make a really nice addition to a gallery wall or something more of a centerpiece.
And what kind of snake was this?
This is a pit viper.
Oh, and if you want to purchase your pieces, what's your website? I believe it's on the screen, but let's just tote it right now as well.
That is OUREASOddities.com. most of everything is on there at this point.
Cool. Are you finding that are you finding a lot of antiques out here in Connecticut?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that was a big reason of why I actually moved over here specifically.
Oh, I see. You're coming into my territory.
Yes,
I see.
I knew it was your territory. No, so honestly, I've kind of always been drawn to this side of the country just because of how much history there is here. So yeah, I've been like a kid in a candy store, but yeah, slowly but surely, I'm sure we'll develop some more art.
All right, so let's see some of the other items on your table.
So, other than that, we have a nice bat display. This is a cave nectar bat, just in a nice dome. Has a nice ornate base.
Is this easy to be picked up?
It is, yes.
Here,
So
why don't
I
I just
would,
kind of bring it over?
sure, I'd hold it by the base. Of course, the dome is off.
Just to show you guys a little bit more of the detail here. This, of course, is, I guess we would call a mummified bat.
Yeah, a well endowed mummified bat.
He's quite well endowed. He's hanging from a little perch over some rose petals. I like that base. It's actually really, really unique. I've never seen one quite like that.
Lovely centerpiece items.
Oh, and so you do ship your items, do you
I
not?
do, yes. And actually, all of the everything today is going to be free shipping. So shipping
So
will
free
be
shipping
included.
on all of your items?
And on everything. Yep, free shipping on all of it. We have a silver fox. He is a bit mangy, but I would say definitely an antique piece, so I guess more the merrier. Has a couple little scruffs, but he is
You know what? That
quite
just shows
spooky.
the age, just
yes, yes.
like the term silver fox.
Exactly.
I think taxidermy, in a way, gets better with age.
I agree.
You know, as long as it's still relatively in good condition. And things like the ears on this piece are relatively easy to fix. Sometimes if you have splitting, you can glue that stuff and clamp it.
I need a little more touch and love, but
But he actually
he's-
doesn't really have that much problem.
I was like, he's kind of cool the way he is, but
He's got nice chompers on him, glass eyes. I found with taxidermy, one of the things that has become one of my really good friends is a 2-part pipe epoxy.
okay.
And I don't know, here. Oh, shit. We're still good.
Causing scenes.
Sorry, I just dropped my mic. There's a 2-part epoxy that I've been using that is used for fixing actual pipes, like actual piping in your home. And I found that it works really well, and it dries sort of a dark gray, so it's easy to paint over. So things like in here, if you see any kind of like minor cracking.
I could bring him up if you'd like.
Yeah, if you want to. I just like to talk about this stuff because people will ask me constantly via email,
Get a better.
how do you do this, how do you do that? You can actually take some and you can even fill in areas like this with a 2-part epoxy and kind of smooth it out with maybe the top of a paintbrush, or if you have like wax making tools, and then repaint it, and it looks just like new. He's a cute piece, good size piece.
Very good size piece, yes.
Also, a really nice thing to do sometimes with older taxidermy, because it does get dusty or you don't know where it came from sometimes, is you can take a makeup brush and kind of go over the piece and kind of just brush it off.
Give him a light dusting.
But he's very cute. Did we have a question? Cool. All right, you have to explain the snake.
Sure.
So the snake was actually going to be in an auction at one point, and we never got around to it. And one of the reasons was because I forgot what it was. But it's a really, really unique deformity, and one that I've never quite seen before.
So you'll
So-
have to get a closer look at this guy. So this is a deformed ball python hatchling. And the deformity is pretty cool, but it's actually from a parthenogenesis birth. So a virgin birth or asexually reproduced. So I think that in itself is pretty cool. But his entire body is completely deformed. Looks like a little knot.
Wow. And then the tail is also quite bulbous.
Yes, yes, his whole, honestly, I couldn't really get a good look at it until I took him out and just kind of rolled him around, but very, very unique, very rare piece that you more than likely won't find again.
People always tell me that.
Yeah, you hear that a lot?
I hear it a lot.
Well, I could
But
probably
it is a-
guarantee you, if you find another one, you let me know.
I will say that deformed specimens in general are obviously really
Very
hard to
unique,
find,
right?
but I haven't really seen too many snake versions.
Yes, yeah, he's a cool one. This is an iguana, so another wet specimen. These will be shipped without the alcohol, but of course just 70% isopropyl. And then this guy here.
Really cool.
Yes.
His
here's
tail
the
looks like
specimen.
it's like beaded like one of Linda's pieces.
He's an artsy one.
And so actually I wanted to go over shipping specimens because it's not everybody really knows how to do it. So what I've typically done in the past is you empty all the liquid, you pat down the specimen, but you don't ever want to leave just a dried specimen in a jar when you're shipping because it can actually dry out pretty quickly. And then you don't know if something's going to get delayed. So you can take a rag or even a paper towel and soak it in whatever liquid you preserved it with, put it in there, just make sure that it doesn't accumulate a bunch of liquid because you're typically not supposed to ship liquids. Just to keep it hydrated. And then I'll take a lot of, and maybe you do the same thing, plastic wrap. Go crazy with it, go up, down, all around, tape it, do that again, tape it, put it in a plastic big baggie, tape that, saran wrap, tape that, another baggie, and then more
It's a
saran
work in
wrap.
progress for sure, to say the least.
But I've had really good success in doing it like that.
Nice, okay,
But
perfect.
to, keep it slightly hydrated is the key.
Right, absolutely. Moisture.
All right, what else do we have here?
Here we have a couple of display beetles. I'm not sure if you want to get a better look at these.
Yeah, definitely.
These are just some nice wall hangings. That would be, just wall art, but a kaleidoscope beetle display. I actually have two of them.
Really well done. What's on the back?
What is it mounted to?
It's glass.
Oh, cool. Here, I can take it closer. Look at these little tiny ones in here. Did you prepare these specimens? Like, did you spread their wings?
I did, yes, I did mount those.
These little ones are just fantastic. So once again, just to reiterate, all these items are located on OUREAS' website. Should be in the bottom left-hand corner.
Description as well, all the vendors are in the description.
What a stunning green this species is. And we'll go ahead and show all these again, but let's just go through each of them. Here's another version.
Smaller display.
Yeah, this one's dainty. This would be great for like a desk.
Mm-hmm. Vanity.
Almost resembles like a reliquary of some sort to me.
And
Just
that
how
is
they're
the goal.
placed.
Yes, that is the goal.
Iridescent. These so pretty.
Nature is art. Once you consider
Absolutely. That's why many of us collect it.
Right.
So here's another one. These ones are very beautiful as well. Such a deep green. That's the last beetle piece, right?
Yes. Other than that, we do have, it's a matching pair, but they are being sold separately. It's male and female species. And those are displayed with a nice bubble glass.
Yeah, you
These
can
are a
see
bit
there's
hard to see.
convex
Yeah.
glass. It's slightly bubbled.
Bit difficult to see with the glare, but
Can you see? Oh yeah. Here's another one. I like the velvet on these. Now, are these repurposed antique
are.
frames?
yeah, so on the back they have the original sticker, but they're from the Cameo collection. So originally they had portraits of Victorian ladies, but a bit outdated, matronly, but we repurposed them. And
Oh yeah, look, there's the original sticker on here. These obviously can be hung up on a wall. Very cool.
so one of my personal favorites on the table is going to be the Chatelaine. I know we had this up for auction about a week ago, and there were some questions with it. To kind of better explain, is back in the Victorian era, we had, I guess, what would now be a modern day purse or handbag. So they would carry around all of their daily essentials on their waist. So just like this here. And that way when they, hands-free, could roam around and operate, they would have either scissors for gardening, a thimble for sewing, maybe perfume vials. So this particular piece does have a couple of missing pieces, but it's still one of the most ornate ones that I've seen.
And it has that little devil on it, which is the
Yes.
most appealing factor to our crowd.
Absolutely. So you have some cherubs, devil, griffins at the bottom. But this is definitely, this would have belonged to someone or with more money. This would have definitely been a more higher end piece even back then. So. And then
This is another prime candidate for a shadow box.
Oh, absolutely.
Or, you know, just to come up with some interesting way in which to mount this on the wall or in a frame.
Absolutely.
It's just so well done.
Has a notepad here, what would have been for scissors. And then I believe this one would have been holding a perfume vial. And then I am unsure if this one is.
Or a shot glass.
Or a shot glass, depends on.
Yeah, you know, when I was looking at this piece, I was trying to figure out what this might be, and I thought perhaps it was, you would soak this with oil,
Okay.
but then I couldn't figure out
And
what
then
you do
what?
from there.
And then what would
Because you wouldn't really want to light it as,
Right, yeah, no, it's a mystery for sure, but it's all original.
maybe someone out there knows. Oh, we just have a quick question. Where do you source your insects, and do the pieces come with a description of the specimen?
They do not, but they can. If you'd like, I can definitely include a description of any species you have questions with. Unfortunately, without having everything in front of me, I can only give you so much. But all of them are ethically sourced. I have someone who middlemans it. So staying with Victorian, or any more questions?
Oh, I think that was the one that
Okay.
I wanted to address.
Okay, so staying with the Victorian era, we do have this morning hair bracelet or a watch fob. So I'm sure most of you are familiar with morning hair, but would have been made from hair of either a loved one that's passed or something similar. This one's a really nice braided piece.
And this is a fob, right?
Yes, correct. And then
If you had a very dainty wrist, these do work really well as bracelets. And it does have chains, so it actually does have a bit of give to it.
It does fit most people, it's just not mine.
Yeah, I like the stone on this one. It's really nice touch.
Yes, I agree.
Let's have a look at this one. This is actually fairly difficult to do. We have another vendor who's not here, named Karen Bachman, and she actually teaches a class on memento mori hair art.
I love it.
So the weaving on this is quite intricate. You really have to like look at it close to tell. And then the bezel's really neat on this one. It's got some filigree. This piece will just come through here. Is it a clasp?
And then these are another one of my favorites. My favorite is the Victorian era, but these are from my personal collection. So these are chandelier style morning hair earrings. And they're made out of a beautiful cage design. You definitely have to get a closer look.
Sorry guys, we had like a brief technical difficulty, but we're back up and running.
Yes, this is a gorgeous pair.
Oh, I love these ones.
Yeah.
I can't even fully understand how these were done because if you were to squeeze it, it's hollow.
Oh, absolutely,
It's
yeah.
all just finely woven hair.
This is my favorite piece. I've never seen anything like these, and it's
What-
definitely hard to part with. But
Yeah, this was a very a common design in memento mori hair. You don't see it very often. It's
Right.
a bit more rare than usual. But I'm wondering if there was some kind of form that was used and then the hair was wrapped around it and then you would take out the form somehow.
maybe
It's a mystery.
the other vendor would know, because I'd love to know.
Yeah, Linda actually knows quite a lot about these things, but I wonder if those are gold as well. Do you know?
I don't know, no. It's hard to say with that era, but
Yeah, sometimes the pieces were just too small to be marked.
right, very thin. And then this piece here is an ormolu casket case.
I love ormalus.
Yes, beautiful with a nice amber glass. This would be a perfect vanity piece here. Still has the original tufted and lining inside.
And this really has a lot of fine detail in it. There was like some slightly more modern versions made that you see. It's a really nice one. They're often referred to as jewelry caskets as well. But I think ormalu sounds more elegant.
A little bit of French.
Has little feet, actual feet.
Actual feet, yes. Nice beveled amber glass.
This would be a great piece to display a specimen, whatever that might be.
Or all of your morning hair, as it was done for me. All of your morning hair jewelry.
Oh yeah, you could buy the morning hair,
Mm-hmm.
put it in the ormalu, and then you have a fully complete
There you go.
piece
Full set.
on display.
There you go, full set. Put your chatelaine in there.
See, I think this would look fantastic if you were to put it into a big shadow box so you could splay out each of the little
Splay it.
arms of pieces.
Absolutely. And the detail on it's amazing. Now we do have these little guys, so these actually have honeybees. These were, I got these from a beekeeper who, unfortunately, some of them were rejected from the hive, but
Oh, what a fantastic idea.
yes.
Those are really neat. And are these antique or are they modern?
Yes, these are all antique.
Oh wow, those are really beautiful.
I prefer only to work with antique displays.
I like that about your pieces. You definitely seem to have a theme.
They're meant to last. They're still here today, so there's a reason.
Let's just get some good close-ups of the bees inside of there. Oh, I forgot to ask. Are these sold individually?
This is not. These are a set.
Oh, cool. So you have like a little pyramid of specimens.
Yes, a nice little curio display there.
Well, Tana, if you need a jewelry casket in your life, you came to the right place. Yeah, very elegantly done, someone said in the comments section.
Thank you. I love doing it.
Yeah, it's a really nice little stack. It almost reminds me of when people will take like antique luggage and stack it up.
Exactly.
This would be a nice little accoutrement for your boudoir. What's the next piece?
So we do have a few tin types. I know those are pretty popular. Show off these little guys here. So we have a few that are, of course, pretty fragile, but and these are all available separately.
Now, are these just various tin types?
They are, yes.
Daguerreotypes?
Yes.
Ambrotypes?
Ambrotypes, ferrotypes, whatever.
Retro to Revolution was talking about some of these earlier on, just speaking about the distinction between ambro, daguerreo, and tin.
Oh. He said he was, I believe, studying photography or once upon a time.
Yeah, he had at one
Pretty
time,
cool.
and he's a very
And
knowledgeable
then this
guy.
one actually folds together. With the age, unfortunately, it hasn't held together very nicely, but it does go together.
You can take a really thin piece of matte duct tape,
Okay.
and you can put the two together that way. And it's good because it's matte. You can kind of like rough it up a little bit,
Okay.
and they look very antique. Just an FYI.
For anyone who wants to do that, I'm too scared to do it. Everything turns. Let's see, and then she's one of my favorites. She just kind of has a grass on it. But
She does not look terribly happy to be in this picture.
No. Mm-mm. As most people getting their photo taken, I'm sure.
And I guarantee she never realized that she'd be immortalized by someone
She'd be in a stranger's
in the
house.
20th century,
Right.
21st century. What year is it? Do you guys know what year it is?
Sadly, it's 2020.
Still, we're still in it. And then we have a couple more, so
Ooh, you got one of the big ones.
I do have, yeah, I have a larger one as well. This one is still intact.
I just love what they did with these little frames here and how they're all self-contained.
My favorite is the embossed leather. I love, love, love it.
The embossed leather, but then embossed velvet as well.
Just go all out.
If you think about how much that would cost to do today, it would be incredibly expensive.
Must be why they don't do it often anymore.
Definitely.
And then I do have one of the larger ones, so.
Do you know what the size of this one? Are these 5-inch? Probably approximately that.
I would say about 5, yes.
Yeah, this one has a ton of filigree as well. And then these are actually held in here by these pieces here. They're sort of put over the photograph and then placed into these boxes. I don't know if you've ever taken one apart.
I have not. That would be a project.
Sometimes you have to just take them apart to clean them.
Right. Oh, wow. Now we have a bat display, another cave nectar.
The case is very interesting.
Nice little cathedral style.
Sort of has a
shelf piece.
chinoiserie look to it.
Yes.
Sorry, I just like to use that term.
Yes, chinoise, yes.
So this piece could be, used as a desktop piece, but you could also hang it, which would be kind of interesting.
If you're running out of space everywhere else, right?
Who isn't running out of space in this community?
To hang it. And this is a nice little vintage. It was a vintage butterfly display that I kind of dismantled. All of the wings were a little bit tattered, but
Someone says, this is like a Christmas village that actually has stuff you want to buy.
well, thank you.
I always wanted to be a Christmas village.
You want to be in one, or?
A self-contained Christmas village.
Nice little natural branch display.
Now, did you go out and find the branches yourself and then mount the butterflies?
I actually did.
Did you do it in Connecticut?
I did.
Those look like Connecticut branches.
These are Connecticut branches, authentic Connecticut branches. Yes.
Since I'm an expert on Connecticut, being here for 1.5 months.
So just another nice little shelf display.
So someone is asking, how much are the bees and where do they purchase?
So all of everything on the table you can find at my website, OUREASOddities.com. These actually just went on sale. Those are $75 for the set. That includes
guys,
shipping.
that's a steal.
Yes, it is.
$75 and you get 3 different sized containers of bees.
Show those again.
That's not going to last long.
And that does include shipping, so.
And it includes shipping. Yeah. I mean, I should just buy them. But I'll let you guys have first dibs.
Not sure if it's a little difficult to see with.
Do you want me to
You want to try?
assist here?
Yeah.
Here's the bees once again. In this beautiful little brass and glass case.
It's a hexagon, huh? Like a honeycomb? It's a hexagon?
Yeah, there you go. You can even put them together like
Right.
side by side if you wanted to as well.
Yes.
Yes, Jade DeRue, I'm having a problem with buying today.
AKA, I've can't stop spending.
I know people are coming to you today, so. And then last but not least, we do have.
Someone says they see a shipping charge on the website.
On which item? It shouldn't be there. So if you are.
There shouldn't be one there. Maybe at checkout it'll delete it. If
Yeah.
not,
You can always message OUREAS Oddities. If you're having a problem with that, you can always message odditiesflea@gmail.com and we will get an answer for you.
Absolutely. And then if it is for some reason showing on there, just let me know and I'll go ahead and take care of that.
Well, the bees are sold.
These are sold. All right. And then last but not least, we do have another bat display. So once again, we have a nice bubble glass.
ooh, that's a really nice one. I like this detail here.
Yes, yes. Nice wood frame.
It's increasingly hard. It's become increasingly harder to find shadow box or bubble glass frames. I look for them all the time, and
Yes.
they don't come up very often.
Difficult to get your hands on.
And it's a really nice size piece. I should always have my tape measure, but I don't have one today. But this is at least 2 feet.
I would say probably close to 19 inches.
You think?
I think so. I'm doing it with my eyes. But I'm
Maybe 19.
pretty good at guesstimating. Maybe, yeah, long ways. Maybe. Yeah. It is a very, very decent sized piece. Again, would make a lovely centerpiece.
All right. So someone wanted to see the chatelaine again.
Okay.
It seems to be one of the stars of the show.
Yes, I hope so, because I truly love this piece. And
Yeah, I think maybe give another description as to what it is, just so
Sure.
people have a better sense of how it was worn, what it was
Sure.
used for, and then maybe how to display it in the future.
Absolutely. So this was, in case you missed out, this was worn by in the Victorian era by women, mainly either women of the house who would be the kind of the keepers, and they would wear it around their waist as such. And that was just to kind of leave them hands free and able to kind of tend to their duties, and it would still carry your everyday essentials. So on here we have a few pieces. This is what would be for scissors, our mystery dangle, and then a perfume, and a notepad with the original paper still in there. But these were all interchangeable as well, so depending, they maybe had a dozen of these that they would interchange with the dangles, so this just happens to be what was left with them. And again, nice depiction of the devil, have a few cherubs, griffins at the bottom. This is definitely one of the more ornate ones you'll find.
So maybe just like show off a couple more pieces,
Sure,
just to get like some more detail.
sure. Does anyone want to see anything specific, or?
Okay, it looks like there's a war over your bees.
Uh-oh.
Someone wanted them, and then someone bought them, and
Uh-oh.
I think two people were checking out at the same time.
Oh, no. Well, congratulations to whoever got it first.
I think someone was maybe asking to see the hanging bat and the metal.
This piece here?
Yeah, I think that one.
Right.
This really is a beautiful piece. I just love the detail on this framing.
Yes.
I wonder what this is made of.
Nice.
Some kind of metal.
A nice metal, yes.
I like this filigree work here. It's quite detailed. We got some Asian motif up here. Any of our commenters have any questions? Now is a good time to ask. I think we're at our 10-minute mark. Maybe just showcase some of these beetles, because these are beautiful pieces as well. And might I ask how much this one is?
This one is 300.
The larger one is 300, but it's so beautiful. You have a lot of different species of beetle in there. And just, you got to see these little tiny guys in the middle. It's just a beautiful touch. You don't typically see them that small.
Nice collage work.
Nice touch. This beetle's wings are splayed out. These little guys look like frogs.
They are frog-leg beetles.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
They actually do resemble frogs, and actually the color of them as well.
Yes. Either red or blue, green. Very
Something weird in the breeding sphere happened along the lines there. frog and a beetle get together. Looks like someone has a question about cleaning the fox. When you mentioned using a makeup brush, I assumed it would need to be a harder bristled brush, like a foundation brush or a kabuki. I don't know what a kabuki is, but for a larger specimen, I'll sometimes even just take like a medium stiff paintbrush and just lightly dust. You never want to use anything super hard because it can lead to fur loss. All you're doing is just kind of getting the dust off without like having to pat it or pull it. So a makeup brush is really nice if you have like a real spread out brushy brush. That tends to do the job. And then I'll sometimes even take a Q-tip, wet it, or even use a little bit of alcohol and clean the eyes with it. That works very well.
I have all of my taxidermy so dusty. It's adds character. It's fine.
Yeah, and some people like to just leave things as is, but if you did want to
Right,
fix
of
something
course.
up, there's a lot of like just household things that you can do to
Housekeeping. What's that? Yeah.
housekeeping. Yes. I don't know a lot about that. This, of course, is the small beetle display. What do we have? 1, 2, 6 of them in there. Oh, and then you got your cute little frog leg beetles in there.
Nice little frog legs.
Are those rare?
I wouldn't say so,
No?
but they are pretty cool.
They're very cool. I
This
have
piece
to
is
admit,
rare.
I'm not super familiar with them. Here's another close-up of the smallest of the beetle dioramas.
And it's kind of hard to get the full colors. but-
It's nice that this is it's like a dome. This is convex, right?
Yes, correct.
Someone wrote, thanks, Ryan. I have tons of brushy brushes. I know that's not really a term. Our next vendor actually could probably give us a little bit more insight as to what a brushy brush would be referred to as. He runs a makeup show,
Oh, that is pretty
which
cool.
is also now virtual.
Nice. Anyone want to see anything else, perhaps?
I think it'd be cool to see the deformed snake again.
All right.
And even though we already gave a description, why don't you just tell us what that is again? It's a
Sure.
very unique piece. It's the most deformed specimen of the day.
It is, yeah. So he is a parthenogenesis birth, meaning a virgin birth or asexually produced, so no male required, but unfortunately did not make it as a hatchling. As you can see, he is quite deformed in every way. It is a ball python species, for those who are wondering.
Maybe flip it up just slightly so you can see the side of it. How bulbous he
This?
is.
Oh, right here, maybe, perhaps?
Yeah. I assume you have some good pictures of this on the
I
website.
do,
So maybe you can
yes.
if you go on the website, you can really get a sense of the detail of this piece. Cool jar too, very reminiscent of a 19th century specimen jar.
Yeah.
And since we haven't done so, maybe we should just one last time show the big snake. Is that possible?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Let's just get a slightly better look at that guy.
I can bring him towards you.
I really like this piece because I feel as though this piece would fit in with any decor. But, you know, if you collect antiques, you would never know that this wasn't.
Yeah,
This cool thing about using antique frames mixed with like modern specimens.
Yes, this frame is probably one of my favorites, I'd say. And this is, again, an articulated pit viper. So you can actually see his fangs still. It might be a little difficult with the camera lens, but...
Very cool, very elegantly posed.
Thank you.
Scoliosis skeleton. Oh, that piece is actually not for sale. That's just in the room. That's part of the personal collection of the Oddities Flea Market. You know, it was funny. Someone had said scoliosis skeleton. I thought they were referring to this.
Automatically, right?
Because he's very curvaceous.
Right.
But we actually have a scoliosis skeleton in the corner.
That is pretty cool.
You could show that. It's not for sale, but might as well have a look.
Who doesn't love dead people? Which one is it?
Oh, this
right
piece
here. Oh,
here.
wow, yeah, I didn't even...
That's a 19th
Right
century
past it.
piece that came from a medical college in upstate New York.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a neat one.
That is definitely a neat
It's
one.
been packed up for the past year. All right, well, I think we're like right about out of time. So unless anyone has like a last question. Well, thank you very much, OUREAS Oddities.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate, everything is available on the website, which is located in the left-hand corner, bottom-hand corner. And all shipping is free on the items that you see here. And let's give a hand to OUREAS Oddities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Steve, and I'm gonna show you some of the cool weird stuff.
Hello, my name is HELENA GARCIA. I am probably best known for appearing in a TV show last year called The Great British Bake Off. I have since then brought out my own cookbook called The Wicked Baker, which is available in all main bookshops and also online retailers like Amazon. But as well as writing cookbooks, I design products for the modern witch, and they're available on my website called the witchesbyhelenagarcia.com. The products range from home and gifts, fashion accessories, jewellery, apothecary items, and I've got a few samples here to show you. Things like the Bat Clutch Bag, which is obviously based on the lucite bags of the 1950s, but with a spooky touch, or the Cauldron Mug. And every October I bring out a new charm, and this year's charm is the Sleepy Bat. I hope you can see it there. So have a look at my website or my book, but above all, have a wonderful Christmas time.
Thank you, Helena. I can't believe Helena did a little video for us. I have to admit, I'm a huge fan, and Regina and I used to religiously watch the British Bake Off, and we're so happy to find out that Helena was a fan of the Oddities Flea Market and followed us. So thank you for your little video. I also forgot to thank Steve Burns before we went right into a vendor. Yeah, Steve's gotten some cool pieces from us over the years, and I'm glad that he can enjoy them in his little cabin in the woods. So thank you, Steve. All right, the next vendor is Rebels and Outlaw. Hey.
How's it going?
I'll get out of your way.
This is exciting stuff here.
I'm super excited to have you guys here in our new facility. They're going to be showcasing their candles, their scents. You guys have a whole array of different things, so I'll let you explain.
We have our candles and our
potions and a whole bunch of conjurings, things to help people stay safe and sanitized. And we have a few new things that the Oddities Flea Market audience has not seen yet that we have kind of batched up.
Yeah, during the pandemic,
Just
it's like,
for
why
you
not
guys.
start cranking out some new
Can
stuff?
I just tell you that just before you start, Regina and I used your hand sanitizer religiously.
Oh, yeah.
And I think we ended up buying, what, 50
Yeah, you
units
bought
from you
50
or
of those,
100?
yeah.
We used about 20 of them.
Yeah.
So we sold like half of them, and then we used the rest
You're-
of it.
you're just keeping
Even
it
if
for
we
all.
didn't need to sanitize, we just love the smell so
I'll get
much.
you more whenever you need more.
Well,
Get
we
some
appreciate
refills.
it. You know, support of the support that we've seen from you and from Regina and from this community has been really amazing. The Oddities family is so supportive of everything that we do, and we appreciate what you've created so much.
Yeah, we missed you guys, and I'm sorry that we can't do this in a different way, but
Yeah.
this is really fun too, and I look forward to doing more of these in the future.
Yeah, fingers crossed for next year.
Yeah, we're guinea pigs.
2021 is going to be the way to go.
I think so too. I have a good feeling.
You want to jump in and start with our, little backstory or anything?
Sure, yeah. Well, you know, one of the things that I think a lot of people don't know is Regina and I went to school together when we were children. So I've known Regina for a long time. She's a lot younger than me, but she was in my brother's class. And when you guys were kind of putting all of this together, we were starting our brand at the same time. For me, in real life, I'm a makeup artist, and I've been doing that for 25 years. I jokingly say I've worked with everyone from Amy Winehouse, Joan Jett, Nirvana, to President Barack Obama. And one of the things that I've always tried to do in makeup is to create a space and create an environment where I'm curating something special for my client, but I'm also thinking about how am I sanitizing my brushes, how am I preparing my client, how am I protecting my energy. And that's kind of what Rebels and Outlaws came out of.
Yeah, absolutely. My background, I was an event producer in New York City, and we've been together for quite a long time. We're married. Lovely.
I forgot my ring.
Never wears his ring.
Oh my God, what are you doing?
All the time. Loose cannon over here. But he came to me with this idea, he's like, I always wanted to make my candles, wanted to do things to help other people protect their energy and, curate a nice space for people, whether it's with their clients or for themselves, or just have a way to focus their energy and focus their intention to get to the next thing they're trying to work on. So we ended up launching this, and then this came from being slightly a bit of a hobby to something that took up so much of my time that I quit my job and we just do this now. This is amazing.
We were on a big project. We were working with Fenty Beauty. We were interviewing artists all over the world for Rihanna. I did an artist retreat, and I came back and Jeremy said, what's next, after this huge project? And I said, I really want to make my candles. And he, of course, is so supportive. And it started taking off, and he ended up leaving his job and doing this full time. And, I think that is really feeds into why we're so passionate about what we do and what we create.
Should we start showcasing a few things? Do you want to start here?
Yeah.
Since we talk about your makeup background?
Yeah, one of the things that was important to me in one of our first products was, as a makeup artist, I'm always thinking about how am I cleaning my brushes, how am I keeping them sanitary and hygienic, but also how am I treating them. So we created a brush soap that is a vegan brush soap. It is a very simple formula, and it is designed to not only get rid of difficult pigment from your brushes and leave them clean and conditioned, but it also gets rid of past energy. So there's a huge clear quartz right in the middle. This is a little bit of sea salt and rose. It has a very soft scent to it, and it leaves your brushes beautiful for the next application. Our hand sanitizer was also something that I've been working with this formula for a long time. I created this when my mom was in the hospital because as a makeup artist I need to sanitize my hands all the time, and also I wanted something that met CDC guidelines. So this completely meets the guidelines for Center for Disease Control and compliances, but it also conditions the hands. So this is organic alcohol, eucalyptus, peppermint, and sage, but it also has glycerin and aloe. So you can be very confident that you are sanitizing your hands properly, but you're also making sure that your nails and your hands are moisturized.
Yeah, and still still keeping your cuticles from falling apart after sanitizing over and over and over, which is definitely something we're all doing this day and age. And it comes in a convenient 2-ounce size. So you can put it in your pocket, throw it in your bag, whatever you're doing, keep it on the go with you, and not have your skin cracking at the end of the day after using it religiously.
All of our ingredients, all of our packaging, all of the product that you see, we work with small businesses, we work in small batches. We really prefer to work with independent brands, female-owned brands, brands that are family-owned, and we like to know where every ingredient that we work with is coming from. So when we're talking through the candles and some of the toners and potions, we know exactly where those herbs, where those flowers, where those crystals are coming from.
Absolutely.
Want to start with candles?
You want to go to candles?
Sure.
Sure. Let's just go down the row here.
Okay.
Let's do this alphabetically like we would in primary school. So this one is, starting here, it's our Artisan Angels. It's an orange colored candle. It's got a bit of scents of blood orange, some cinnamon, some neroli, a little tiny bit of a Fraser fir tucked in there. And these are all made to be stimulating scents. So this is a great one for kind of invoking energy for your creativity, to kind of keep yourself focused on any kind of creative job you're working on, or any job at all, just to keep yourself going and amping yourself up towards the end result there. And it's also finished on top with some whole cloves, as well as tiger eye, some angelite, and some lapis lazuli.
Artisan Angels is a warm, citrusy, spicy scent.
So good.
It is one of the scents that my grandmother always had in her house at the holidays. Growing up in an Italian Catholic family, candles were such a huge part of everything we did. So this really has a bit of home. Neroli, which is one of the main citrusy scents, is said to be about connecting to the wings of angels. So as an artist, as a creative, if you want to get that fire in your belly going or find that muse, this is a great candle for that. It also is great if you're stuck in your home and you're feeling uncertain about things, because it just gives a really easy warmth.
That one's nice. I don't know how well you see these from way back there, but hopefully.
You can bring it closer.
I could also bring it closer. Let me take a look.
While you're doing that, I'll start talking about the other one.
There we go. That's nice.
Balance and Harmony is the next candle, and this is one that we launched for autumn. All of our candles are made with organic soy wax, and it's a beautiful coconut organic sticky soy wax, so they burn about 40 hours. This one burns so beautifully. It is vanilla and spice. It has cinnamon and clove and nutmeg and pumpkin. It's finished with carnelian and citrine and moonstone, as well as clove, and it has that real autumn in New England kind of pumpkin spicy quality to it. Sometimes Jeremy calls this my basic bitch candle, but this is one of my favorites because it reminds me of holidays and it reminds me of those long New England autumn days. This is about roots and wings. This is about really relaxing, getting calm from all of the craziness in the world, and really allowing yourself to have that self-care time.
Guess I'll do a show from this side the whole time.
All right.
Well, why not? Let's go through all of them.
Balance and Harmony is one of our newer candles, so the audience for Oddities probably hasn't seen that candle.
Maybe only in Brooklyn.
Yeah. Back to Black is one of our most popular candles here at Oddities. Back to Black is a candle that was developed after my time working with Amy Winehouse. As a makeup artist, getting that eyeliner down, having that time with her, it really inspired me, but I also always wanted something that kind of diffuse negative energy. So Back to Black is a candle. It burns to jet black. It has the scent of soft leather, almost like an old leather jacket, and it is finished with obsidian and tourmaline and juniper berry. So this is a great one for leaving the past behind, letting go of all the negative and getting rid of any bad energy. When it's done, get rid of those crystals and get ready for all the good that's coming next. And this is a batch that we did specifically for our Oddities crowd. Faith is also a new candle that some of our Oddities members probably haven't seen. This one is sweetgrass and Palo Santo, and has a soft floral to it. It's very clean, it's very bright, and it is finished with blue cornflower, clear quartz, and angelite. This is about looking towards the future. This is about finding your own voice. This is about having vision and seeing possibility and opportunity. Joy and Success is one of our newest candles. This one just launched this summer, and this bright ginger and lemon citrus scent is perfect if you've been stuck in your home as long as I have. We live in a New York apartment.
Yes.
And usually we travel 2 or 3 weeks a month for work. And we've been in the same apartment now since March.
Yeah, mid-March.
So this one I really love. It's saffron, it's ginger, it's all of these really bright, beautiful notes. But it also feels very joyous. It is finished with carnelian and citrine and amazonite and saffron.
This one's so good. It's such a clean, kind of refreshing scent, but also it just kind of really does bring you happiness and gives you a chance to focus on yourself and what you're up to and your own.
One of the things you'll notice with all of our finishings, but also with all of our fragrances, is we don't work with synthetic fragrances. Everything we work with is an essential oil. They're organic. They are things that we know where they come from. So if you like candles, but sometimes certain candles give you headaches, these are all natural fragrances, so you're not going to get that synthetic buzz. Law of Attraction, one of our most popular. It is all about bringing prosperity and all good things in abundance. It's lemongrass, it is vetiver, green tea, and mint.
And this one is finished off on the top, as you can see here. It's got some pyrite, it's got some citrine, some tiger eye, some jasmine buds, a little rosemary, and Egyptian mint as well.
Beautiful color.
Love, Love, and Love is one of our most popular. It is an old love spell from the times of Catherine de' Medici and the monks at Santa Maria Novella. It is a little bit of vanilla and chocolate. It also is one of my grandmother's love spells. She was the most Catholic of Catholics Italian women, but she used to write little love spells into her cookbook, so it almost smells like Italian cookies. And this one is finished with so many different things. Catnip, damiana, balm of Gilead, jasmine flower. It's all about self-love. It's called Love, Love, and Love because it's about self-love, friendship and family and community, and then romantic love. Memento Mori is one of our most popular here at Oddities. This is for a memory candle. It's about holding space and honoring. It's about really dealing with grief and trauma, but also holding space and remembering your ancestors and those people that you've loved and maybe lost. This one is almost like an English garden, and it smells like, reminds me of my grandmother. It really was developed in her honor and launched on her birthday. It has stones of amethyst and rose quartz to heal the heart, amethyst to heal grief, moonstone, and it's finished with rosemary and lavender. If I have time, I'm going to finish one of those for you guys.
I feel like we'll have time.
Yep.
Wait, are you guys going to make something?
I am, yeah, if we have time.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, we're doing great on time right now.
Oh,
so.
cool. Oh, I'm like rushing.
No.
I'm going to breathe for a minute.
No, we can just hang out and have a good time with the audience.
All right.
Please, hang out.
If any questions pop up, just shout them out to us.
Cool.
Yes.
Oracles and empaths. Jeremy, you want to talk a little about this one? We can kind of switch out for a minute.
If you want me to, sure. Well, no, that was a special one for you.
All right.
You go through that one.
Oracles and Empaths is a candle that we just launched a few months ago. Oddities have not seen this. This is something that means a lot to me, and I think for a lot of creative people, and for a lot of people who are missing connection and missing being out in the world, this is a time where there's a lot of trauma in the world. And one of the things that people forget is when you're in trauma, you kind of can't process trauma. And when you're creative, when you're used to doing creative things or seeing people or going places, things can start to feel overwhelming. So we developed Oracles and Empaths as a way to allow you to see the future and to heal your heart and to be able to allow you to connect to other people in a way that feels safe and secure. This is sea salt, which is all about protection and really protecting your space and your energy. And it is tonka bean, which is all about healing the heart and opening you up to love and possibility and friendship. And it is finished with amethyst and amazonite and smoky quartz. Smoky quartz is great for getting rid of negative energy, sorting out energy vampires, and really allowing you to focus on yourself and your own needs.
Yeah, and the malachite for courage is also large, beautiful chunks of malachite.
Malachite is one of my favorite stones, and it is great for courage. And it's great also when you see green stones, they're great stones for healing the heart, which is so important for creatives.
That one just meant so much to you. I couldn't imagine myself jumping in front of the camera for anything less than this. Next one we have is Phoenix from the Flame. This is low-key actually my very favorite candle because it's the first one that I made, so I was very particular and partial to it. It's a nice oxblood color. This candle is all about kind of the journey forward. If you're making a big life change, the Phoenix always rises from the ashes. If you're changing your career, you're making a big move, you're gonna get married or divorced, you know, whatever life is taking you, you could always do, it's for big changes, it's for large things to kind of keep you focused on what you're up to next. The fragrances here are gonna be a blend of, you have some sandalwood, you have some smoke, you have leather, you have some chocolate. It's just a really kind of musky, sexy candle. And this one's finished with sodalite, hematite, and carnelian. Kind of stoke a little passion and fire in your belly.
For me, this is one of our sexiest
It is very sexy.
candles. I think just that bit of chocolate and that bit of campfire brings in a really beautiful, warm feel that's unlike any other candle that I've seen. If you're someone who doesn't love floral or doesn't love herbal, this is a beautiful candle for you.
Yeah, it's a very like nice, a lot of deep fragrances, kind of musky fragrances all together. Oh, hey, what's up, live chat? Hey, Jade DeRue, what's going on? Oh, Jade DeRue said she loves the Sister Witch candle so much, which is amazing that you say that, Jade, but we actually didn't have any in stock to bring with us because we've been reeling from our Black Friday sale, which is cool, but they still do exist if you want to talk through.
It's actually the next one, Pilgrim's Pride, isn't it?
Oh, just joking. So we're going to go to Pilgrim's Pride from there, which is another one we don't have here with us. It's a white candle. Not all pilgrims are colonists. A pilgrim is a person on a journey, so let's not get that too twisted. Some people think it's a problematic name. But the Pilgrim's Pride candle that we do have, you'll find it on our website at rebelsandoutlaws.nyc.com.
Pilgrim's Pride was developed because of my summers growing up in New England. That smell of salt in the air, being at the beaches and the pine, sandalwood. Jeremy developed that with sea salt and sandalwood to be these kind of beautiful base notes, and then it has these lovely green notes. So it's a really clean candle. It has sea salt and howlite and smoky quartz, and it is really great for an environment where you're looking forward. It also comes with a bay leaf. Bay leaves are a great way to set a spell or make a wish or say a prayer. And so you can write your intention on the bay leaf and let it burn on the first ignition. The other candle that we don't have with us today is Sister Witch.
Yes.
Sister Witch is one of our most popular at Oddities. We will have it back in stock tomorrow. But again, because we work with a really small female-owned crystal source, we really have to make sure that they have everything in stock as well. Sister Witch is rose and sage, and it is all about the power of the divine feminine. It is about the power of the circle and the power of community. And that one is finished with sage and amethyst and moonstone,
rose,
and a bay leaf as well. Great way for you to cast a spell and to get your energy moving forward.
You go to Rebels?
Rebels. Rebels and Outlaws is our first candle. It is something that we developed because when I was spending a lot of time on set, I found that I was focusing on my work so much and coming home exhausted and depleted and really leaving my best self on at work and not bringing that to my family and friends. So this one is really about healing the heart, but also about finding your voice, making your mark, and finding your own strength. This is Bulgarian rose, and it is finished with rose and sodalite, angelite, and amethyst.
That one around. Yeah, I was just checking the live chat.
Sown Seeds is another new candle for us. Sown Seeds is based on Jeremy's time growing up in Florida, based on his garden. It has a really warm, bright citrus to it. It smells like tomato plants and lemon, and it's very herbal. I love Sown Seeds because it is about remembering all of the work that you've already done. It's about incubating your creativity, looking at what you've invested in, looking at all the time that you've spent learning. And it's about really kind of enjoying everything that you've prepared for yourself.
And I absolutely love this fragrance. The fragrance, it almost, the goal was to make it smell exactly like when you snap a tomato off a fresh vine, and I think we got it pretty damn close.
It's a really clean, bright herbal, great for a kitchen, great for a dining area. It doesn't compete with your other scents, and it's garnet and moss agate and so many aventurine.
Yeah, aventurine.
It has a lot of different stones that are really kind of about empowering and bringing yourself to next. Soothsayer and Storyteller is another new one that some of you probably haven't seen. This is a really beautiful blue candle. Blue candles are all about the throat chakra. So this is about clear voice and clear vision. This is about standing up for what you believe in. This is about being yourself and standing up for the people you love and the things that are important to you. This is eucalyptus and peppermint. This is great for a spa. This is great for a spa-like feel. This is great for a bath when you're by yourself and giving yourself some self-love. This is amethyst and sodalite and clear quartz, and finished with
Some red clover, a little bit of rosemary, and also some angel oil as well.
Sorcerers and Sages is one of our most popular candles. This is lavender and sage. This is about calm in the chaos. This is about letting go of all the craziness of the world. This is about tapping into the things that you know and opening yourself up to the ideas and information that are out in the universe. This is finished with cedar and sage and lavender, and it's created with amethyst and malachite and bloodstone. And this is probably my favorite right now when I really need to spend some time reading or just relax from the craziness of everything that's happening in the world.
Really nice, calming fragrance. Great for grounding.
Yeah. White Light, White Heat is another candle that unfortunately I sold out of during Black Friday. White Light, White Heat is our softest scented candle. It is developed from my time working with Lou Reed and Stevie Nicks. So it's this really light, bright rock and roll kind of candle. It's a soft white, and it is finished with howlite, quartz, and smoky quartz. And it's about really empowering yourself and really energizing yourself to focus on the things that are important to you, to move forward. It's a bit of a battery for recharging you and energizing you. All of the candle descriptions are on our website at rebelsandoutlawsnyc.com. I feel like I'm running a race. I rushed through them today, but if you're interested in finding out about any of those descriptions, it is all up there on the website. We also have a discount available for oddities. Jeremy, what is the?
The discount code is oddities30, all
caps.
capital, yeah.
So if you go to our website, rebelsandoutlawsnyc.com, there is a discount code oddities30 for 30% off anything on the site. All of the candles are broken down there. We also have done some specific batches for oddities with the last full moon and for this last week that was so full of environmental energy. And we did a Phoenix from the Flame, a Back to Black, and a White Light, White Heat just for you guys. So if you head over there or you have any questions, you can always message us. So do I have time to finish a candle?
I believe so.
Yep. So I thought what I would do is finish a candle for you guys. Can you see me over here?
What's this time?
You guys have like 30 minutes.
Whoa.
Oh, I ran through that like a race.
I know, it was crazy. I think we started a little early too.
Oh,
But we're
okay.
good, we're good.
Cool.
Yeah, you started like 5 minutes early.
Oh man, I can really kind of break things down. So.
Break
it
things
down,
down,
baby.
baby.
Yeah.
See,
Break it down.
I'm just making a little couple changes real fast here myself.
All right. So can you guys see me standing here?
Yes.
Just keep that. So. Thank you. With all of the candles, everything starts with a really beautiful, sticky, organic soy wax. Everything that we do with Rebels and Outlaws is vegan and ethically sourced, and all of our finishings are brought to us. They're either gifted to us or they're from people that we know and people that we love. And I think that that energy really allows us to create energy and love and intention that we can then infuse in our candles. Every candle that we pour is poured by Jeremy, and then I sigil it and I sage it, and then I start to prepare the candle. And so this candle is Memento Mori. The Memento Mori tends to be one of our most popular here at Oddities. And so what I wanted to do was show you kind of what we do when we're putting that together. So this one I created for Regina for her new space, and to be with her at this time where we can't hang out so much. So this is a beautiful blend. It's carnation, it's lilac, it's lily. It has a really soft floral to it. It almost smells like an English garden after the rain. And what I'm going to do is I've sigiled into the candle. So you can see I put in sigils for protection and for love and for remembrance in the candle. And then I'm going to add a little heat. Because we're on the road today, I'm using a heat gun. And that's just going to allow me to get the wax to a point where I can add into it. Because I want the Memento Mori to have that memory type of quality to it, I heat the wax up because I want these crystals to kind of be beneath. All of our crystals are prepared. I kind of cleanse and prepare them with the full moon. And here I'm starting with rose quartz. Rose quartz is all about compassion, and it is about healing, letting go of trauma, and allowing yourself to feel love. The next crystal I'm using is amethyst. Amethyst is a powerful healer. It is one of the master stones, and you can see we have this beautiful violet and purple hued amethyst. And here I'm going to put 5 stones of amethyst and moonstone. Moonstone is about stabilizing. Moonstone opens us up to the cycles of healing and the cycles of grief. Moonstone controls our energy, our emotions. And moonstone really allows us to feel the love and power of the divine feminine. And I'm going to add a little more heat. Because this is a Memento Mori, I developed this with a few of my grandmother's fragrances. She's the one who really taught me about candles. She's the first person that ever taught me to pray. She's the first person that taught me the value of family. And so with this Memento Mori, I wanted it to be almost like a sepia memory when you light it, and allow you to honor and cherish. Now I'm adding in organic rose. Rose is about surrounding yourself with love, but also honoring the people that you've lost or left behind. I'm going to bring in lavender. Lavender is about calming and bringing relaxing thoughts and allowing you to let go of trauma or negativity. This lavender is grown by a friend of ours in New Jersey. And so I like to know where all of those herbs are coming from. So this lavender and rosemary is grown with rainwater from heirloom seeds. So we really want to always know that we're working with sustainable and organic product. Rosemary has been used in funerals for centuries to honor and to protect, planted by churches. Rosemary you can also plant by your garden gate or your front door to welcome and to remember the importance of friends and family. And now I'm adding in my crystals, moonstone, to stabilize and support. And then I'm finishing with myrtle. Myrtle is about messages. It carries messages to the angels. It allows you to connect, and it allows you to be able to see and feel with clear vision and a clear heart. And so with this, you can write your intention on it in the first lighting, and you have your memento mori.
Oh,
And
still
so-
wet.
Yeah.
Here, I'll show it up close.
With every candle that we do, we really make sure that each, well, this one's still,
Just what you did.
okay.
I just can't really tip it yet. It's still a little wet.
That one's still warm. With each candle that we do, we want to make sure that every ingredient and every intention is so full of love and so full of warmth and good energy. And so each one that we touch is created with those prepared crystals, herbs, florals, but also is sigilled and saged before they're sent out to you. So today I'm going to prepare this one with cedar when we finish here so that before I give it as a gift, I can really make sure that it's there. We also do a line of bath and body products, body scrubs, bath teas, other ways for you to relax and recharge and take care of yourself. And all of those are available on our website.
On the
as
website,
well.
yeah. Self-care is so important. And actually, speaking of the body scrubs, I was scrolling through the live chat here, and I did notice that people were saying a couple things were out of stock. That's why I was hiding in the corner, updating our inventory. So I think your name's Seven Jones. Just so you know, we do have the brush soap in stock. We're out of stock on the small one, but the large one is online. If you want to get it, feel free to get it. Someone named Ashley needed something. Anything you need, please DM us on Instagram. That's totally fine, at Rebels and Outlaws. If you placed an order in a hurry real fast because you got so excited about this but didn't apply the discount, if you email us to the website or through a DM on Instagram, just let us know your order number. We'll help to take care of that. That's not a problem.
Yeah, I think a couple, or at least one person said
Yeah.
that they did that.
But then even speaking of the body scrubs, the Law of Attraction Sugar Body Scrub was out of stock online. That has been corrected. So those are available. The Rose Beauty Balm that Jade was talking about in the live chat is also available online. So basically everything is up to and including, dun 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 dun, drum roll, our December Witch Box, which we haven't even dove into what Witch
No.
Box is yet. Do you want to lead the way on that?
Sure. Witch Box is a new monthly box that we're putting together. Because of the crazy world right now, it is not a subscription. You can choose each month whether or not you want to receive the box. The box is curated by me with a lot of exclusive product to bring across the intention of the month based on where we are in the calendar and in the moon cycle. And so the December Witch Box is, I think, one of the best that we've done, and it is all about the winter solstice.
I'm excited about it.
You want to talk about
Well, we have the winter solstice. We have an exclusive winter solstice candle, which if you know us from any amount of time, we do launch the solstice candle every year around the solstice just for that reason. And then it goes away once, that kind of cycle ends of the moon, which I believe is in early January.
Winter solstice really taps into some of those very traditional winter herbs, sage and cedar, spruce, pine, fir, a little bit of lavender. We're really bringing in some of those fragrances
Absolutely.
and a few others.
Off the top of my head, I haven't made it in a year, so I forget off the top of my head. But I would sense that are perfect for the season: cinnamon, vanilla. I think one's like mistletoe. That's all different kinds
These
of
are
times.
handmade incense. This is our first time doing incense cones. We have a friend who's making them for us. Incense is always about honoring space and connecting and making sure that the space that you're in allows you to connect. And I talk a lot about connection. For me as an artist, I always want to think about what I'm putting forward and how I'm moving through the world and through space. And so our incense this season is really about honoring this time. We also have an elderberry soap that we're putting forward. It's our first pressed soap.
Yeah, if you had our box back in September, we did have a bit of elderberry soap that was kind of our prototype to check out. people went so bananas for it. We were like, you know what we should do? We should make this proper. So we actually had some molds made. So this is going to be a properly molded, I think it's a 5-ounce bar of soap that has our logo is going to be on it, embossed into it, which is really cool. But it's a nice handful. It'll last you a really good long time. It's very moisturizing. Our friend who makes all of our soaps for us, it's got all the right oils. What's in it? There's sea salt for cleansing, elderberry, and I want to say it's a little dash of coconut oil that's actually really moisturizing for you too. So you can cleanse yourself, get that nice fragrance, really good for the morning or the evening whenever you like to clean.
The thing you want to remember too is that your skin is your largest organ. It's the best protection that we have against the environment. And so we really wanted to put a soap together that not only cleansed and conditioned, but elderberry is so great for detoxifying, and it's great for protecting you against free radicals. Free radicals are things that are out in the environment that might create damage. One of the other products that we have that does that are our potions. So we do have a winter solstice potion that is included in the switch box. You can use that to freshen your skin, freshen linens, prepare or smudge a space, or anything you need to do to bring into your environment. For me as a makeup artist for over 25 years, I'm always thinking about my client's skin. Everybody always wants to hear like what celebrities I've worked on, and I have a long list. But for me, the most important thing is that every person is treating themselves like a celebrity and caring for their own skin. And so our potions are recipes that I've been using for decades to be able to cleanse and tone the skin. As toners, what these will do is bring your skin to a pH level where bacteria doesn't grow, prepare your face for moisturizer, and as we head into the winter months, it also really boosts your skin, and as it evaporates off the skin, it's taking anything that might be there that you want to get rid of, like bacteria, and allowing you to care for yourself. And so we have a whole range of potions that are really great for different skin tones or because you like different fragrances. Artisan Angels is a really bright citrus. This is a little bit of neroli and orange flower.
Yeah, hit Ryan with it. Ryan needs, get it.
This is a good one. I'm going to spray you with another one too.
So spicy.
These are great. Ryan, it's great that you said that too, because these are great not only for toning the skin, because they're organic essential oils and hydrosols. The thing you should remember is that essential oils share 3 properties. They're bactericide, so they kill bacteria. They're bacteriostatic, so they repel bacteria. And they're cetophilactic, so they promote cell reproduction, so they're healing agents. It's a great way to freshen your mask if you're tired of like constantly being behind a mask. And so Artisan Angels, because it has that little bit of cinnamon and those bright citruses, it's one of my favorite for using to freshen my mask. Law of Attraction is Jeremy's favorite.
My personal favorite.
This one is lemongrass, it is vetiver, it is green tea.
It's got rosemary, it's vetiver, lemongrass. There's no green tea in that one specifically.
This one
it's
is
really
great
zesty, it's chamomile water as well. It's so good. That's like, I'm from Florida initially, so citrusy scents. Yeah, like that kind of citrusy zest you get with it. Really, it wakes me up in the morning. It's great for me fresh out of the shower. Before I moisturize, I tone my skin, as well as I wash my mask so often that the scent of Tide on my face, I'm so sick of smelling Tide directly against my face. So before I leave, I spray the inside of my mask, let it air out a little bit, and just I have that nice citrusy, like fresh fragrance instead of that.
Are you supposed to tone before you moisturize?
Always.
Yeah, you cleanse, then you tone, then you moisturize.
Yeah. Toner is one of those things that a lot of skincare companies have gotten away from, and a lot of Americans have forgotten about. But what toner does is it brings the skin to a pH level where bacteria doesn't grow. Even water will bring your skin to a pH level where bacteria can grow. So when you look at French skincare, it's very much based in the idea of toning. So we use what I call hydrosols. They're basically floral waters and organic essential oils to help balance. What you want to do with a toner, the same way you want to do with a hand sanitizer, is your toner should evaporate off your skin. That's how it kills the bacteria. It needs that time to dissipate, and that's how it takes everything with it. Artisan Angels and Law of Attraction, since we're going deep into it, if you have oily skin or you're one of those people who tends to get very gray during the winter months, these are great for brightening the skin and for balancing oily skin.
Quick thing from our live chat over here. Hey, Ozzy Gutierrez. We love you, brother. Miss you. Wish you were here. who is this?
Liquid Luck is another bright citrus. Liquid Luck, I developed this one because Jeremy is kind of obsessed with Harry Potter. This is a bright citrus. This one is lemon. And
that one's lemon, and there's more lemon and lemongrass, and it's got a little orange into it. It's got a little cedar wood. It's got a bit of ginger. It's got a zest to it and a pep to it that really, it's like a slightly spicier version. That this is a little more herbal. With the zest, this is a lot of the zest. So if you like citrusy fragrances, this is going to be one that you're really going to gravitate towards.
This one is great for your linens. This one is great for your home. This one is great for clearing energy out.
But also from the live chat, Sarah, you said you're having problems with the website to get your order done. If you send us a DM, we'll get that solved for you. Just screenshot whatever kind of issue and describe it to us. We'll try to walk you through it and get you taken care of.
Our most popular potion at Oddities is Love Potion. This is one of the oldest concoctions used in skincare. What a lot of people don't realize is rose water, which we talk about so often, was developed by the monks at Santa Maria Novella for Catherine de' Medici. If you're in Florence, even now, right across from the train station, you can still go into the monastery and see the rose water that the monks are creating. We use that rose water in Love Potion. Love Potion is that very ancient love spell. It's rose, it's patchouli, it's vanilla, it has a little bit of spice to it. This is probably one of our strongest smelling potions, but it is a true love potion, so be very careful when you use this in your environment. But remember, all of our love is also about self-love. It's all about taking care of yourself and making sure that your heart is ready for everything.
And I don't think you mentioned it, but all of the potions are also crystal infused as well. So starting from Law of Attraction has Tiger Eye. Law of Attraction has Howlite. Our Artisted Angel has Tiger Eye. There's Carnelian and Liquid Luck. And in Love Potion, there is a little cardamom seed as well as rhodochrosite and rose quartz.
Pilgrim's Pride is my favorite potion. This is sea salt and sage and sandalwood.
A dash of pine. A little lime. There's a lot going on in there.
This one is all about letting go of the negativity, leaving the past behind. I am spraying this every day in 2020 because it's about leaving the past behind and looking forward. The idea of the pilgrim, the idea of being on that spiritual journey. It's not about the Mayflower pilgrims, but the idea that we're all looking as we move through the world for that energy and that connection. Sorcerers and Sages, you want to talk about it?
Is that Sorcerers? It should be Rebels next. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, Rebels and Outlaws. This is probably a toner that's people we're going to find that's going to be the most used to what you're going to be most accustomed to because it's a rose water with a little bit of lavender water, a dash of the witch hazel, and this one's infused with a little moonstone and a little amethyst as well as some black peppercorns and just a dash of whiskey in each batch because that's nice to bring around. This one's really great for toning the skin. Just like our Rebels and Outlaws candle, this one's about knowing who you are, kind of standing strong on your own 2 feet, finding your mark, and it's just a really soft, light, rosy scent that'll kind of pep you up in the morning.
This is one of my family's formulas. This is one, my grandmother used to use rose water to clean her rosary and her saints, and so this is something that for me, I use every day, not only in my skincare, but to actually scent my home. Rose water clears negative energy and it restores and recharges energy. So if you're stepping into any new space or you're inviting people into your home, Rose or Rebels and Outlaws is a great way to do that with the rose water.
Absolutely. That's okay. Go
Sorcerers
for it.
and Sages?
No, go nuts. You're on a roll. I'm just going to hang out and be pretty.
I'm like on QVC. Sorcerers and Sages is our other popular toner. It's lavender. And so lavender is one of the most bionic essential oils. Lavender, when you add lavender essential oil to any other fragrance or essential oils, it makes the other essential oils 10 times stronger. So if you're using lavender as a toner, it's a great way not only to kill bacteria and prepare your skin, but it's really about reviving, refreshing, and relaxing. If you have really oily skin or overactive skin, if you're sensitive to ingredients, lavender is a great way to tone that down. So Sorcerers and Sages is one of my favorites for winter.
Yeah, that's a great one. That's one of my favorites also, like when I just freshly changed the bed. On top of using it on my skin in the morning, which is like lovely, obviously, you need it to tone with. I'll love to change my linens whenever make the bed all fresh and new, dash of lavender with the Sorcerers and Sages all over it, and just you lay down and it just helps you relax and sink directly into your mattress and fall asleep. Heavenly dreams.
Yeah.
Nothing stressful.
So all of the potions, all of the toners, all of the brush cleaner, the hand sanitizers, all of our candles, we work with organic essential oils and those floral waters, herbs and florals and crystals to be able to bring everything forward to you guys in a way that we know they're the best quality ingredients. We know from start to finish where every crystal, where every herb, where every flower is put forward. And we know that when you have those candles in your home or you're bringing those potions into your own skincare routines, that they are made with love and the best ingredients.
Absolutely.
Anything else?
I mean,
Can you use the toners as a room spray? Is it more specifically for your
They
face?
were
Do
they
linger?
they were basically designed to be double duty. So they're all great for clearing energy. You can freshen linens. You can use them on your bed. You can use them for hard surfaces or soft surfaces.
yeah, they were made to be kind of double duty as a
Yeah.
beauty mist for your skin and taking care of your skin, but also as a smudge spray. So sometimes you might need to clear the energy of a room. You're in a hotel, you're on the road, whatever it happens to be, but you don't want to do a traditional burning bundle. You can't Palo Santo or cedar or sage or rosemary, whatever you happen to do as your cleansing ritual. Usually, you can use the spray as well. That's why it's crystal infused. And that way, you can still get the same kind of cleansing and making a space your own without actually like having to burn anything in a place where you might not be able to burn. So yes, absolutely.
And if you're using them on a soft surface like pillows or linens, or you're using them on a mask, what you can do is you want to keep it about 12 inches away and just give it a few spritzes. Now remember, with any essential oil, it's going to be the most effective when it evaporates. So I would let that evaporate for a few moments.
Is that a signature mask or is that just one that you
No,
happen to
this
have?
is from Hatch Screen Prints in Nashville.
Oh, it's so cool.
But I thought it was kind of perfect for oddities.
Oh yeah, it looks good on you too.
Thank you. It kind of fits, right?
It almost follows your nasal cavity.
Yeah. And one of the things that I love about working with essential oils and hydrosols is this is medicine that has been available to us for so many millennia. These are healing and energy and important ingredients that have been passed down from mother to daughter, from generation to generation. And so when you're looking at rose water or lavender water or any of these kind of, I don't know, important essential oils, just know that they bring that history with them. And so this is skincare that doesn't have all the bells and whistles, that doesn't have, you know, all of the big pharmacy behind it.
Yeah.
These are things that were cooked up in kitchens by kitchen witches and hedge witches and herbologists.
It's a lot of kitchen magic in general.
Yeah, so-
It's practical magic, as it were.
Yeah, and
if
that's
only
kind of
Sandra
what-
Bullock was here too.
I wish.
We got about 10 minutes left. What do you think? Can I ask you a question? I never ask you this. Which, if you had to choose a favorite candle, which one's yours? We know which one mine is. I already talked about it.
Artisan.
I just want to put you on the spot on camera for no apparent reason whatsoever.
I would say Artisan Angels is probably my favorite for this time of year. Artisan Angels is a very traditional
It is so
scent for the holidays. Growing up in a very loud, very large, very Italian Catholic family, it smells like the things that my grandmother was cooking. It is cinnamon and orange and blood orange and neroli.
And bolognese sauce.
I wish. That'd probably be a popular candle for us.
We don't say sauce up there, though. We say gravy.
We
It's a
say gravy.
I know, the gravy.
Yeah, it's
That,
the gravy.
that really reminds me of home. We actually are putting together in a few weeks, I guess I'll talk about it. We haven't mentioned it yet, but we are doing a few boxes for December.
Yes.
We have launching December 10th, a luck box, a love box, a law of attraction box, a let it go box. All of those will be made with candles and different pieces of intention. But then we're doing a La Befana box. And for Italians, La Befana is the grandma witch, the Christmas witch. And so that box will smell like Italian cookies. And it will come with a cinnamon broom and 3 candles that smell like Italian cookies baking for the holiday. Because I cannot, I'm getting emotional. Because I cannot be with my family this year for the holidays, I've decided to kind of honor those traditions in different ways. So that La Befana box will be available December 10th.
You guys do have a question?
Yes.
From Coda Wolf.
Hey, Coda.
Should there be any concerns for how these oils can affect pets? I know some oils can cause really bad reactions in animals.
You are absolutely correct. A lot of people, when we first launched this, were like, oh, these are essential oils. Why don't you use essential oils? And it's that exact reason. But we have cats. We have 2 cats at our house. We love our cats. Meow. But because some essential oils can be toxic for pets, we did go out of our way. All of our fragrances are sourced from a few different places, but they're all a carrier oil with essential oils in them, but none of them are anything that can harm your pets. Unless your cat is eating hot wax or trying to lick a flame, you should be fine.
As some cats tend to do.
Yeah, some cats just like to play with everything.
Yeah, and with the potions, I would say those are a little more active because those are essential oils and hydrosols with carrier. These, I would say, a spritz is not going to hurt.
Yeah, no, but since it's through a fine mist atomizer, the amount that you're going to get out of pumping it twice, which is basically what you're going to be using at any given time, is not going to affect your pet. If you knock the bottle over and it's spilt and they drank it, different situation, keep that from happening. But aside from that, you should be fine.
But the candles, because we live in a pet-friendly house and our cats kind of control our world.
Everything we do.
Everything we do.
I'm a slave.
Yeah, we really are making sure that everything is safe for your pets and for your home.
Yes, absolutely. Very pet friendly.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys technically have 9 minutes. Is there any other stuff you would like to speak about? Is there anything else that you're doing that's exciting? Fun?
Science is important. Vaccines work. Black Lives Matter. I mean,
I'll use the 10 minutes. I really rushed through the candles because I was so afraid.
I thought we were in a hurry.
Yeah,
I'm like,
take some time.
I really was afraid I didn't have enough time. But one of the things with Rebels and Outlaws, a lot of people ask us, where did the name come from? One of the crazy things that's happened is because our name is Rebels and Outlaws, people somehow, like, we get a lot of
on Facebook, we'll look and see who
Facebook-
follows us on Facebook, and it's a lot of Confederate flags, which, in case you don't know, that's gross.
No.
So we're not into that.
Rebels and Outlaws is actively activated. We are out there in the streets. Rebels and Outlaws is even involved in charities, and we don't always talk about all of those charities that we're involved with because we donate to so many charities. But one of our candles that is very special to us, that is a specific charity candle, is the candle Faith. Faith was developed initially for a friend of ours who was battling breast cancer. As a young woman, this is something that we knew she was living in New York City and battling breast cancer in a way that so many women do. And because it's something that affects so many women, we wanted to create something that would help to ease that. So it initially was developed to help Faith out. And now 25% of that candle goes to Sloan
Memorial Sloan Kettering for cancer
How is
research.
Faith doing now?
Faith is amazing. She's gone through all of her.
She comes to every oddity.
She's probably on this live
Girlfriend
chat.
of mine.
Yeah.
Faith's
I knew her
amazing.
from long ago.
Hey girl, what's going on?
Store.
I got your order at
Yeah.
home. It's coming.
And Faith is also does a lot with candle magic. If you buy your carved candles from.
If you're in New York City, stop by Enchantments on East 9th Street. 9th Street.
I'm just so happy that Enchantments is still there.
Oh no, they're doing gangbusters. They're doing like delivery only or pickup only, but they're fine. They're doing great.
That's an
they're
OG
still working.
store.
It's been there for
It
so
is.
long. Yeah.
And it's nice to see some stores still
Weathering
able
the
to weather the storm.
Weathering
so
the
many
storm.
have disappeared. And I
It's-
think a lot of stores even disappeared before.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's getting harder out
It
there.
is.
But
I could talk about the batches we did specifically for oddities.
yeah, absolutely.
That'd be
Get the
So Back to Black is a candle that we do very well with at Oddities. It is one of my favorite, and it smells like a leather jacket. This
Can I
is
smell that one?
yeah.
Sorry, I never smelled this one.
I know. Get into it.
It is one of our most popular candles because it's not frilly, it's not girly. It just smells like soft leather. And it's a deep black, but as it burns to jet black. It's absorbing all of the negativity. And then when it's done, you get rid of the crystals. It's finished with tourmaline, obsidian, and juniper berry to help dispel all the bad stuff and get ready for what's coming next. I'm a makeup artist, and I talk about that a lot. But this one is developed from when I was working with Amy Winehouse, and it reminds me of that leather jacket smell that she was so known for. And with this batch, we poured it, prepared it, sigiled it for Oddities. So if you're using the code Oddities30, that batch is specifically for anyone who's ordering from Oddities.
Yeah. Oh, you know what you were gonna do? You were gonna cleanse the candle you just finished on camera today. So if you wanna wrap up with that, I don't know where I put it.
You guys have 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. I know it's in here.
The other batch that we did specifically for Oddities was Phoenix from the Flame. This is one of Jeremy's favorites, and this one we spoke about earlier. It's also a very different candle. We know that not everybody wants floral, not everybody wants herbal. So this is a little bit of chocolate and vanilla, sandalwood smoke. It's a very kind of bass note, sexy candle that really kind of allows you to get this kind of warm, sexy scent in your home. Phoenix from the Flame is an oxblood candle. It's a combination of black and red. And so black candles are all about getting rid of negativity. Red candles are all about instilling that passion, getting that fire back in your belly, letting you move forward. And so as this candle burns, what it does is it lets you let go of all the shit that's out there in the world and really focus on getting yourself motivated again. It's finished with carnelian. Carnelian is that stone that gets your creativity going. It's very sexy. It really kind of connects to those very root chakras. Sodalite, all about clear voice, really speaking your truth, standing up for yourself. And hematite. Hematite is all about vision and strength and reminding yourself that you are that phoenix from the flame, that you will rise again and that everything will be the way you want it to be. And so this batch of Rebel Phoenix from the Flame is available on the website with the code Oddities30. This batch is prepared specifically for you guys.
There.
My nose was in that candle for like
Yeah.
8 minutes straight.
This
because
one's
it
for you,
smells
man.
so
This
good.
one's for you.
Yeah, you can
So
do that.
good.
All right, so
That's a great way to wrap up. I love this.
Yeah.
This is like the perfect timing.
yeah, the last one
Professionals.
that we did specifically for Oddities is the Memento Mori. So we have a set of Memento Mori prepared specifically for our Oddities audience, and that's the one that I prepared here today. So what I'm going to do is use a little bit of mugwort
Yes.
and a little. I don't usually light from the lighter.
Well, you're doing it sideways too, like a crazy person.
Sorry.
Oh, you too.
Oh,
I know the struggle.
you old married
Yeah.
couples.
It like burns it before it like lights it.
With your burn bundles, you usually want to light from a candle. This is mugwort that was grown from a friend of mine in New Jersey.
There she goes.
And cedar, you can light this one too, from New England. And what I'm going to do is just prepare this candle I made for Ryan and Regina. And when you are preparing your candles, smoke is sacred. And so you want to open and close your circle and set your intention and speak it into existence. This is a new home. This is a new home for two people that create community and family. For Ryan and Regina, who give voice and space, sometimes for people who have never fit anywhere else. For two people who understand connection, who hold the past, who value history, who include us all in everything that they do. For Regina, who gives so much to family, who brings beauty. For Ryan, who connects us, who takes us, who curates for us. We bless their home, and we offer gratitude for Oddities, for Ryan, and for Regina.
There you go.
And cedar. Cedar is all about new energy, possibility, opportunity, and gratitude. And we are so grateful for everything that you give to all of us. I get a little emotional. I haven't seen my family since everything shut down. And
Aw.
I usually am traveling and working with people, and this is our first time doing anything outside of home in so long. And Oddities, for me as that weird kid who never fit in anywhere, to have this whole family of Oddities across the country and the world, it means so much to us.
Absolutely.
And Ryan
Well,
and
you
Regina,
guys
we're
mean
so grateful.
You guys mean so much to us, and we absolutely love you, and we adore you. And I'm thankful that you could come and be part of this aspect of Oddities Flea Market.
So happy to be here. The second I got the email, I'm like, just, you know we're there. Sign us
Yeah,
up.
at least we get to hang out
Yeah.
in some capacity. Our community gets to live together. And in fact, we're probably hitting more people than we would
Yeah.
if we were just in a room with one,
Which is
with
cool.
one city. And so we really do cherish you guys, and we hope to a brighter future
Definitely.
and one where we can all be together.
It's right around the
The
corner.
shift is there.
The
This
shift's
is
there.
it.
We're around the corner.
I feel like we were built for this. You know,
Yeah.
we were always the people that didn't fit into the norm, and we're adaptable and we're artists, and we'll move forward stronger than we were before.
You just might have to do it in a
We're-
different
yeah.
way.
Yeah. What's
We
that,
just
yeah.
appreciate you guys so
Yeah.
much. I'm sorry I get weepy.
No,
No,
you're good.
I appreciate
I like your weepiness.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
You're good.
So we love you guys. Head over to Oddities and all of some stuff Regina's putting up on Instagram today. All of our information is there. Or you can message me at jvincentmakeup or at Rebels and Outlaws. I'm there to answer any questions or curate something special for you guys. So we appreciate you so much.
And I'm sure it's in the chat, but our website's rebelsandoutlaws.nyc.com. And again, that code is oddities, all caps, 30 for 30% off the whole site. Anything you need, just send us a message. We're just us. One of us is going to answer it, so you know.
I'm home. There's nowhere else to go.
Where else are we going to go?
Thank you, guys.
All right, well, thank you, James and Jeremy. Our next vendor is another Brooklynite that came in today to spend the day with us. Hold on one moment. Never mind. We actually have a quick ad.
Hi everyone at Oddities Flea Market. My name is James from The Pretentious Home on Instagram, and my good friends Ryan and Regina asked if I would take you through a home tour of my 600 square foot apartment in Ridgewood, Queens. So I'm actually going to take you right into my living room, as this is kind of the main room that has all of my pieces that I collect in it. I'm really inspired by the interior designers of Tony Duquette and Jacques Garcia. I love Ken Folk as well. And I really use them as my inspiration for when I do kind of when I just design my own apartment. So this was actually a closet that I didn't really need, and I took the doors off of it and painted it out and pushed my antique desk into here and kind of created my own cabinet of curiosities. So I do mix a lot of pieces of my taxidermy and with other things, not normal things, but other parts of my collection, because I collect lots of different things, pretty things. So I actually do have some pieces from Ryan himself that I purchased from him. And you can see here I have a caiman up here, a really bad leopard head. This is a very bad done piece here, but he's kind of funny, sits in the corner. I've purchased from lots of different collectors and taxidermists and oddity shops over the years. And I love to mix it in. I love candles, of course. My home is called The Pretentious Home for that reason. But you can see I really love jewel tones and animal print, and I love Fornacetti, of course. So here you can kind of see a full shot of my living room. I'm kind of known for having a whole wall of Hermes scarves, framed Hermes scarves, and kind of mixing. I love Scalamandri tiger velvet and zebra hide rugs and things like that. I do have a flamingo over here, which I was pretty lucky to acquire that piece. I do have a serval down here. That's, I call her Crystal Connors. And this is one of my favorite pieces. I was really lucky to acquire this guy. This is a Roland Ward piece from the 40s. It's really unique because the skull is still intact, and it actually have the documents that show that it was at the time, one of the largest leopards taken. It's actually very, very big. Otherwise, other pieces that I have of my taxidermy, I do have a beautiful peacock and zebra and some beautiful birds. This is actually one of my favorite pieces too. This is a toucan that my friend Dakota, who's a very talented taxidermist, I commissioned her to do for me. It just kind of all mixes really well. I think animal print just goes with everything. One of my other favorite pieces, this is actually how I became really friendly with Dakota, is this was the first piece she did for me. It's a coral snake here, so really beautiful. And then as you go into my bedroom, this is actually my guest bedroom. So I have a 2-bedroom apartment. I don't really have much taxidermy in here, but I do have a beautiful fox fur blanket that I just caught my cat chewing on, which is really devastating. And then some more Hermes scarves and things like that. I call this the Red Room. And I do have a piece up here, so I do like to mix a little bit, you know, I love coral, of course, but it's endangered, so it's really hard to get. So I'm lucky when I do find it. And then just as we wrap up, I'll take you through to my kitchen really quickly. The light's coming in as the sun's setting. I don't have any pieces in here, but I do want to just end this by saying that although I call my home the pretentious home, I'm not really all that pretentious, as I have an air fryer. And basically this is what my Saturday night dinner is going to be like. So thank you guys at Oddities Flea Market. Thank you, Ryan and Regina.
Hello, folks. I'm so excited to say hello to our good friend and fellow Brooklynite, This Shit Blinks.
Hello.
Hello.
What's going on, everybody?
Katie, are you excited to be out of the city and in Connecticut?
This is my first time leaving Brooklyn
Is it?
since the pandemic hit.
Well,
yeah.
welcome. If you want to move into our basement, you certainly can.
I'm moving into the cottage, so
Okay.
I'm gonna take the room with the skylight, and Bella's gonna take is that room.
Yeah, we already picked rooms.
Okay, let's make a contract.
Yeah.
We'll
sign the
get that
lease.
taken care of after this.
I'll pay in eyeballs. Is that cool?
You
good?
can pay us in jewelry, yeah, sure, or weird, creepy dolls.
Pay you
Can we
in
just
dolls.
talk about some of these before you start talking about your actual jewelry?
Sure.
What in God's great earth is this?
This?
Yeah.
Well, this is a baby that I had, and then I ripped its eyes out to make a necklace.
Oh, did you? So, I guess the first question, not only for me, but it's going to be from everyone else, is how do you make these pieces? Where do you source the eyes? What's your basic process?
So when I first started, I ripped them from the actual dolls. And then obviously it was like hard to find the dolls. I was like, what are we doing here? So I found somebody on Etsy who sold just the eyeballs. And you know who that was?
No.
Oddball Oddities.
No way.
Yes.
So wait, which one are oddball oddities?
Well, that was years ago.
Oh, okay.
So now I cut the middleman and I go straight to the source now. But for like the one-of-a-kind couture pieces, I get them from the actual dolls still.
Beautiful.
But yeah.
So that's
yeah,
why
yeah.
these dolls look so vacant in the
Yes,
front.
some of them are missing their eyeballs because I stole them. And others still have their eyes. Now, when I get a doll, I don't cut its eyes out. Because I'm like, that's my baby, and so, you know.
Well, you always have this source over here, too, because I tend to come across quite a lot of dolls.
True.
So I'll keep you in mind. So, yeah, let's hear about you
All right.
and your pieces.
So this is my lovely jewelry that I make here. I make it all by hand in Brooklyn, in my little dusty studio. They are all, the original is hand carved out of wax, and then they're all lost wax castings. So you can see with some of them, the detail is quite intense. So when they're laying down, the eyeball's closed, and then when you put it on, it's open. And then all the metalwork is hand carved. Wow.
So that is the process of lost wax, correct?
Yeah. Yeah, lost wax castings. We make it with our hands. And then I do all the production myself. Everything's all done by hand.
So basically, you used your hands.
Yes, a lot of handwork, a lot of working with the hands.
Are you able to speak a little bit more about lost wax casting
Yeah,
for
sure.
those that don't know what that is?
Sure. So the process, it's actually a very ancient process. So I carve out a Ferris wax, which my last name is Ferris.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Kind of cool.
So you
And
created
then, so I carve it, and I use a couple different types of waxes, but mostly it's carved out of Ferris wax. And then I'll take it to my caster, and it's an intense process. So it's like a cylinder, and then my wax is sticking out, and then you pour this, it's essentially plaster.
Mm-hmm.
Pour the plaster in there, and then you let it harden, put it in a kiln. all of the wax melts out from, there's like a little hole in there. I'm not explaining this very well, but
No. I think it's great.
and then it all drips out, so it's just empty space. And then you melt the metal, and it shoots in there, and then bada bing, bada boom. You get a ring, you get a necklace, you know?
And then you can cast it in whatever metals you want.
Yeah, you can cast it in whatever metal. And then you make a mold. So I'll make the master model, and then I make a mold of it, and then I'm able to make multiples, which is pretty cool, honestly. And then that's it, really.
Okay.
But I'm gonna start. Let's start with the crystal collection. This is a new collection. Well, it's kind of actually, I redid some old pieces, because the skills are a little bit better now, you know.
Let's really get. I want to get some really good detail on this.
Yeah, sure.
Go right up in there.
Don't get too close to my hands. They're real spooky.
You do have spooky hands.
I do. We got a
I just wanna warn
Band-Aid.
you, too. One of our earlier vendors brought in an item that she said is 1,000% haunted. So hopefully James smeared that hauntedness out of our home.
Oh, cool. So we're all haunted now.
We can just blame it on Linda.
That's good. Here, let's put this on.
We've got enough protection.
Let's put this on our beautiful assistant.
Hey there.
Bella.
How y'all doing?
This is Bella.
Hey there.
And
Happy Sunday, y'all.
getting spooky on a Sunday.
Check it out.
She got a lot of hair.
Yeah,
we got lots of hair.
Okay, here we go. Check it out.
That looks
Get into
cute.
that.
That looks cute. So this is the crystal collection. This is the largest of the crystal collection.
How long did it take you to make this?
Forever.
Yeah.
This one's a big pain in my bum.
I think that's the biggest piece that you have today.
Yeah, that's definitely the biggest piece.
The bigger the piece, the bigger the pain.
There you go.
And then we have the medium crystal.
Oh, also, guys, just to mention it, you can purchase all of these items at thisshitblanks.com.
And I also have, you'll go to my homepage and there's an oddities. I have like the flyer and you just click it and everything that I have for sale today is on there. So we have this sweet little girl or boy or they. And this comes in white brass. I only brought white brass with this one. And I only have 3 available. This comes in the blue eye, and then I also have it right here with the brown eye. So you kind of can choose which color eyeball you want. I like the brown eyes because I have brown eyes. But there she is. Oh, very nice. Yes. She's cute. And then we have the tiny little girl.
Oh, the baby girl.
And she's brand new.
She's just a little baby.
And she comes in a brown eye and a blue eye. Very cute. Show you the blue eyeball. Do we have any questions? I forgot that there's... Yes.
How do you
Blue
go-
eyeball.
I have a question.
Sure, what's your question,
Okay.
Bella?
So my question is how do you go about thinking of every single design you're doing? And I guess how do you take an old one and make a new one? What do you think?
Oh no.
What is it?
Honestly,
Break it down for me.
Honestly,
okay?
there is no, I don't sketch anything out. I don't.
So it's freestyle?
It's such a freestyle, honestly. I wish I could say like, yeah, I plan everything and there's this beautiful sketch. It's not like that. It kind of just happens. And I like that because I like to let it happen instead of forcing things.
Yeah.
Because I find that when I force a design, when I'm like, okay, I have to design a collection, it never happens.
No.
It doesn't look right, or it's not authentic. So I kind of I go in the studio and like in the beginning of quarantine, you know, we live in Brooklyn, so we were completely isolated. And yes, this is my neighbor and my best friend. So, you know, slash assistant slash, this is Pearl, if you really want to know. Anywho, so there's no process. There is a process, but it's just.
It's a freestyle process. It's organized chaos.
It's organized chaos. That's really, that is what it is. That is what it is. So, and the crystal ring.
Can I try one of the rings on?
Yes. I might have
wow, you
one
just whistled
that would
like a
fit
southern.
you.
Like a southern.
Like a southerner?
Oh my god, look at that thing.
It's sick on you.
I gotta go like this.
Sick, yeah. You got a blinker.
Which one did you get on?
I'm fluttering.
He's got the crystal.
Oh, you can do the Italian thing. Go.
Hey, come in. What just?
Let me blink it, Oh, I hear my friend Paul.
Oh, you can hear him from a mile
You
away.
can hear him from a mile away. I feel like he's a good candidate.
Let me try some on.
All right, what are you trying to try on, Paul?
As many of you know, our friend DEADSKULL, aka Paul Abrahamian, is a huge fan of rings, and your stuff has always reminded me of him to a certain degree. So I think it's fitting that he tries some stuff on.
Yeah, you gotta try something.
Paul's my
on,
model.
Paul.
Get on in here, Paul.
I really wish that we could be with people right now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, you are. You're with a couple people.
Yeah, a couple people, but you know, this will do. That one's adjustable.
I don't know. I'm scared.
Turn around, Paul. You got your back to the camera.
I don't know how to be on camera.
Oh, really? Yeah, you've never done that before.
Make it sexy with your hand.
Yeah, make it sexy.
Yeah.
Hello.
See?
She's
Wow.
adjusting it for me so I don't break it.
Yeah, because you would break it. That might fit.
Hold on, this is a nice little pinky ring guy. Or like mid ring. I wear mid rings.
That's a midi ring.
I do mid rings. I'm about it.
This is the split ring that he's trying on. And
So
I
these
have-
are unisex.
Yeah, totally.
I mean,
yeah.
I think
Yeah.
all your stuff is.
It
Everything
is.
unisex. So these are actually really pointy, which is, I like it. Because if they weren't pointy, I'd be disappointed. But like, it's pointy, which is sick.
It's a little pointy.
You
It's
say your
pointy.
jewelry's for protection, right?
It is for protection,
And
so.
it feels like powerful. I don't know if that makes sense, but I just feel safe when I'm wearing this.
Definitely. That's how I feel.
I mean, that's where it came from. It came from me living off the Halsey stop on the L train in 2012.
Is Halsey Bushwick?
That's Bushwick. That's deep Bushwick.
Yeah.
And it came from me walking home late at night from the studio, and I was like, I need something, like I need to make something to protect myself, because at that time in 2012, that was still pretty hairy, that neighborhood.
2012.
Wait, but like this actually blinks though.
Yeah.
Guys, it's
They're dual
That's why
eyes.
it's called This Shit Blinks, Paul.
If I could add a remix to it, if I was featured, I'd say, wait, but this shit actually be blinking though. Like, it
Little bit,
blinks.
little
He's
bit.
made the connection.
Oh my god.
There's somebody
that's
bought
so cool.
a midi ring. Cool.
And these are like vintage doll eyes, correct?
Well, these ones are actually new. So.
Doll eyes.
But they're doll eyes. And then
Look, they
these
doll
ones,
eyes, okay? Take it easy, okay?
These ones over here, these ones are vintage.
Can you get a little zoom action over here on my guys?
Okay, so these ones are the 5 pieces that I made specifically for this show. They're all solid sterling silver, one of a kind. So like this piece, I actually carved this one. So all of these ones are from molds. This one I actually carved. And this one I put fake eyelashes on her, and I think she's very sassy. Very sassy.
What would her name be?
Stella.
We actually have a question.
Ooh, what's the question?
Do they only come with one eye, or can we commission one with 2 eyes? I want one with a blue eye and a green eye for each of my kids.
Ah. Well, you know, maybe we could talk after the Christmas season. I'm a little busy right now.
But is that something, like, do you do commission pieces?
Yeah, totally.
All right, so Tana Snyder, can Katie does do commission pieces. Just simply email her at
thisshipblinks@gmail.com.
thisshipblinks@gmail.com.
Bada
There
bing,
you
bada
have it.
boom. Hey, bada bing, bada boom. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we had somebody bought a MIDI ring. Let's see. Let's show them the MIDI rings. So this is part of my newest collection called the Growth Collection. And actually, Regina has this one.
Yes, the mini ring.
Yeah.
Or if you have a really, really small finger, it's just a regular ring.
Yeah, totally. I wear it as a pinky ring. I like it. It doesn't fit on this pinky, but it fits on the other one. Just a little tiny.
Sorry to interrupt, but you actually have another question.
Let's see.
Do you happen to know the percentage of nickel in the white brass?
Okay. So my caster uses all recycled metal. So everything is recycled. So I do not know the percentage, but I do put a coat on the back of each piece. So that'll prevent, turning green. If you do have like a pretty intense allergy to the nickel, I would say buy it in sterling silver. But I only have these 5 pieces in sterling silver at the moment.
So basically the answer is, I'm sure you heard it, but yeah, some people are allergic to brass and it can tarnish.
Totally,
So a lot of jewelers do use like a protective coating, but I think the best answer to say is get sterling silver.
Yeah, get the sterling silver if that is an issue for you. I don't have any issues with it, so I don't really, I'm just like, whatever. But a lot
Sometimes
of people
when people wear earrings, because a lot of the posts are made out of various metals, that can cause some problems too.
Yeah, the earring, I actually didn't bring any earrings. We don't have earrings.
Oh, do you make earrings?
I do. I have one earring.
Well, you can see those items on thisshitblinks.com.
Yes, you.
But everything's is sold out right now because.
Never mind, you can't.
Well, listen, this is what happened. I posted this video. It kind of went viral. It got like over 1 million views.
We saw it. It was like an ASMR making jewelry video.
Straight up. Yeah.
Yes, we listened to it about 3,000 times.
They actually fall asleep to my video every night. So, anywho, yeah, that video went crazy. And the amount of orders that I got last month, I just can't, I had to cut it off because nobody's going to get their jewelry.
Well, thank you for making the time to come here.
Yeah, well, I already agreed. So I was like, yeah, I'll make some jewelry. And
She's
put
like,
it
I
on
would
the
have quit if I
website."
could, but I had already signed up. And
I actually would have backed out last minute, but here we are. No, I'm kidding. I wouldn't have done that.
I like these ones a lot. These are the midi rings, right?
Yeah.
So these,
Midi
like,
rings are
if
cute.
I were to wear one of these, midi, well, geez, it doesn't even fit. Actually, there's something sort of neat looking about it being on the tip of my finger.
Yeah, you could like backhand someone with that.
Very cool.
And the midi rings are a size 3.5. So.
How big does your ring size go to?
The midi ring is just a one size fits all. It's kind of
Except for
like,
me.
yeah,
What about
it doesn't.
regular rings?
Regular rings, I have, well, that's another thing is I have very select sizes for the rings for this show specifically. So the crystal ring, I have one in white brass and I have one in brass, and they're both a size 7. And then
So get them while they last. 'Cause they're gonna
yeah,
go
I
fast.
I really don't have much. And then the growth ring, I don't know if I've talked about this ring yet. I am obsessed with this ring. I have a size 6.5. I have 2 size 6.5, and I have 1 size 8 in this. And this ring is so insane. All that detail. And then the eyeball is set with these little flower petals.
I like that you kind of created like the outer eye on that particular one. I guess you do that with all of them.
Yeah. I started doing this, and I think it looks nice.
That's a nice
I
bezel.
really like it. I love this ring. And this one's like a real heavy duty. She's thick. This girl is thick. She's a thick one.
Thickums?
Thickums.
Thickums.
Someone's asking, how do I purchase? You go to thisshipblinks.com
Yeah.
and you can order anything that's available on there.
Yeah, and on my on the home page, you'll see there's like a swipey thing and a slideshow, and you can click on the Oddities Flea Market shop now, It should pop up right there, and then you could buy whatever you want.
And keep in mind, guys, supplies are
It's
short.
pretty limited. It's pretty limited.
Fairly limited, so get them while they're here.
Yeah. Yeah. So the crystal collection, I have 2 of the mediums with the blue eye, and then I have 1 with a brown eye. In white brass, and then let's see. Okay, so let's do the growth collection because that's kind of my favorite. This one is the small growth necklace, and this one I have in brass and in white brass. And this one comes with a blue eyeball.
Was there, like, with vintage dolls, was there a particular eye color that was used, or is it all over the place?
It was a lot of green and blue. It's really rare that you find a brown eye in one of those vintage
I wonder why
ones.
that is.
Because I don't know.
I think there's a psychology there.
There's gotta be.
Maybe it's more admirable.
They're prettier.
They're prettier, yeah. Easier to sell.
But what about the brown-eyed beauty? And then look at the large one. I like the large one. This one is, if you saw the video that Oddities posted of me working, this is the piece that I was making in the video. And this one comes in, I have 1 in white brass, and I have 2 in the brass. And the 2 in the brass, I believe both of them, oh no, 1 blue eye and 1 brown eye in the brass. And this piece is a pain, such a pain to make. But
Why is that a pain, Katie?
because, you know, it's this spot right in here that's very hard to hit with the polishing wheel. It's very hard.
Yeah, I know that when there's a lot of jagged edges or things are sharp or sticking out, they can very easily get stuck in the polishing wheel.
Yeah.
And because I've worked with jewelry myself, things get stuck and it'll just shoot across
And then
the
it
room.
just flies.
It's really scary. It's a very powerful machine.
It is scary. I kind of want to make a video of all bloopers. You know what I mean? Because like the videos that I've been making, they look so clean and like nice, and I'm like, I know what I'm doing, but the bloopers is
There's nothing worse than
really-
you're working on a piece and you're basically at the very end of it, and then the machine, or jewelry gets very hot when you polish it for a long period of time. You sometimes release it, and then at the very last minute, when you're basically done, it goes across the room and you bend it and ruin it.
That happens so often.
Same.
And it's like, oh, there goes $30. Got to start over. And then people are like, hey, where's my necklace
You're
that
like,
I ordered?
It's in 8 pieces in the
And I'm like, well, I had to start over because I messed up. Anywho, things happen. What else? Oh, I want to show you guys the choker.
Hey.
I only have 1 of these. And she is so beautiful. I'm going to put her on my assistant. Actually, let's take this choker off. Okay. She has another one of my chokers, but this one is sold out right now. This one's the frequency choker.
Is that the palm one?
Well, I put this pom-pom on just for Bella because she's kind of like a pom-pom type girl.
Oh, I gotcha.
She like that. Lift that hair. Lift all that hair up you got. This one's got a lot of hair. She's a little hairy. A little hairy friend. This is my hairy friend. And then, is that too tight?
No, this is perfect.
Don't worry, she's been so quarantined. This is like her first time coming out as well. She's a quarantine type girl.
There you go.
Safety.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah, so I only have 1 of those. That one's in white brass.
This was your quarantine creation, wasn't it?
That was one of them, yeah. Yeah, the beginning of quarantine, I locked myself in my studio for like 2 months straight, and I designed the growth collection in quarantine. Because what else were you going to do? Everything was closed. The caster was closed.
Yeah,
but
that's
you
a
know
good
what?
point.
Do you know what? Because we were supposed to go to LA for Oddities.
Yeah.
I thank God because my caster just closed their doors. Just like, sorry, we're done. Taba.
they
And
gone?
No. But like when quarantine first happened
Yeah.
in March, they just closed their doors. Thank God I was preparing for oddities. So I had so much stock.
I just
because-
have to mention, P.S. the website is almost sold out. I'll be buying during the next update on December 18th. So guys, if there's anything left, I would get it like now.
Wait, also, I don't know if I'm going to be doing that update on the 18th.
There actually might not be an update because Katie's too famous.
No, there's so many orders I still have to get out, but let's see.
So is this
Oh.
stuff that's on the table already basically sold if it's sold out?
Yeah. No.
That's separate stuff?
This is all separate from
Okay.
from everything else on my
So
website.
if perhaps you see something that you like and you can't find it on the website, don't hesitate to contact thisshitblanks@gmail.com. She may have it on the table and available still.
Let's see. Oh, the choker's sold out. Sorry,
The one that you
guys.
just showed?
Yes. The choker is sold out, and then let's see. Okay, we got some minis left. Some mini crystals.
Come on, Katie. I want to hear your best QVC voice.
I know, right? Do you know that I was watching QVC bloopers all week? Because I was like, I feel like I'm going to be on QVC. Like,
For the girl on the go.
for the girl on the go. All right.
This is a particularly
growth
stunning piece here.
Yeah, that's the large growth necklace.
Now, why is it called the growth necklace?
Because we're out here growing.
Oh, okay.
Trying
Fine answer.
We're growing and glowing up. You know? I don't know. I feel like this collection is so much more intense than my other collections, and I felt like as an artist I was growing, you know.
Okay, no. It's just,
Yeah, you know.
everyone's got their own answer.
Okay, I think that we have only one of the I only have one left of the
Guys, if you're thinking about buying
the
these, just
small
buy it, 'cause
growth
it's gone.
necklace.
It's already gone.
Oh, somebody bought a couple middies. Oh, somebody bought a oh, and one of the split rings. Good. Yeah. Okay, so I have 3 split rings left.
Okay, so only 3 split rings left.
Can we see the split rings? You want to give like a little zoom split ring just to remind the folks at home
3 left.
what a split ring is?
And these are adjustable too. So,
Oh, is that the one I tried on?
yeah.
Wow.
These ones too here.
This one, and this is like a serious weapon. And also, this is not. This is a piece that is also special to this show.
Oh.
I'm not. I don't usually sell this piece.
Oh.
You know.
Okay, exclusive. You guys got some exclusive action here.
Yeah.
Some exclusivity.
Cute. And then I wanted to talk about these one-of-a-kind pieces a little bit more and show you the detail on them. So these ones are solid sterling silver, and these are actual vintage doll eyes that I've ripped out of a doll. Here's the back. Oh, she's got a little something on there. Here's the back of it. But this is solid sterling silver. Little flower. I'm gonna put this one on Bella and see what she thinks.
This is beautiful. You spent the last week working on this, right?
Yeah.
This is a new creation here.
Yeah, these are all one-offs that I made for the show.
I did it all for you, Ryan.
Well, thank you, Katie. We certainly appreciate your artistry.
That lays nice on her.
Check that out.
Sure. And those ones are, if you go onto the website, into the oddities portion of the website, those ones are at the bottom. And then, let's see, I just want to keep track of what's coming in here. Let's see.
Did any of these dolls come from me?
I want to say yes. Which?
Remember I had thrown out a doll in Chicago and you climbed into the trash can and fished it out?
Dolly.
Dolly.
Yes, that was my
Dolly.
doll. And the reason why I threw that poor little soul out in the trash was because it started to spew sawdust.
Yeah, no, there was sawdust all over Chicago. That was the Chicago audience.
Yeah, you left like a Hansel and Gretel type trail with doll dust.
Do you remember when Dolly broke and you were trying to fix it on the plane?
Yeah, I actually have a funny story. So I brought Dolly all over the place. Like Dolly met a lot of people, okay? She went on a lot of adventures, a lot of road trips.
I think I saw that you filmed some of those adventures.
Yes, if you go into the highlighted stories on my Instagram handle is the ship links. You can go in and watch all of Dolly's adventures. It's kind of funny. I think it's funny. Maybe I'm the only person, but whatever. So it's taking Dolly on her like third or fourth or fifth adventure. I was taking her to go see my mom for Christmas last year, and I was in the airport. I was at LaGuardia, and I dropped her on the floor. Her face shattered. And I was like, oh my God, like, but then I was also like, oh, this is kind of funny. Like, maybe I could glue her back together and like, it'll be this like horrifying doll. And I bought super glue at the airport, and I took the super glue out as we're in the air, and it stunk up, and I was like in the back of the plane.
Did everyone get really pissed off?
Everyone was so mad. My eyes were watering from like.
Oh yeah.
It was a mess.
I know what you're talking about. It's the worst feeling because you just feel like you're poisoning yourself.
Yeah.
Slowly killing yourself.
And then also just poisoning the entire plane. The guy next to me was like really not amused. I thought it was hilarious. He didn't, but you know.
Shall I assume that's not the first time you've angered someone on a plane?
Yeah, no, it's definitely not the first time. It's definitely not.
Won't be the last either.
You know, what are you gonna do? What are you? And he was just like, who is this girl with this doll? And it was horrifying. But anyways, let's see one of these other one of a kinds. Yeah. This little girl has fake eyelashes on. Her real lashes fell out, so I replaced it with these cute little fake lashes, which I think it's hilarious. And she's a little bit smaller. I think this one's $350. Solid sterling silver. The chain's also silver. And again, this one is from the actual doll. So these ones, they're like all rusty. This one's in pretty good shape, but some of them are very rusty, and I just love that look. I think it's funny. It's very funny, wouldn't you say?
Oh, it's very
very hilarious.
She's got an attitude.
Yes.
She demands attention.
She's cute. I think this one, let me check to see what number that is. I believe that's number 1.
All right, looks like someone just purchased something.
All right.
All right.
Lucky you.
What'd you buy?
Spicy nut pea.
Ooh,
Hey, spicy nut. All right, spicy nut. Thanks.
All right, what's left?
What is left? Let's see.
Are these rings left, Katie?
I already talked about those. We got a couple middies left. These ones are $50.
The middies are 50?
$50.
That's a good deal.
That's a
You
good
know?
deal.
And we've got, I think I sold 2 already, so I might only have the brass left. I gotta actually look. And then, let's see. All right. Today. Should I just go on my website? That'll probably be easier.
Well, what else is left on the table?
Yeah, what do we got left?
I think I talked about everything.
Did you cover all bases?
I think I did.
You got like 10 minutes left.
All right.
So it's variety hour.
All right.
Why don't you just, since we've already been acquainted with your jewelry and your selection of pieces, why don't you just tell us a story?
All right. I'll tell you guys the story of how I acquired my monster of a polishing machine.
Okay.
And the polishing machine is the machine that shines up the jewelry. So when I first graduated from the little trade school that I went to Studio Jewelers, family-run trade school, super cute, love it. Very old school. I got a job with this woman, Connie, and her company was called Fahrenheit, and I would polish till all hours of the night. She made these huge belt buckles, and it was like Friday, like 10 o'clock at night, and I had missed this one spot on a big stack of belt buckles, so she asked me to go back in, and like Ryan was saying earlier, how things can just slip out of your hands and fly, because this machine, the wheel's going really, 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 really fast. And I got it caught on the wheel, and it, instead of just, usually the piece just shoots into the back of the machine, and whatever, you turn it off, you grab it, keep going. This one latched onto the wheel, got some momentum, and it's like a fat belt buckle.
It got under the wheel.
No, it got trapped on the wheel, and then it went, and I'm like sitting in this stool, like, it gets trapped in the wheel and went right on my neck. Knocked me completely out of my chair, knocked the wind out of me completely. My boss comes running from the other side of the studio, just like, what? Broke the skin, it was so, I couldn't really, my neck was a little messed up for couple days. Nothing crazy happened.
That's pretty crazy, honestly.
It was horrifying. I quit the next day.
Did you?
I quit on Monday. Yeah, I went in.
Because of that, or
yeah,
that was
and
just
I
a
was
harsh
just
reminder?
I actually was asking my grandpa, who passed away, for a sign, and I was like, please send me a sign that I need to quit this, and because I was already making this, but it was like I had an Etsy shop, and I was 21. Didn't know what the hell I was doing. And I was just like, I need a sign. And then my grandpa gave me my sign. And I was like, thanks, you old motherfucker.
I almost took a finger off because I used to wear gloves. Because I also used to just work for a jeweler, and he made me polish stuff literally just from the second I got there till when I left. He did the same thing over and over.
He's covered in soot.
He treated me like I was a ninja, practicing to become a prize-fighting ninja, right?
Right.
And one day, because the buckles were quite big as well, I wear gloves, which I don't do any longer, and I got one of the fingers stuck in. I almost ripped my finger off.
What, it got caught in the wheel?
Yeah, and then I just never, instead of using gloves, I would just, keep a little bottle of water.
Yeah.
Singe it when it got hot.
Right.
Because that's another technique that one can use when they're using the polishing machine.
Right.
But most people don't realize that when you're using such a high-powered motor or polishing wheel, it gets incredibly hot.
Yeah.
It'll smoke if you put it in water sometimes.
I don't know what it is about the metal that my caster uses, but these pieces, they get hot, but they don't get, I'm, dropping it because it's so hot.
Well, with something like sterling silver, you can't even polish it heavily because you'll take off all the detail.
True, that too. The sterling silver definitely gets hot.
Brass gets very hot because it's a harder metal.
Right.
And therefore you have a lot more polishing capability.
But
well, that killed 5 minutes.
All right, there you go. But back to the story. So fast forward a couple years, I'm doing my thing. I was selling at artist markets, My boss calls me and she's like, hey, you know that polishing machine that almost killed you? I was like, yes, I know it quite well. Been manifesting that thing for years. She was like, if you can get it to your studio, it's yours. And it's those machines, it's a heavy duty, it's a big boy. It's got the whole system in the below to suck up all the dust. It's got the dust collector.
Yeah, make sure you clean that out every now and again.
Yeah, I know. I never clean that out.
It just spits dust back into your face.
Yeah, that's why I'm always very dirty. Very dirty. Just constantly. It's okay. It's all right.
She's our city girl.
Yeah. Well, chimney sweep.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
What are you?
Just go with it.
Yeah, you just gotta do it.
You just go with it.
You just go with it, man.
All right. Well.
Any more questions?
Let's see if there's any other questions.
What do you want to know?
People are saying that they love your story.
Thank you.
In 19, had a huge black and purple dreads. Someone just
commenting on when they were at our market in Chicago.
Oh.
Chicago. Okay, well, do you have anything else to add, Katie?
No. But
all the stories have
happy
been told.
holidays.
All the jewelry's been sold.
We're sold out.
Katie Ferris from This Ship Links. It is a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
It is a pleasure to see you
Hell
outside
yeah.
of the Oddities Flea Market.
I know.
Thank you for coming by.
Of course.
Until the next time.
Until I see you all in person.
In person, or if we do another virtual.
Well, maybe we do virtual. Maybe nobody will ever see anyone in person anymore. Who knows?
Quite true. All right. Thank you, Katie.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Bella.
Nice to meet you too.
Bella.
And you guys have a fabulous rest of your day.
Yeah.
Bye.
Do a whoa.
Hey, Oddities Flea Market. Thanks so much for joining us for this first ever virtual Oddities Flea Market in this new post-pandemic world. I hope you're having lots of fun and grabbing amazing items with all these incredible vendors today. I'm Araceli, and I'm Regina's personal makeup artist, now nail artist. If you're in the market for any sort of amazing press-ons for your nails, if you can't get into a salon, if you're nail girling, taking any appointments, let me know. I am here to help. I create custom press-ons. These are press-ons that look like you came out straight of the salon. They are made with hard gel, so they do not break. They're not just thin plastic. They're designed with all of the best items that you can find for nails, and they are meant to be worn as often as you'd like. Keep them in the drawer along with your beautiful jewelry, so you can pop these babies on for an event, for a photo shoot, for any special occasion, and you can decide whether they're going to stay on for one day or for 3 weeks. However long you'd like them to stay on, you're going to have options with your order. Your order is going to come with all of the tools necessary for you to apply these, as well as the directions. You're going to have options between double-sided sticky tabs and also the liquid nail glue. So hit me up if you have any questions. I'm happy to help. And yeah. Also, as you know, I'm a makeup artist. I'm also an educator. I've been doing it for 12 years. I'd love to help you get to the skill level that you've always desired. I specialize in skincare, skin types. I love to give recommendations for skincare, but especially I love to teach how to do some of those things that no matter how many tutorials you've watched, you just need someone to walk you through it. So if you'd like to schedule anything one-on-one with me, also you can slide into my DMs and we can chat. I hope you have a great holiday season. I hope you and yours are happy, safe, and healthy. And I hope you continue to stay inside and stay safe. Once again, have an awesome time shopping today. And thank you so much for joining us. And I hope to hear from you soon. And again, my Instagram is Araceli_YVR. And the website is coming soon. Thanks again, guys. Have fun.
Hello! Anyway, you checked out Araceli's super cool nails, I think. Anyway, I got 2 of her nails on. She made me an entire set, which is super cool. It has like 666. I've got this pentagram on my middle finger. It's pretty sweet. She hand paints these and hand sculpts these custom to your nails. So I don't have all of them on because I don't know how to function with long nails on. But they are super cool, and she is super talented. So Araceli, thank you for the nails. And guys, she's amazing. If you want cool, pointy, goth nails, hit her line, baby. And I think I'm just going to segue straight into the last booth of the evening, which is me and our buddy Ryan.
Here, I'm going to squeeze by you.
Squeeze by, squeeze.
Hello, folks. It's your trusty host, Ryan Matthew Cohen. With always is Dead Skull. Or should I call you Dead Skull Curio?
Just call me Dead Skull.
All right, can I call you Paul?
No. I buried Paul. I buried it.
All right. Paul's, only lives by Dead Skull. Guys, thank you so much for sitting through our Oddities Flea Market virtual. Do you want to grab a chair?
Sure.
This has been an amazing opportunity for us to not only see our vendors, but share their new works with you guys. And, just spend time with you in a slightly different way, but it's been really fun. The flow's been really nice.
And I'm so happy that we had some of our guest spots come in and just give us a little surprise hello, love, and then share some of their products as well. DEADSKULL and I decided, like, hey, like, I know we do the auction every Saturday, but why not just bring some of our special pieces to all of you, maybe some of you that aren't even really familiar with the Oddities auction. So, do you want to start with a piece?
Sure.
I'll give you carte blanche, buddy.
Carte blanche?
Carte blanche.
I like that. You know what? We're gonna keep it light. Let's start with a good old poison bottle. You know, keep it light.
That's a classic Oddities selection.
Classic Oddities selection. Here we have a strychnine sulfus because it comes from Eastern Europe.
I was thinking that if you had, your next pet is Strychnine.
Strychnine.
Strychnine,
come here. Honestly, that's my next pet's name. Oh, thank you.
I'm not joking. Like, when I think of Strychnine, I think of you.
Okay, perfect. That's a good, that's makes me feel happy inside. So we've got this black label strychnine sulfus bottle. It's a poison bottle from the late 1800s. There's no cracks, no chips, no dings. He's lying. I'm not lying, but it could be yours for $150.
$150, folks. And let me
Shipped to you.
So how do people purchase these items?
Great question. So I don't have a website because I'm just a weirdo who loves collecting this stuff. And sometimes I run out of room and I gotta get rid of some of these stuff. So I only do Instagram, DMs. My page is DEADSKULL Curio. And if you see something you like or if you have any questions, just message me on there and I will personally respond to you because I care where my things end up. So let's have a conversation.
I'm also going to be doing a very similar thing. Any of the items that I offer up for sale, you can go to Oddities Flea Market, our Instagram handle, and just, tell us the item that you want and, remind us of the price, and we will send you payment and shipping instructions.
Yeah, and it's the way we operate to keep things fair is more so on like a first come, first served basis. So even though you may have messaged us a couple times, we'll see the timestamp of when you messaged us, and to keep it fair, we like to go off of a first come, first served basis. So if the early bird gets the worm, I don't know when you're watching this video, but maybe you message us now, maybe you message us 2 days from now. First person who did and actually pays for it gets it.
That's right. It's very much like a flea market. When you go to a flea market, usually the best stuff that you're going to find is right there at the beginning when it's sitting right in the back of someone's van. Same situation.
You got to snag it before somebody else does.
This is like the back of our van.
Here's the poison in the back of my van. And strychnine was very famously used for, it's pretty much like one of your famous poison guys, aside from belladonna and all of the donnas in that nature. Strychnine was famously used to poison people. If you've watched any spy movies where people like foam at the mouth because they don't want to give up information, it's likely that they took strychnine because it stops your muscle movement and you asphyxiate on your own saliva and foaming. So it chokes you to death with your own spit, which is pretty gnarly.
I just wanted to show you this.
I think I'm going to buy it.
I wanted to show you this lovely little teddy bear.
It's actually super terrifying.
It's a nightlight.
It's a nightmare, not a nightlight. It's a nightmare.
It's a nightmare / nightlight. And what I found really funny about this is that the placement of the light bulb is rather peculiar.
It's a good placement.
Look at that.
But the shadow that it casts on its face is actually nightmare fuel. So if this is your nightlight, you're going to have a tough time looking at it.
All right, well, let me get to price.
Ooh.
This little teddy bear nightlight can be yours for the low price of $150.
Amazing.
It's in perfect working order. I don't know what the hell that was.
Sounded like an old phone call.
Okay, Linda Pastorino,
Oh.
don't bring haunted items into my home anymore.
Dude, wasn't everything falling when she was on here? Like everything was just moving a little bit?
We had one of my favorite vendors, Sing Kiang. She came and brought a lot of her tribal artifacts.
That were all haunted.
And pretty much
Every
everything
single
was haunted. And so I just think that everything in my house is haunted now. So anyways, this teddy bear is made out of cast iron. It doesn't have the little bottom piece, but you don't really need it. You just place it on a table. And it's just got this weird little cute, creepy face.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, it's just a great piece for really anyone. Or you can put it in your kids' room and hope that they don't burn themselves. So anyways, if you would like that item, it's $150 plus shipping. Simply message us at Oddities Flea Market on our Instagram, and
you know.
And if you accidentally message the wrong person, we'll transfer you over
If
to
you message me Paul's items, I will sell them and keep the money. Okay, what's next?
In the good spirit of continuing the poison bottles, here's another one. They are both from Eastern Europe, so you could kind of tell the similarities within like the bottle style, the label style. One is a black label bottle, which I think is always cool. And this one, a little different, red and white. But again, no cracks, no chips, and it's stone ground glass to really secure the top. I like to use these things as anything from a flask to, Ryan likes to use it as mouthwash holder, whatever you really want. Phenobarbital is a narcotic, and it was famously used in the Heaven's Gate.
Here, let me give you some light.
Give me some light with your creepy nightmare. It was used in the Heaven's Gate cult mass suicide, which is a dark subject, but a subject nonetheless. They used phenobarbital mixed with, I think it was like applesauce or yogurt, to do a mass cult suicide. That's where they wore those fancy Nikes and the purple cloak. I'm sure you've seen a documentary about it. Phenobarbital.
How much was this?
It's a little bit bigger. Let's say $165 shipped to you.
For a mere $15 more, you can have strychnine, you can have phenobarbital, sorry, and you can be very much like the Heaven's Gates people.
And I don't know if that's something you want to be like, but look, whatever floats your boat.
I just really appreciated their Nikes, to be honest with you.
The Nikes were good, and they're actually really hard to find nowadays. They're a collector's item, much like most sneakerheads, but there's like an oddity sneakerhead, which is those Nikes. Can't remember the name off the top of my head, but everybody in that cult needed to have a pair in order to be in the cult.
Heaven's Gates.
Yeah.
All right, the next item up for business is, hey, let's do the little naked baby. So let me just show you some of the high-tech features on this beautiful piece.
Has a Bluetooth speaker.
This comes complete with chattering feet.
And Alexa built in.
Yeah. Alexa, play Slayer. All right, it doesn't work right now. I don't think we have it hooked up. Anyways, this is just a ridiculous little like antique toy with a key in the back, and then it just goes like this. Please, someone take this from me. It's $65.
And it's probably haunted.
It's most likely haunted, and it's great for any decor if you want to scare your kids into submission. This is a good piece to do it with, and it's $65. I'll throw in shipping, and all you have to do is just message us at Oddities Flea Market on our Instagram.
You might have to keep going, because I don't have too many things.
Okay.
You may have me beat on the amount of things that I have.
Can I just show you something? I am eventually going to sell it.
But not yet.
But just...
It's his favorite. It's his favorite thing.
Can we please... Well, you know what? Before I show the actual product, let me just show the box.
The box.
You are looking at Bubbles, all right? Now, Bubbles is a multi-functioning toy. On one hand, she's just a little rubber doll that, you know, anyone could play with. Oh, look at my cute little rubber doll. I'm going to put her up on a shelf, right? But little do you know that she...
Give her a little squeeze.
Oh! Let's get a close-up on there.
You get some surprise knockers.
Her nasty norks come out, and...
I want that.
Nasty norks.
She has to kind of like inflate again. There she goes. Oh, there's her stomach. Okay.
So you gotta wait for her to inflate, and then once you squeeze her.
All right, so this is a piece that I got recently, and it's not like a super expensive piece, but because it's so like unique, I'm gonna price it at $150. It comes complete with the original box. Look at Bubbles. She's covered in bubbles. It's just like advertising at its finest.
Bubbles, boobies, what more could you
So
ask
here you
for?
go. She comes in her box, and she needs more air. She works like, 2 out of 10 times. Beautiful little piece. Contact Oddities Flea Market on our Instagram. What do you have, Paul?
Okay, I'm kind of gonna go by like subject by subject. So this is my last, not poison bottle, but old like medical apothecary item. We had the phenobarbital, we had the strychnine, and now we have something from America, not Eastern Europe, which is one of my favorite things to collect, and weirdly really hard to find. Not weirdly, but it's called. The company was literally called 666. That was their branding. That was their company name. Their advertisements are hilarious because they just have 666 everywhere. And this is from the mid-century, so probably 1940s to 60s, somewhere around that time. So I was fortunate enough to come across some dead stock, not to be confused with Dead Skull, 666 cold medication. So what that means is that it was never opened, never used, but just sat in somebody's storage unit for probably like 60 years. It comes with a bottle. 666.
That's a beautiful yellow, isn't it?
It's awesome. I would highly advise to not open the bottle or taste the bottle or smell the bottle. With these old pharmaceutical medical bottles, you don't want to come anywhere near it with that. So it's beautifully displayed. You can put a light behind it to get this really nice urine yellow color.
Shall we?
Of the 666 cold preparation.
It really illuminates the wall.
It's insane. Original label, original fluids and liquids. And then it comes with some fun, well, obviously the box, and then there's another little item in here. Hold on. Just a little advertisement, which you could get a cheap little frame.
Oh, it looks like you lost part of it.
Looks like you get two. A little frame for the 666 liquid situation.
It would be cool if you actually got a small frame for each of these. Maybe you place them in back of the actual piece, and you can have the box, you can have the bottle, and you can have the two frame pieces.
It comes with everything.
You essentially get 4 pieces for the price of one.
And I'm doing $150 shipping included for the 666 cold preparation. They're a bit hard to find. So yeah, DM me, Dead Skull Curio. First come, first serve. I'll go in order. And if you want the 666 cold medicine, it's yours.
What's that, Paul?
Oh, is that the advertisement?
I didn't happen to hear what you were saying.
These are the ads. that
Guys,
they would
guess
sell.
what I have?
Wow.
666 caroling photos.
I didn't know you had those.
All right, guys. So very much like the piece that Paul just showed you, I happen to have,
the
oddly enough, an advertisement for 666, illustrated with little tiny babies singing to birds. I don't know why. I don't know how. But just accept it.
Little tiny Satan worshipping baby.
So the front shows these a caroling baby with the 666 carol. He also has his medicine down there for some weird reason. He likes to carol and drink medicine. This one shows these cute little puppies singing 666 while this toddler conducts them with a 666 bottle. He also looks quite angry. I don't really know why that is
He looks a
either.
little drunk too, so I don't know why the babies were drinking the 666 medicine for fun.
Here, let me ask you this: what are the ingredients of the medicine?
Tell me.
Does it
Probably
say it?
morphine, seeing as how they pumped us with narcotics for 100 years.
Actually, 666 liquid tablets, salve, nose drops for colds, headaches, fevers.
Right now,
what
you
does it say? Biliousness? What the hell's that?
Bilious?
Constipation, a laxative, and a tonic. So essentially, it cures.
It's a cure-all.
It cures literally everything. The back of this is really cool. It says like the different things that it does, the different concoctions it comes in. You can have this set for $150.
Dude, this instruction said, brings quick effective relief from the distress and misery of colds by its fourfold action.
It is quite miserable.
It is very miserable.
So anyways, what was the price of this?
$150.
$150. And then you can also, for $150, have this advertisement.
Fan. It's a fan, right?
It's a fan.
It's
It's quite nice, isn't it?
It is very nice.
It kind of like works on both of us.
Should we just split one of these 666 cold medicines and see what happens?
Yeah, let's do it. What if and then I just die and Regina has to deal
We're
with
both
this
just
house?
dead.
It won't do that.
It's like a Jack Kevorkian
It'll
60
just-
seconds live.
It'll help your
YouTube
constipation, headache, cold, malaria, like pretty much anything.
Yeah.
What do we have next?
You're up next.
Oh, I have to do another piece? Okay.
You have more things than I do, Ryan.
Oh, look at this.
Oh, I want that.
It's a skull coffee cup.
It's good.
You just call it a mug. You could also use it as like a candlestick holder or a shaving mug. This one is made in China. This is an earlier one. How old would you say this? Early 20th century?
Yeah, for sure.
What else can I say? It's a skull mug. You know, it's an
20s,
antique
1920s.
one. If I were to keep it, I would actually put my shaving cream in here, apply it to my face, and then shave it.
Ryan's been shaving lately, but you can't see because of the mask. But
you can't really see much of anything. I could be, like making any kind of facial gestures here. You could have this one for $60.
Wow, I might need to buy that.
Well, you owe me money.
This,
so you can just tap
this
that
line
onto the
just
total.
turns really grim fast. He breaks.
Hold on, let me just add up. I like whip out a pad of paper. Okay, 60 plus 75
Just
plus
throw it
the
on my
old balance
tab.
is $600.
Throw it on my tab. Okay, am I up next? There's so much pressure. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna do a soft segue into books. I've got some human bones and animal bones, but we're gonna wait. You know what I mean? I gotta build up the suspense. So we're gonna really soft segue into the book section with one of my favorite novels, Cancer, Cocaine, and Courage. This is quite literally the title of this book, and I'm pretty sure it's about cancer, cocaine, and courage, or else it wouldn't be the title. And the year it was printed was 1961. The good old 60s where everybody was having sex and doing drugs. Cancer, Cocaine, and Courage. It's about the journey of, I believe, a doctor who survived cancer with his courage and copious amounts of cocaine. Again, a novel from a doctor, 1961. It's got some old library stamps inside. It's kind of cool. You got Cancer, Cocaine, and Courage on an actual library card too, which is fun. And stamps of the jabronis who check this book out. But it could be yours.
It's from an elementary school.
I don't know why they'd be reading that in elementary.
I don't know, that looked like kids writing.
But this could be yours. Let's say 100 doll hairs shipped for Cancer, Cocaine, and Courage. It looks great if you've got a library already going, you got your occult books, you got your medical books, and you got a little cancer and cocaine. You know what I mean? $100 shipped to you, my friends.
And yes, Paul did just say library.
I did library.
You said library.
Whatever, maybe it's a berry.
Okay. Let's see, what can I transition into? Why don't we do these beautiful milk glass Jesus on a cross candlesticks?
Wow. Black candles would be awesome.
These tend to, yeah, they look fantastic in these. I always do very well with these at the oddities auctions. We've actually fetched some pretty high prices on them. I could sell this pair for $150.
Wow.
These are really nice. You can see Jesus is on there. In Reed.
Yeah.
Regina always jokes around that says in Rhode Island, but it's not actually what it means. I never even cleaned them off. This just needs a light dusting. They're in really good condition. And yeah, they can be yours for $150.
Cool.
Just message me at Oddities Flea Market on the Instagram, and they're yours. Let's see. Should I do another item?
You can get away with it.
No, you do another item. Why don't you do a book?
He's running me dry here. I'll do another book. Okay, let me move this skull. This is a really popular book. It's hard to keep around. It's hard to find. Anytime I have it, I don't even have any left in my collection because people just want them so much.
Sought after.
I kept this for actually a few months for this event because it is sought after. This is called Sermons by the Devil. So what this essentially was, I'm actually going to use this opportunity to show off another book, just to intro another book, but it's from the same era, and it's called The Devil's Pitfalls. So examples of these books back in the early 1900s and mid-1900s were pretty much made to scare the shit out of white Christian people. That was their entire goal here, was to scare the white Christians and to tell them how terrible everything is and how the devil could twist and turn all of your life around if you are not going to church every Sunday and giving monies to the church and doing the things that they want you to do. So there was a slew of Christian propaganda books that just demonized Satan. And this is one of the very popular ones, and it is literally in perfect condition. You can tell the color is great, everything pops out. Even the binding is awesome. And this is a first edition printing from 1904. So this is over 100 years old.
It's a beauty.
Yeah, Christian propaganda. Propaganda.
Propaganda, huh?
Propaganda.
You sound like an aristocrat.
And yeah, it's got a cool little devil in the front, and it's filled with some cool illustrations, cool font faces. Just a super, super neat book. Hard to find, especially in this condition. This one's going for $225, shipping included. So if you want it, message me. It's yours. If not, I'm happy to keep it with me because I don't have any left. People just keep
I think you've sold all the
buying
ones that
them
were in
for
your
me.
personal collection.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind keeping it, but if you want it, $225 shipped to you, over 100 years old.
Be rest assured, Paul does want to sell it. Let me tell you. Here we go.
Wow.
This is a great holiday gift for someone that only has 2 legs and wants a third. If you're a big fan of Frank Lentini, the 3-legged man from Barnum and Bailey, well, you can emulate him with this third articulated skeletal leg. This is from a 19th century skeleton, most likely from an Oddfellows skeleton. Actually, if you want to see what one of those looks like, I have one over here.
You had a photo of Frank up
I had
for grabs in the
I
last
had a
auction,
photo
right?
yesterday that sold in our auction.
So his skeleton would have had actually
a third
full
leg,
legs.
yeah. And I believe, if I remember correctly, that one of his legs grew from one of his other legs.
Wow.
And it wasn't actually attached to his pelvis.
Like a dew claw, but a dew leg.
But I also, if I remember correctly, it was a fully functional leg, and he also had a set of 2 genitalia.
This guy really cashed out on his experience with the human form because he got 3 legs, 2 wieners. That's awesome.
He's a very famous sideshow presence. Anyways, this is an articulated leg. You can see it still has the patella in place. All the hardware is brass, and it's very old. You can see how it's sort of green patinaed.
That's my favorite thing with these pieces. These older pieces that have this brass or copper around, it ages and stains the bone in this cool slimy green color, which isn't very common.
Slimy.
It's slimy. It looks like slimy goosebumps bones, which is why I personally collect the slimy green bones anytime I find them because they're just creepy.
All right, there you have it. Paul's new nickname is Slimy Greenbone. This piece is in immaculate condition, a super nice dark patina, all bones present, no deterioration, a solid medical piece. Message me for details on the price. I don't like to publicly put the price out. Also, I cannot ship to Louisiana, Tennessee, or Georgia. The laws prohibit me from sending it to those places, and I do not do any international shipping. Message me at Oddities Flea Market, and I'll give you the price and shipping details.
That's going to be a hard ditto on those rules. No international shipping just because it's crazy and it's a crazy time of the year to ship things. And also, Louisiana, Tennessee, and Georgia, this is a federal and also state law. We cannot ship to you, and we will not ship human bones to you. But we could ship other goodies to you, just not human bones. Everywhere else in America, you're good to go.
Good to go. What is next on the agenda?
I'm going to go with another book because I just did the...
Wait, you read?
I read, dude. I read. I was a philosophy major. That's all we do is read.
I happen to have an extensive library, and I've never seen Paul once in there.
Okay, fine.
But you have watched my dog several times, and maybe you
Yeah,
read.
you don't know that I was reading, but to be fair, I was eating chicken wings in your bed and passed out comatose. Watching 90 Day Fiance. That was actually what I was doing.
I was like, Regina, our bed smells like oud.
Oud and chicken.
Do you know that we had to get that blanket dry cleaned 2 times? It cost me like 80. It cost me almost more.
Oud?
It cost me more money to get that blanket cleaned twice than it did to buy the blanket.
It's because I'm Armenian. Our musk is like oud and like pastrami or something. That's like our natural man musk.
Anyways,
you
were saying.
Transitioning into sermons by the devil, Christian propaganda. I'm going to hit you with another Christian propaganda. This is a little bit more rare because I don't see it around at all. Sermons by the devil is a hot one, but the devil's pitfalls, it's kind of crazier. And what I like about the devil's pitfalls more, it was a little later, it was 1913, still over 100 years, but it comes with really sweet illustrations throughout the books, and it's super ridiculous. Like, again, to scare white Christian folks in the early 1900s in America, it's pretty much saying, oh, the saloon is the devil, gambling, opium den, divorce mill.
Wait, what is a divorce mill?
I don't know. It's a place you go to you force divorce.
They
you know what I
like
mean?
churn them in, they put it around this little device, and then they spit them out and they're divorced.
I mean, I think this is what this photo was. It was like a couple like holding hands drowning, and they're just like forced divorcing you. Again, Christian propaganda to scare the crap out of you back in the day. The Devil's Pitfalls, excellent cover, great condition. The binding is great. This one is going for $250 shipped to you. just because it is way harder to find. Even by Sermons by the Devil, which is already super hard to find. So, if you want it, message me. If you want both, I'll work something out with you.
Hey guys, are you feeling sexy?
Ooh.
Well, I know I am.
What the hell, dude?
Well, it's Sunday, and you know what? There's a time and a place for everything, including sexing time.
Sexy time.
Here we have a nice porcelain sexy situation.
Did we swap positions today? You're all about the sex today, dude.
This is a little snuff jar. It has a little lid. It doesn't have the little device that would be used to get your snuff and snort it.
But you don't need it.
But it's got a sexy scenario on it.
Sexy
Let's get a little look at that. These are great, and I can't find them anymore. I used to find them every so often at like Chinese antique stores. We just didn't have too many of them left over in the city anymore. So this is from my collection and Regina's collection.
Is that porcelain?
It is porcelain. Can we just get a close-up there? Porcelain sex.
Porcelain sex, my favorite kind of sex.
Yeah, these are great. We've had a few at the Oddities auctions. I
love the snuff
It's
bottles.
my last one.
Yeah.
I can let this one go for $150 plus shipping. If you're interested in purchasing, simply message me on Instagram at Oddities Flea Market, and you can buy it.
Do you want to do one more thing, or you want me to go?
That's entirely up to you, my friend.
I'm getting real dry over here.
How many items you have there? 1, 2, 3. You got a bunch of
I
stuff.
got 5 more things.
Okay, I'll sell this goose.
Sell the goose.
Guys, if you're like me, you love kids whipping geese. Well, good thing someone made this toy, because this is just that.
Exactly that. Jesus Christ.
You're just whipping the goose.
Whipping the goose.
Whipping the goose. Let me show you some of its features, which is really...
Bluetooth, Wi-Fi.
Yeah.
And it does your taxes.
Wait, Katie, come here. Can you just run this across the floor?
It does your taxes when you're out on vacation.
I don't know if you can see that.
It goes in circles.
Oh, does he go in circles?
He's circling around.
Sounds like
See,
me in my life.
My interpretation of this piece is that that goose is trying to get away from this little brat.
Yeah, well, it's a good-sized goose, or it's a little-sized boy, which
Look at
I'm
its
not
face.
sure which is which.
You know when my dog looks like he's all like disturbed? He makes this face. Anyways, I don't know why he's doing this. I don't know what the goose did to him, but
it did something.
The kid's also just vacant in the face.
Yeah, I mean, 2020, we're all vacant in the face.
Quite true. You wouldn't even know because, you know, we've got these masks on. Anyways, it's a vintage toy. It's made out of tin. The wind-up device seems to work perfectly on it still. And his little whip is in good working order. Look.
Good whip.
You can have this piece for $125. It's a real beaut. And it would make a great Christmas present for people that hate geese and want to whip them.
Yeah, not a big geese fan.
I love geese.
All right, well, we're just going to have to agree to disagree here.
I also want to mention that no geese were hurt in the making of this toy.
You don't know that.
I don't.
There were a couple people asking about the prices for the books.
Oh, okay. I think we mentioned the prices on the books. But we could... Do you want to just give a quick?
Yeah, I'm going to give you a quick little guide. Cocaine, Cancer, and Courage. $100 hair shipped to your door.
$100.
The Devil's Pitfalls. Really hard to let go of this one because I quite literally have never had another one. $250 shipped to your door. And good old classic Sermons by the Devil. $225 shipped to you, my friends. And since you're so curious about books, you nerds, I'm going to hit you with another one. And I'm actually going to give you a bundle deal. I got this from a collection of somebody who was just a super collector of old Christian books, which I was born and raised Christian Orthodox. I'm Armenian. So I'd go to church, I'd see people singing weird songs and saying weird things all together, and it spooked me out. So I just think churches and Christian books are creepy, just by their nature. So this is an old one called Victory Songs. Again, from the early 1900s. I will open this up and find the date for you. But it's printed in Philadelphia, Chicago, and I don't know. There's tons of writing in it, which makes it even creepier. And people just wrote things a lot prettier back then. I don't know what happened in between this.
It's because people used to use script and they had beautiful penmanship.
And people used to care, honestly, because I don't really care, and I don't think anybody cares.
I think they just had like more devotion and time for writing. People don't really write anymore.
No.
Everything is digital, and it's lovely to see these old books with handwriting in them.
Look, if you're in the Oddities live auction, I'm sure you have like a priest as a friend or maybe somebody holy. But this would be a great addition to their book. There is no actual date on. I'm sure it's in here somewhere, but I'm going to bet late 1800s, early 1900s, based on the condition of the book and the patina.
Sometimes people will write it with the handwriting at the beginning.
This just goes straight to songs and sermons and whatnot. So
can we celebrate in song later?
Yes, I would.
All right.
I would love that actually.
Can I express myself through dance?
Should we read one of these victory songs?
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm doing a pairing, so you get victory songs. It's got a really cool cover, cool illustration, and then the teachings of Jesus and the lives of the apostles. This is really the big one here, and I'm just trying to sweeten the deal with the other one. But it is filled with super cool illustrations, not only of Jesus but of Satan. There's like a Satan photo in here somewhere, and it's just illustrations of old antiques and biblical stories, and it is quite old. Plants, anything Jesus was kind of working with, twerking with. Great opening page.
Wait, did you say twerking with? That's
Jesus
weird, man.
actually was good at twerking, and not many people know that. But
You're a strange man.
my inside sources tell me that he was great at it. Again, this one I don't think has a date, but I'm going to guess early 1900s, late 1800s, just based on the condition of this book.
Show the front.
I love the front. I love the front. It's aged in all the right ways with this creepy little oval portrait of Jesus, filled with illustrations and goodies.
And how much is the pair, Paul?
You know what? I'm feeling a little crazy.
Really?
Actually, I love this book. This is look at these illustrations. Maybe not a fan of Jesus, but again, Jesus stuff looks creepy in any curio
Don't
collection.
diss Jesus.
I'm not dissing Jesus. I love Jesus. He was a cool guy. But I put a bunch of crucifixes in between my skulls and it looks spooky. You could have both books shipped to you, $225. Boom. You get both of these. I can guarantee they're probably over 100 years old. And they're in great condition. And they just look good. Put a skull on it. Do whatever you want with it.
What is the name of that book? I don't know which one Diana is referring to.
The teachings,
so just give both.
The teachings of Jesus and the living of the and the lives of the apostles. I'm sorry, and victory songs, which is filled with like sermons, songs. It's creepy. It's old. They're both really old, and they came from the same collection. So that's why I want to do them a service and pair them together. And I'm going to just segue into a Ryan piece. Shall you Jesus it up, my friend?
Praise be thy
Praise
Lord.
thee.
I have this beautiful Last Rite set, which I was told isn't always just a Last Rite set. A lot of traveling priests would have these, and they would come to your house, and they would bless you, perhaps when you couldn't get to church. This is fully complete. All the original satin on the inside. I said satin, by the way. This piece comes out.
Oh, you gotta, yeah, you...
Like so. Yep, you want to grab... Actually, you can just leave it right in there.
Okay, here.
This piece goes on here. And then you have, of course, the beautiful little holy water bottle.
It's like etched glass, right?
It is etched glass, and it has a very deco look to it.
Yeah,
I've never even cleaned this, so it just comes as is. But it's in great condition.
So what's cool about these, you know, these are nicknamed exorcism kits, right? But essentially, they were used as sick call boxes, and more than just exorcism. If there was like maybe a streak of bad luck, or if somebody was sick, the priest would come and be like, all right, where's your sick call box? Just like it would be like a fire extinguisher. It was something you just had in your home as a good Christian, just in case somebody got a little possessed.
That's right.
You know?
And that happens quite often.
It did.
It used to happen, and it happens today. But you can see it comes with all of the bells and whistles.
What is this?
There's a butter knife.
There's a butter knife, folks. This is bitchin'. Is there a...
Oh, I just remembered something. It comes with the wafers.
Wait, what?
I shit you not, my friend. So if this was in the box when I purchased this.
That's sick.
And I didn't know what these were until I started eating them. And they're wafers.
No,
that you would get in church.
Way, dude.
So it came with these like uncut sheets of
That's
them.
sick.
And with I believe is little baby Jesus.
Little baby Jesus. That's cool. I've never found one with the wafers still
No,
in there.
me neither. And then let's just have a look.
What a butter knife.
I think this is not in there correctly. I think it might go that way.
Whoa.
So this has the original latch. Everything is here, and it has this beautiful cross. All the edging is still here, and it's housed in this beautiful tiger oak box. I can do the whole set for $250, and I think the shipping on this would be like $20 or something.
This is crazy. This is fully packed with all the ornaments. The butter knife.
You're enamored with the butter knife.
Dude, I've never actually seen one in the kit, which is kind of crazy.
You get butter knives, you get wafers, you get the cross, and you get holy water.
That's a good.
It's a great present.
Dude, you're getting like 8 things here, actually, plus the box.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 9 things.
Okay, 9 things plus the box, 10.
Then there's
Pretty
10
crazy.
things plus the satin, 11.
That's sick. That's awesome.
Anyways, if you just message me on Instagram at Oddities Flea Market, this would make a great gift for someone who collects Last Rites kits. That's what I always referred to these as. It's a beautiful piece. It's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful
All right,
thing.
what is next, Paul?
Do you want to go with one more? Because I only have 3 items left.
Yeah, sure. Let's do this piece.
Maybe 4. But I feel like you have more than 4.
Do you have a cigarette?
I don't.
Do you have a cigarette?
I don't.
Oh, okay. Well, basically what this is, it says 1 more cigarette, 1 more nail.
As Dave, but he quit.
Yeah, right. So anyways, you put your cigarettes in here.
I have one of these in my living room, by the way.
You put the lid down, and the cigarette shoots out of the skull and crossbones face.
It's sick.
And the skull is really funny because he's got little devil ears. And
It's like a devil.
They're basically saying, if you smoke, it's going to kill you, yet it's a cigarette dispenser.
Well, the top, 1 more cigarette, 1 more nail in your coffin. It's essentially telling you, yo, you're gonna die, you idiot, but here's another cigarette, buddy.
Yeah, it's a novelty piece. These are super cool. If you smoke, if you don't, you can put whatever you want in it.
Mid-century.
Yeah, they're mid-century, so it's a nice old piece. I could do this one for $100.
It's in great condition.
It's in great condition. Simply
These are the
message me.
coolest things. Again, I have this in my personal collection, and I store my joints in there. So whenever you want one, you just pick it up, boop, and it pops out of the mouth. It's the coolest thing. It's the coolest like party trick thing you can have if you have friends who smoke. So,
you can just keep it around for someone that does smoke, if you don't yourself, or if you just collect really interesting skull memorabilia. There you go.
yeah, it shoots out of the mouth. It's really funny. It's
$100.
cool.
It could be yours.
Put it at your office. Chain smoke cigarettes while you investigate a crime, like those old. You know what I mean? Like a smoky room.
Like McGruff.
McGruff the crime dog. Cocaine.
All right, what is next on the agenda, my friend?
I'm moving to bones. So before I move to the human bone, I'm going to reiterate what my buddy Ryan said. There's no shipping to Louisiana, Tennessee, or Georgia. That is your state laws that we are abiding by. Sorry. Everybody else, you're good to go. Anybody international, unfortunately, we're only doing USA shipping only. Does not mean you can't own human bones. We're just not willing to ship them to you. So, let me go off with my main piece of the evening. Something that I'm very proud of owning because it is absolutely a freak show.
That's possibly one of the most insane things that I've ever seen, Paul.
It's super absurd. So let me...
Yeah, let's have some background on this piece.
Let me let you know what this is. So first and foremost, the skull that is displayed is, yes, real. It is a real human skull. It is a retired medical specimen. So back in the day, they would study and examine bones and bodies and bits, and for us to get to modern day science, that is what they had to do. And now they're not really used anymore. It's kind of a dated practice. So this is a retired medical specimen that was cut at the cranium, which is something that they did typically just to open up and show you how the skull kind of works. So instead, this one kind of came with a missing cap, didn't have it, so it was turned into an art piece with a real bird's nest inside with little eggshells from bird eggs, and there's 3 kind of freakish mummified birds resting in this cranium. And I like to call this piece the bird brain, right? It's kind of funny. I'm pretty
That makes
sure,
sense.
Pretty sure Ryan's called me a bird brain a couple times.
I don't think I've used that term specifically, but I've said similar things.
Similar things in that nature. But we call this piece the bird brain. I think it is hilarious. I've never seen anything like it. And I think it is a cool homage to life, death, mummification. You gotta get the whole thing in one. Hatched eggs, birthing life, in a dead skull.
In a nest.
No pun intended. In a nest. This is a cool piece, the bird brain. It's painted black, you know, just to be aesthetically pleasing. And yeah, I don't know what else.
I honestly am speechless. I don't know what to even add to the conversation other than this is a beautiful folk art piece.
I can
and
guarantee
very
you won't find anything like it, or
You know,
no one has
People
this.
say that to me all the time. I mentioned it earlier with one of the vendors. When people are like, you'll never see another one of these again, I'm usually, oh, I have 3 of them. Don't have one of these.
Don't have one of these. Again, so it's 3 mummified birds. Mummified. They're like crispy, skin preserved, strange birds. Little eggshells, nests in a human cranium. This is exclusively available today. I've saved it for today, and I'm excited to offer it to you folks. Please, if you are interested in this piece, you can message me directly on Instagram at DeadSkullCurio, and I would love to chat it up, figure out shipping, payment, whatever.
I have a question.
Yes.
Some people are saying if you're private, how do they message you?
Right, I have a private page because I like to weed people out. I like the freaks and geeks to come in. Sorry. You can still message me even though I'm private, and if you message me, you can guarantee I'm going to accept you anyway. But even though I'm private, there's a way to still message. I think it's the 3 dots in the corner, or if you click the little arrow, there's a way to do it. If you can't figure it out, friend request me. I'm gonna add everybody that comes from today because I'm sure it's coming, or this week maybe. I'll make it unprivate, and you'll find a way to message me. So feel free.
Okay.
Your turn.
Very good.
Your turn.
Well said, my friend. You know, I forgot to say something.
Say it. Don't hold back.
The first person to spend...
Ooh.
The first person to spend $175 with me gets this Seance candle for free.
Oh, with the little cloche?
Comes with the cloche. This is an item that Oddities Flea Market did in collaboration with Seance Perfumes. Sorry, it's got a little dust on there. It's a lovely scent.
Whoa.
That's kind of like an oud type
Let me smell
scent to it. Can you smell it through the mask?
Oh, that's lovely. It's bright.
Yeah, it is kind of bright, isn't it?
It's nice.
We wanted to come up with something that also had like a little bit of Egyptian musk to it.
Totally.
And I think this does just that. Beautiful candle.
Well, yeah, because I smelled one of your mummified pieces and it was very like honey.
Yeah.
Mixed with like
myrrh.
Dark room scent. You know what I mean?
So anyways, first $175 it's spent. You get this beautiful candle for free. Otherwise, you can purchase these through Seance Perfumes website. But I think they're special order only, so they probably take a little bit of time. This one's immediate.
Yeah, secret mummified smells.
So let me do, I only have a couple items left myself.
Well, we're getting down to the wire, baby.
Down to the nitty gritty. How about these cool little pieces?
Wow, you're doing a trio?
I'm doing trays.
He's a madman.
That's right. We got 3 antique moth specimens that come mounted in their original Riker specimen mount.
Oh, that's cool.
These things are really cool, and these are early. And I just noticed they're actually from Providence, Rhode Island, which is funny because I believe that's where I purchased them. So they probably came from some kind of like retired natural history situation. They could have possibly been someone's personal collection. But this one's cool. It actually has what kind of moth is in there and where it was obtained. They're all in great condition, and they're nice and early. They're probably early 20th century.
That's awesome.
And you get all 3. These could be mounted up onto a wall if you wanted to.
I was about to say it would be like a cool little wall display.
Or, you know, maybe you just mount them, or you just like kind of prop them up in your cabinet. However you want to display them, they're just really cool. And I like the size of them. They're easy to kind of like filter into your collection.
That's cool.
You can have all 3 of these for $125.
Get some details of those bad boys.
Let's get some details of these.
Get some details of these bad boys.
That's right.
You know, dude, I want to take this time to tell you that I'm blessed that I could spend my Sunday doing something that I absolutely love with my good pal Ryan, which is
I was gonna give you a hug, but I can't.
Collecting dead stuff and presenting them to like-minded individuals, because that's just genuinely something that we love to do. So there's no other way I'd like to spend a Sunday than this.
Thanks, buddy.
And this is really cool, especially a time and moment to break away from quarantine and to feel normal again, even though this isn't. You feel me?
You know, but it kind of is normal.
It's
and
our normal.
We do get a chance to spend time with a bunch of people that we, haven't seen in a long time, and some of the people that come into our weekly auctions. So it's nice to just be able to do this in whatever capacity we can. I think the virtual markets are going to be taking place for a little bit more time, and we're definitely going to do another one.
Right.
So this has been really fun.
You've created a nice community of freaks, which I have found. I've met a lot of cool individuals through it. So it's really special that we can create this thing. It's just.
It is. No, it's a great feeling, and we feel blessed that we've created such a
hashtag blessed.
And I don't want to say that I created the community, because we all did. Each and every one of us that's part of it.
Of course.
But I'm glad that we could help facilitate it, and I'm glad we could facilitate it today. So anyways, the butterflies are $125. Just message me on Instagram at Oddities Flea Market. Do another item.
Okay. We went from the human bird brain. We went human. It's a real medical skull. Yada yada. Bird brains. We're gonna jump because he was just on some antique natural history. I'm sorry, not natural history. Natural like zoology and insects and animals. We're gonna jump to this primate skull. Early 1900s. Vintage specimen, ethically sourced, died of natural causes. Little adolescent baboon. Why I think this is particularly cool is because the teeth are still growing out from the tops. You could kind of see the growth coming in. They're kind of hidden inside of there.
They haven't erupted yet.
They haven't erupted yet, yes. Even their, I guess, wisdom teeth? Are they referred to wisdom teeth?
Yeah, the third molar.
The third molar is still hidden deep down inside of there.
Very much like humans.
Little bit.
They come out at a specific age.
Right. So this guy is up for grabs. It's got a really cool patina and natural color to it. Again, if you're interested in this specimen, this doesn't have the Louisiana, Tennessee, Georgia, because it's not a human specimen, so y'all are okay. But if you're interested in this lovely guy with super cool dentition and adolescent teeth that are beginning to erupt, which I think is an interesting part of development for the species, feel free to DM me. That's it.
There you go, man.
That's all I got.
That's it, and that's fine.
Oh.
Okay, so now it's on sale. You get this specimen for 25% off today only because it's missing a tooth.
Guys, there are no muscles or meats protecting these teeth, so the teeth still fall in there, but sometimes they wiggle out. It's totally fine.
All right, guys. Up for grabs are these made in Japan creepy little crusty twins.
This is what Ryan and I look like shirtless. This is a visual representation. Why are they wearing like potato sacks for clothes?
Because that's the new French look. Even though they're not French, but they're just cool little porcelain dolls. They're articulated with thread.
So creepy.
They got like weird little loincloths on with safety
creepy.
pins. And I don't know, I'm just attracted to weird little stuff like this. And I wanted to create like some stocking stuffer type things for you guys. You can have both of them for $60. Let's have a close-up look at these.
What a steal of the potato bag boys. Potato bag boys. Those are what?
Where
late
potato
1800s?
sacks?
Early 1900s? Late 1800s?
Oh, those are 1800s.
Yeah,
I don't know
old, right?
what part of the century they are.
Creepy. Absolutely terrifying.
But, they're like grimy and gritty in the best way possible. And they can be yours for a mere, did I say 65 or 60?
I think you said 60.
My loss is your gain.
60. I'm going with
60 bucks.
Maybe you saved $5 or maybe we said the same thing, but it doesn't matter.
Either way, they can be yours. Great stocking stuffer. You could tie them together. You can give them out separately. You do what you will with them when they're yours. Message me on Instagram at Oddities Flea Market. And let us know if you have any questions, too, about any of this stuff. You can ask live This is
Yeah.
the last segment of the day with the last people in the building.
Last people in the
And
building.
I think after this, we just have like a little video from one of our friends. And I think, do you have anything else?
I've got like 2 more items.
Okay.
You want me to go?
Yeah, I think I only have like 3 or 4 things left.
Okay, perfect. I will end it off. I will continue. We're gonna jump back to books. Guys, this is an old yearbook from a medical school, and why I gravitated towards it, obviously, is this kick-ass skull embossing. 3D, kind of strange for 1948. And just the gothic font and like branding of this university, which is just super cool. The yearbook itself is in quite literally perfect condition for being as old as it is.
Yeah,
And
it almost looks like it's dead stock.
it looks brand new.
Dead stock, not dead skull.
Not dead skull. But it comes with tons of photos of these
Hey,
hot...
wait, go back one.
Is that Regina?
That guy's got the same jacket as me, look.
That's kind of crazy.
Isn't it?
That's cool.
Like the same exact lapel.
Well, this is Ryan back in 1948 going to med school. A bunch of dudes, a bunch of chicks, illustrations. This guy, he looks awfully happy to be in medical school.
That guy's definitely not alive anymore.
He's dead. He's super dead. Cool photos, illustrations of this university was called the Skull, and like their weird fraternities and sororities. Photos of these babe nurses and doctorates, and their little bios.
Wasn't George Bush part of the Skull and Bones?
Was he?
I think so.
Probably bought
Maybe
his
someone
way in.
will correct me later on, but I think that is the case.
Super cool illustrations. The book is in mint condition, and it's if you're a medical student or if you've been to medical school, this would obviously be a super cool gift.
Be a great thing to put in your barrister shelf.
Yes. But again, the cover is really where the money is because that's what drew me to it.
If you like skull-related items, this is a really beautifully rendered skull.
I had a lot of messages about this before this event. So if it is no longer available, I'm sorry, but it is right now. So
how much is that book, Paul?
$200. $200 shipped to you. I've never seen another one like it. So, and it's in excellent condition. So if you message me and it's still around, it's yours. And if it's not, I'll find some other skull item to make you happy. You're up, buddy.
Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm
Hot
Ryan.
potato.
Ryan Matthew Cohen here, your trusty curator. I have this cool little bottle. I had a larger version of this a while back. And what it's showing is a spider in a spider web. And the spider webbing all over the jar is embossed, and it's really quite beautiful.
Is that an old apothecary bottle?
I don't know if it's apothecary, if it was booze or something.
That's crazy.
I never catch them with the labels, but the spider web stands out alone.
Wait, that's so spooky. I love it.
Look at this.
That's crazy.
It looks great in the light there, too.
Oh, does it?
Give it the little dingle-dong light. Dingle-dong light.
Show me your teddy bears.
Dude, that thing is terrifying. Not the bottle, the freakish teddy bear lamp.
So anyways, it's a beautiful jar. I wish I knew a little bit more about it. I didn't have time to look it up or anything.
I've never seen that before. That's so cool.
It has a patent pending, so maybe it was some kind of like syrup.
Something.
Syrup.
But why would they put spider webs on it?
I don't know. Maybe that could have been part of what the brand was called. Anyways, it's got this beautiful little spider in the middle, spider webbing. You can have this one for $125. Once again, would make a wonderful present for someone. You should be thinking about the holidays right now.
Thinking about the holidays.
So anyways, yep, $100. Message me on Instagram at Oddities Flea Market, and it can be yours. I guess I'll do one last item. It's the last thing I have.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a good ender. I got a good ender.
You have a good ender?
I got a good ender.
All right, so we have these Japanese, made in Japan. Are these ceramic or porcelain?
I believe they're porcelain.
I believe they're ceramic.
Ceramic.
They show 2 black cats wearing these beautiful little red. This guy's got a bow tie, and his friend over here has a little pussy bow. That's what it's called. They got these cute little green eyes, and it's salt and pepper shakers.
Oh, that's
I
great.
love these so much.
That's
you can
great.
see that it's stamped Japan on the bottom.
If you're truly about the spooky life, you gotta have the spooky salt and pepper shakers, or else you're
Yeah.
really not about it. You
Also,
know what I
for
mean?
those of you that just collect black cat memorabilia, these are a must, and they just look fantastic out on a dining table, and they're cute on top of everything else,
They are
just
cute.
like all cats are.
They're cute verified.
Let's get a little close-up of these, shall we?
And the green eyes always kill me. I know you got like saucers and gravy pans, and sometimes these cats have like green slime eyes.
We had a huge collection of black cats, all Japanese pieces, and I think these date back to like the 20s, 30s.
Yeah.
And they're just increasingly harder to find these days.
Because they're cool.
They're cool.
They're cool.
Anyways, this set is $75, and once again, would make a great gift for someone. Or, hey, it doesn't have to be a gift for someone else. It could be a gift for yourself.
A gift for you, baby. You always got to give yourself a gift at the end of the day.
It's all the same thing at the end of the day, right?
It really is.
Sharing is caring. You can also share with yourself. Paul?
All right, guys. You're done with the items?
I don't know.
I don't know. He's maybe done. All right, well, I'm done. This is my last item. And this particular one, like this literal one, is not for sale. But this is a real human hand. Again, another retired medical specimen that is retired. So this...
It's a retired specimen,
That's
folks.
retired, okay?
That is also retired.
It clocked out. It's over it. It got its 405k, 401k. I don't know. I'm not an adult yet. I don't know how that works. But I articulated this hand myself. This is a commissioned piece that is not for sale because it's already sold. It was commissioned to do this hand gesture, which I think the Baphomet does, or maybe the Boy Scouts, one or the other. In any way, I've got one hand left that I have not articulated. It's a regular old medical hand, and I can articulate it this way or any way that you would like. I've got one left. So this one's not for sale, but if you wanted me to do this again.
I'm not joking. I just heard someone laughing.
From where?
Just in this room.
Because she brought the haunted items in,
okay,
and now
listen.
this room is haunted.
I'm not saying that it was necessarily a ghost, but
There's a ghost.
I just heard maniacal laughter.
Something fishy's going on.
Something's
Something's
going
going
funny
on.
in this room. Are you feeling it too, buddy?
I haven't all that like
Hey.
since things started falling over. strange shit.
Can I also just say thank you to our buddy Jonathan over here? Can you just put your face in the camera real fast?
Give us your face, John. Come here,
This
buddy.
man right here has sat patiently with us all day from
For
like
like
10
26
a.m.
hours.
You're so
till
much
now, and he is like an awesome dude, and your company is amazing, and you are gonna do every single one of these, and we love
Thank
you.
you so much, man. This has been so much fun. This is like the next best thing to actually happen in the market, you know? It's been
Yes.
Anyways, I didn't mean to cut you off. Finish, and then we'll give a little bit more information about what's gonna happen in the future and other cool things that are coming up.
Real articulated human hand. My favorite position, as I'm sure most of you can already guess, is the middle finger. That is kind of what I'm known to do. But I'm open to do others. Again, message me at DeadSkullCurio if you like any of these things. And maybe we could just be friends. Maybe you could buy a human hand. Whatever you want.
I just noticed something.
What?
You were doing that thing where like sometimes people's voices go up every time they talk.
Oh, yeah.
Do you notice that?
I mean, I'm also very deaf because I played in...
I noticed
Like
that
you,
you're
I
deaf.
played in punk bands
I played
and
in
small
punk
garages.
bands.
I can't hear anything. so
Garages.
I need to yell.
I like to yell. See, it's hard to do when you're conscious.
You're up, dude. You got this. What is this horse foot? You got a horse hoof?
I got a horse foot.
Come on, dude. Throw it in.
Do
End
I-
it off with the
All
horse
right,
foot.
hey, what the hey?
What the hey?
You guys like deformed horse hoofs? Well, I got one, okay? This is from Germany. This was actually originally part of the House of Wax collection, if you guys are familiar with that one. Unfortunately, we're not open right now during COVID. Hopefully, we can open again in the near future. But anyways, this was a piece, or a collection rather, that I kept from that sub-collection. And it's made out of plaster. It's 19th century, and it actually has its original label, and this is just the numbering system. So there would have been, I don't know, I think I got 20 of them or something. I received 20 of them. And they're all hand-painted, and this is showing some form of deformity of a horse hoof. So you can see it's like really, really bulbous, and it's like,
whoa,
it's all sorts of weird. When I was at the Museum Fragonard in Paris, they had almost the same one.
Whoa.
And they had a couple other, various forms of deformity on horse hooves in general, because they are a veterinary medical museum.
Right.
I'm not quite sure what this is showing exactly, but you can see how crazy out of shape it
It
is.
looks like some growth or tumor or something.
You can see like that's where the bone would attach to the long bones, and this thing is just huge. It could be some form of like severe arthritis. It's a very rare piece and a one-of-a-kind one. It's plaster, paper mache, and then hand painted.
Wow.
And then the original label. Just get a little detail of that.
Similar to like an ex-museum type of situation, right?
Most definitely. I don't know if it came from a museum or a school, but
Cool.
I know it comes from Germany.
Cool.
And that's actually where I purchased it. I can put it down for you. This piece I could do for $250. If you're into early medical models, this is a great one to add to your collection. I've never seen another one like it. Simply message me at Instagram, Oddities Flea Market, and it can be yours. It would make a great gift. And, sad to see it go. Happy to see it go to a new collection.
Killer.
So what are we thinking, bud?
That's all I've got to offer, my friend.
I think this might have concluded our day here.
This was fun. It was truly exciting to see all these vendors, to see what they've prepped during their quarantine time, kind of what they've spiritually got to a point of creating and bringing to the table to the oddities world. It was special to see that, and I'm happy to be a part of it. And
I'm happy that you are a part of it, and I'm really happy that you've been able to do the oddities auctions with us every single week. I bust your chops, but I love you. You're a good dude, and you really help us out a lot. Thank you to all the vendors that participated today. Thank you to all the friends that made a little appearance. We love you guys so much. You really make up our community. I loved seeing people's new things. I even purchased a few pieces today.
Me too.
Which was really... You owe me money.
I do owe money.
Anyways, I'm just busting his chops.
But I do actually owe money.
You do owe me money.
He has a gun just under the table at my leg.
Paul gets high on his own supply. We can't do this without you guys, and we appreciate you all. And we're going to do another one of these in February. And do we have a specific date?
February? I don't want to say because I'm not sure.
I don't want to say a specific date. Regina will kill me.
We'll kill all of us just because we were part of it.
She'll also make sure to publicly say this either today or tomorrow or the next day. But we are going to be doing another virtual event in February. And it's going to be a lot more... a little bit even more virtual than this one. We're going to have people from other places.
4D, you're going to be able to smell the artifacts.
We'll have like our vendors in here, obviously a small amount of people. And I wanted to just mention too, we never had too many people in the building at one time. A vendor would come in, a vendor would leave, a vendor would come in, a vendor would leave.
It was the saddest interaction that I've ever had with these people because I wasn't allowed to hug and see because it was very like distant.
Also, the hardest thing for Paul in this universe is to keep quiet. And,
yeah, you could probably hear me jingle jangle that whole time. That was me. I'm like a house cat.
You sounded like Santa Claus.
Or Santa Claus.
Okay, so I know that we have one last video. I also see that my... do we have a statement to make?
No, you're on track.
No, you're just
you're just hanging out?
Yeah, I'm just here.
He was running.
I like that.
Okay. So, yeah, we have one last little video from our friend Steve Gonsalves.
Spooky.
He does a lot of ghost shows, and he has a little message to say to y'all.
Hello, friends and fans of the Oddities Flea Market. I'm Steve Gonsalves from Ghost Nation Ghost Hunters and the director of this documentary called The House in Between. And it's a film about what people go through when they're dealing with a haunting and the stigma attached to it, specifically dealing with a woman named Alice Jackson who lives in Mississippi, and she hasn't spent a night in her own house in over 11 years. So it's a true story using real science. It's scary because it's real. It's the #1 documentary of 2020, and you can watch it anywhere that you buy movies, but it's now also available on Prime for free to all Amazon Prime members. So check out the trailer, and I hope you watch the film. Thanks so much.
What can I say? Thank you guys so much for our first ever virtual Oddities Flea Market. Once again, we'll be back in February with even more vendors. And for any of the items that you're purchasing here today, contact me at Oddities Flea Market on Instagram. If you're interested in any of Paul's items, go to DeadSkull Curio on Instagram. Until the next time we meet, Love you guys, and we will see you soon. Stay tuned for all the interesting things we have coming up in the near future.
Say love you.